Chapter 1. Amelia. The blight has spread again. I sit atop my mare on the edge of the ridge, staring down into the valley where thick black veins now coil through the roots of once sacred trees. The sight turns my stomach. This land, our land, is dying, and every hour we delay, more of it turns to ash beneath the surface. I tighten my gloved grip on the reins, feeling the dull ache behind my eyes. The connection to the Wildspont is flickering, thin and cracked like brittle glass. A breeze tugs my cloak as I press a hand to the sigil burned into my skin just below the collarbone. The mark pulses faintly, a weak imitation of what it once was. Vibrant and strong, an unbroken bond to Netheria. Now it's just fading. Another breath, sharp with the rot of the cursed valley below, and I turn my mare toward the capital. I ride hard, kicking up clouds of dying leaves and ash. The magic in the ground no longer greets me. The land used to sing when a Perna approached. Now it groans. By the time I reach the outer wards of Netheria, the sigils etched into the gates flicker. They were once brilliant, runes of protection and pride. Now they shimmer dull grey, as if the city itself is barely holding on. The guards at the post straighten when they see me. Not because they fear me, because they know what my arrival means, more bad news. I nod at them but say nothing. I've run out of words to soften truth. Inside the city, everything feels smaller, hollow. The white-barked trees that line the walkways droop like weeping elders. Vendors whisper instead of shout. Even the children play in silence. When I dismount, my boots hit the stone path with a solid echo. I draw the cloak tighter around myself. The sigil on my skin burns faintly, not enough to hurt. Just enough to remind me we're running out of time. A familiar voice stops me halfway to the tower. Heir Crow. I turn. Councillor Myrus stands at the archway, his expression more worn than usual. His robes hang off his frame like they no longer fit. She's summoned you. Of course she has. All I do is nod before I start following him. Hopefully this time I will leave this place with a plan for action. High Matron Alicia sits propped up in a throne of pillows and layered silk, but no finery can hide how much she's changed. Her skin looks translucent in the candlelight. Her once silver hair is dulled to a pale grey. The magic that once radiated from her like sunlight on crystal is dim and threadbare. I kneel out of habit, even though she's told me 1,000 times not to. You've seen it? She asks, voice like dry leaves. I nod. It's worse. The entire Western Grove is gone. She closes her eyes. I can feel the ache that ripples from her like a second heartbeat in the room. The roots? She asks. Dead. Hollowed out. The sigils didn't hold. I pause, and the Wildspont didn't respond when I called on it. Elysia opens her eyes again, still that deep, knowing violet. Then we don't have time. I shift. There's more. The spirits didn't come, not even the lesser ones. That gets a reaction. Her thin fingers curl slightly against the blanket. They've abandoned us. No, I say, more sharply than intended. They're being blocked. Something unnatural is severing our line. Elysia sighs. Then we have no choice. I straighten. There has to be something else. The archives. Amelia. Her voice cuts across mine. We need help. From outside. I go still. My heart starts to thrum with the rhythm of denial. You don't mean... I do. I stare at her. The Vraken. You'd send me into the arms of blood drinkers. They're not monsters, she says, though even she sounds unsure. Our histories were tangled once. The oldest bond magic, the kind tied to the Wildspont, traces back to them as much as it does to us, before everything fractured. I stand. You want me to beg them for help? After they've turned their backs on us for centuries? What will others say? I want you to save our people. My hands curl into fists. They won't help us. They'll use us. They'll take what's left of our magic and crush it in their teeth. Perhaps, she whispers, or perhaps they'll listen to you. I shake my head. There has to be another way. Anything else? There isn't. She leans forward, coughing into her sleeve. When she pulls it back, I see blood, and something inside me breaks. Then I'll go, I say, but alone. Alicia gives a slow nod. And in secret, the council will try to stop you. I pace around. You're right. They'll try because they're terrified. They don't understand what's happening, and instead of admitting that, they cling to the past like it's a shield. Alicia gives a bitter smile. They were trained to worship their own memory. The matrons especially, half of them would rather see our bloodlines rot than admit the Fracken were ever anything more than monsters. They still use the old slurs, I mutter, even in closed session. They say we shouldn't sully the Wildspont by mixing it with shadow blood. I think of the last council meeting I attended, the one where I dared to suggest we share spellcraft knowledge with the outer enclaves. A minor proposal, one I thought would at least open discussion. Instead, they laughed. Matrons who've known me since I could walk dismissed me with brittle smiles and veiled insults. Idealism makes poor policy, one said, her jewelled fingers waving me off like a servant. Another muttered about how my mother has the same reckless streak. I remember gripping the edge of the table so hard my fingers went numb, biting my tongue so I wouldn't scream. No one stood up for me, not even Miris. They see me as a girl wearing her mother's sigils, nothing more, untried, unproven, too loud for their taste, too proud, too dangerous. Even when the blight was still rumours, they brushed me aside, said I was reading too much into natural decay. Now they can't ignore it, but they still refuse to act. Because to act means admitting they were wrong, and admitting that means letting go of centuries of hatred and ritual and control. They won't. Not until it's too late. They are fools, she says, but powerful fools, and united in fear. That makes them dangerous. I stop pacing. So why me? Why would they listen to me if they won't even consider the facts? They won't, she says simply. Not yet. That's why you must go before they can vote, before the whispers spread. If they know you're reaching out to Velcrin, they'll try to silence you, bind your magic, maybe even exile you. My mouth goes dry. They'd go that far. They are already halfway there. You've seen the way they look at you, young, untried, too close to me. They don't trust your fire, or your bloodline. Alicia's voice softens. But you are the only one who can walk this line between old power and new. They will never see what I see in you, not until you prove them wrong. I pack light. The journey to Velcrin is long and dangerous, especially without the shield of diplomatic protection. But I don't need guards. I need answers and power. My satchel carries dried roots, a few spellstones, a dagger with my family sigil, and a small cracked mirror that once belonged to my mother before she gave it to me. It's not much, but it's enough. Just before dawn, I walk toward the stables. Miris isn't at the gate, but someone else is. Lyra, the seer. Her eyes are milky with time, her voice barely audible. You go west, she says, into the dark. I nod. There's no light left here. She presses something into my hand. A scroll, sealed in wax that shimmers faintly with violet. Read it when the moon is high, she whispers. And remember, blood will bind you or break you. I stare at her. What does that mean? But Lyra just smiles. It always means something, eventually. She vanishes into the fog before I can ask more. I tuck the scroll into my cloak and climb onto my horse, I hesitate for a breath, letting the silence settle around me. The city behind me is still asleep, its rooftops veiled in mist, its towers casting long, hunched shadows like watchful ghosts. Somewhere, a morning bell tolls too early for the hour. I wonder who it's for this time. A child? A guardian? Another Perna with no strength left to give? For a moment I wish I could turn back. Just long enough to say goodbye. But there's no time for goodbyes anymore. As I pass through the city gates, the sigils above groan faintly, shedding flakes of stone as I ride beneath. The road to Velkrin yawns before me, endless and shadowed. And I do not look back.
Chapter 2. Zaidan. The morning begins with blood on the snow. Every training should look like this. The metal ring echoes around, steel on steel, sharp breaths, the hollow clatter of armor as bodies move in tandem. My warriors circle like shadows, disciplined and silent, their blades carving patterns into the cold air. I move among them without hesitation, parrying, striking, spinning. I am testing them. I need them sharp. Every movement matters. Every flaw must be cut away. I break from the last of them, breath fogging in the frost-bitten dawn. The clouds above Velkrin churn, heavy with the storm that never comes, always threatening, never falling, just like the council. My second in command, Garrick, tosses me a cloth to wipe the sweat from my neck. You're pushing too hard. I can still feel the slowness in my left arm, I mutter. That last blow should have slowed me more than it did. You're not a training dummy. You don't need to prove anything to them. I don't answer. Garrick knows better. Everything here is a test. Every word and every breath. I was raised with blades and silence. My father trained me to endure first, to feel later, if at all. A prince cannot afford softness in Velkrin, not when every courtier smiles like a predator and every toast tastes of politics. Even now I count steps when I walk into rooms. I measure pauses between greetings. I weigh each glance like a dagger, waiting for the one that slips past my guard. Garrick says I push too hard. What he doesn't understand is that I can't stop. The day I let myself breathe is the day they'll sense it. That flicker of weakness. That slip. And here weakness is a feast. I've survived this long by being sharper than their plans and colder than their expectations. Before I can return to the line, the wind shifts. Not the kind that carries scent or sound, but the deeper kind, the one laced with magic. A tremor skims the edge of my senses. Old, foreign, awfully familiar. I turn toward the ridge just beyond the training ring. Something is coming. The matron council chambers loom like a throne of stone and bone, built from the remains of the ancient beasts that once ruled this land. The room is as cold as the high spires that pierce the sky above Velkrin. 6 matrons sit in a crescent arc before me, draped in robes that shimmer like oil slicks, beautiful but predatory. High Matron Sarita leans forward, her lips painted the color of bruised roses. She is coming, she says. A Perna emissary, or something like it. Amelia Crow, I reply, already aware. You should turn her away at the gate, snaps Matron Hessa. Their kind is desperate, utterly reckless. They smell weakness and think we'll offer them scraps. She comes on her knees, Sarita says, but with fire behind her eyes, and her name, Crow. They mean to provoke me, but I keep my composure. I've fought her bloodline before, I say. They don't kneel easily. Garrick stands silent beside me, unreadable. The others wait for me to flinch, but I don't. I never have. She comes for aid, Sarita continues. To beg, and you, Zaidan, are not known for mercy. No, I say, measured. but I am known for strategy. That catches them off guard. She is desperate, I add. If she's willing to offer something of value, we may use that. I'm thinking of offering her a bond. A sharp rustle of silks. Whispers rise like smoke. I have expected that. You're joking, Hessa hisses. The bond? With her? With any of them? I've studied the old rituals. You're courting disaster, another matron sneers. You remember what happened the last time we let shadow blood mingle with spark blood? I remember. The memory doesn't flicker across my face. It never does. Not anymore. And what would you gain? Sarita asks again. A tie to the Wildspont. A door into Perna magic. Access to what they're hiding. I let a pause stretch. And perhaps a key to the curse that plagues them. You would risk your bloodline for theirs? I would risk a great deal for power. So would you. You speak of power like it's yours to gamble, Hessa snaps. You forget, your bloodline serves at the matron's pleasure. I meet her gaze without blinking. And yet it's my blood the realm remembers when the wars end. Sarita tilts her head, studying me like I'm a particularly unruly piece of strategy. You are bold, Prince. Bold enough to make us nervous, but not bold enough, I think, to play this game without bleeding. I let silence answer. The kind that makes lesser men sweat. The matrons may think they hold the reins, but they forget. Velkryn survives because I win wars. Not because they speak in riddles and gowns. They fall quiet, not with agreement, but calculation. They're intrigued, and curiosity here is a blade I can use. Very well, Sarita says finally, but do not expect our protection if the bond spirals beyond your control. You carry the risk and the ruin. Understood, I say. But in truth, I'm already miles ahead of them. Later in the solitude of my war chamber, I pore over maps of Perna territory, tracing the spread of the blight they claim is unnatural. Garrick stands behind me, arms crossed. You don't trust her, he says. I don't need to trust her. You still remember what the last Perna did. His voice is low. The ghost of her brushes the edges of my mind like a whisper I've learned not to answer. I don't reply. Instead, I roll the map away and glance down at my forearm. Sabrina, I say at last. Her name slips between my teeth like a blade dulled by time, but it cuts anyway. I remember everything, I say quietly. Sabrina had been beautiful in a dangerous way, like the edge of a ritual dagger. All grace and gravity, cloaked in silk and secrets. She never raised her voice. Never had to. She won rooms with a glance, twisted council chambers into knots with half-truths and carefully planted doubt. I loved that about her. Now I hate it. I thought I could handle her. I thought she saw me, not just the crown, not just the legacy. She touched my chest once and told me that if I ever stopped carrying the weight of Velkryn, my shoulders would collapse. I didn't realize until too late she was studying where to strike. She vanished after feeding the border coordinates to our enemies. My brother nearly died from the ambush that followed. The blade they left in his side was laced with spell poison and Vraken sigils. Mine. I hunted her through half the realm. Found her deep in the ice caverns, cloaked in stolen runes. I gave her a warrior's death. No one else knows that. No one else needs to. So yes, I remember. And now, fate delivers another Perna to my gates. Not a spy, not yet, but a firewalker. The kind that doesn't break easily. That might be worse. The bond stirs again beneath my skin, quieter this time, almost reverent, as if it's waiting for her. And I don't know which terrifies me more, that it will awaken, or that it already has. She was nothing like this one, I add. She came smiling. This one comes furious for what I have heard. That doesn't mean she's safe. No, I agree, but it might mean she's honest. I roll the map away and glance at my forearm. A faint shimmer dances beneath the skin, like smoke beneath glass. The bond magic is stirring again. It should still be dormant, barely formed. But even at this distance, something old is waking. It knows her, or wants to. She's not like the last one, Garrick says again, watching me carefully. But if you form the bond, even partially, there's no going back. She doesn't know what she's asking, I murmur. She will. Soon. I nod once, then look up, meeting his eyes. When she arrives, escort her directly to me. No ceremonial delays. Garrick hesitates. And if the bond responds? I don't look at the shimmer again. Then may the gods help us both. Garrick's voice is quiet as he closes the map case. Zaidan, if you let that bond take root, you know what that means. I turn, gaze sharp. Once it takes hold, it doesn't let go easily. The bond doesn't care about strategy. It's not a treaty. It's a chain forged in magic older than memory, older than either of us. Once it takes hold, it won't be negotiated. It will demand. It will twist who we are until we don't remember what was choice and what was compulsion. I know the risks. I studied the stories, even the ones we're forbidden to write down. Blood sings to blood. And once it starts, the song does not end gently.
Chapter 3. Amelia. Velkryn rises out of the northern mists like something half-remembered from a nightmare. Its black stone towers are jagged and tall, crowned with violet fire that pulses in eerie rhythm, as though the city breathes. Or hungers. Cold air knifes through my cloak as I guide my horse down the narrow winding path that cuts through the pine-choked cliffs. The last few hours of travel have been cloaked in silence, save for the soft crunch of hooves on frost-bitten earth and the occasional caw of the carrion birds that circle overhead like sentries. The sigil under my collarbone burns hotter the closer I get, not painful, just aware and alert, as if it, too, knows we are crossing into enemy territory. A pair of Vrakan guards wait at the iron gates, eyes like polished obsidian, armour glinting with rune-etched silver. One raises a hand in silent command. I stop my horse, lowering my hood slowly. "Amelia Crow, of the Nytherian Coven," I say, voice even. The guard nods. A flick of his fingers and the gates groan open. Inside, Velkryn is both darker and more beautiful than I expected. The streets are clean but quiet, lined with twisted, crystalline growths that glow faintly from within. The buildings are carved with sharp, elegant angles, designed to intimidate rather than welcome. Shadows stretch longer than they should here, as if light itself is reluctant to linger. The square is too quiet. No market noise, no idle chatter. Just the low hum of magic coiled under the stone like something sleeping, watching. I glance up at the nearest tower and swear I see a flicker of movement, eyes behind glass, or maybe just ghosts of the past. This place feels like it remembers every war it's ever fought. And now I'm here, walking into the jaws of something ancient and sharp. I dismount in the central square, where a tall figure waits. Prince Zedan. He is exactly as the rumours describe, obsidian hair, pale as moonlight, eyes so dark they catch the firelight like polished obsidian. He stands like a predator wearing patience as armour, and when his gaze lands on me, I feel something shift, a tension in the air, like the instant before lightning strikes. He inclines his head. "Heir Crow, welcome to Velkryn." "Let's skip the pleasantries," I reply. We both know why I'm here. A flicker of amusement touches his lips. Then by all means, let's talk terms. We are led into a chamber carved from black stone, lit with hanging orbs of blue flame. No windows, no escape. Zaidan gestures toward the long table between us. Your coven needs aid, resources, magical reinforcement. And you want something in return. Naturally. I meet his gaze, refusing to flinch under the weight of it. We can offer trade routes, spellstone, a political alliance. He leans back in his chair, expression unreadable, insufficient. Then what do you want? He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he studies me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle, as though he's reading something written beneath my words. His gaze is sharp, deliberate, not the casual appraisal of a man assessing a woman, but something colder, strategic. Still, I can't help noticing the way the firelight cuts across his face, sharpening the lines of his cheekbones, catching in the black of his eyes. Annoyingly handsome, I think, in a dangerous, predatory way. You come prepared, he says at last. Trade routes, spellstone, alliances. His mouth curves faintly. You assume those things still hold value to us. They should, I reply. They've held value for centuries. Centuries ago, he counters, your people didn't seal themselves behind failing wards and call it independence. Heat flares in my chest. We didn't ask for your protection then either. No, he agrees calmly. You asked for nothing, and now you're asking for everything. I step closer to the table, bracing my hands against its edge. We're asking for cooperation, mutual benefit. Benefit, he repeats, testing the word. His gaze flicks briefly to the sigil at my throat, and my pulse jumps. Your coven is bleeding magic. The blight is not a border problem, it's a structural collapse. Whatever you think you're offering, it won't be enough to stabilize it. You don't know that, I snap. I do, he says softly, because I can feel it. That stops me. The air between us hums, subtle, almost imagined, but my skin tightens all the same, like it's responding to something I can't see. I straighten, suddenly aware of how close he is now, how little space separates us. If you have a better solution, I say carefully, then say it. His eyes darken, something unreadable passing through them. When he finally speaks, his voice is low, controlled. There is one thing, he says, that binds magic at its root. Not symbolically, not politically. I hold his gaze, heart pounding. What? I ask. His answer is quiet, dangerous. A mate bond. Silence falls so fast I can hear the blood in my ears. I laugh once, harsh. You're joking. I am not. That bond is sacred. It isn't a tool for politics. Everything is a tool, Aircrow. I stand so fast the chair skitters back. Absolutely not. Find another way. Zaidan doesn't rise. He just watches me. There is no other way. Your matron sent you here because she knows that. She sent me to negotiate, not to chain myself to a Vrakan. His eyes narrow slightly, but his voice remains calm. A bond would offer more than symbolism. It would stabilize the magic, create a conduit between us, one that could slow the blight. My heart pounds, because some part of me knows he's right, and that terrifies me more than anything. I need time, I say. Zaidan nods once. You have until dawn. I storm into the guest quarters they've given me, luxurious, cold, and too quiet. My satchel lands hard on the marble floor. I pace, each step echoing off walls carved with old Vrakan runes. I recognize some. Others feel like they're watching me. A mate bond. It would start to bind me to him. Physically, magically, maybe more. Every part of me rebels at the thought. The sigil on my chest pulses. Once, twice, then steadies. I drop into a low chair, burying my face in my hands. What would my mother have done? Fought, probably. Spat in his face and walked out. But this isn't her war. It's mine. I strip off my gloves and stare down at my hands. The veins glow faintly, as if reacting to the bond magic in the air. I should be scared. I am scared. And still, a part of me wonders what it would feel like to have that connection, to be seen, to be known. I spend nearly an hour pacing, back and forth, hands clenched, thoughts spiralling. I draft and discard a dozen possible refusals, rehearse arguments he'll never hear, counterpoints Zayden won't accept, but they all fall apart when I remember how he looked at me, like he knew something I didn't. Like the bond wasn't a threat, but a door. And God's help me, part of me wanted to open it. I force myself to meditate. I light a small crystal flame and draw runes in the air, trying to ground myself. But the magic hums wrong here, unfamiliar, and when I close my eyes, I don't see light. I see a shadow. My breath catches. I open my eyes, half expecting the room to have changed, but the stone walls are still there, the crystal flame still flickering weakly. Whatever I saw isn't here, not yet. I exhale slowly, forcing my shoulders to loosen. I've pushed myself too hard, too much travel, too much fear, too much of him lingering in my thoughts like a spell I didn't cast. It's just exhaustion, I whisper, though the words don't quite convince me. I extinguish the flame with a flick of my fingers and cross to the bed. The linens are cool and heavy, smelling faintly of night bloom and steel. I lie back, staring up at the dark ceiling, tracing the unfamiliar constellations carved into the stone above me. I don't mean to sleep. I tell myself I'll rest for a moment, just long enough to clear my head. The sigil over my heart pulses. Then again. The shadows in rooms seem to stretch, thickening, blurring. My limbs grow heavy, pinned not by fear but by something softer and pulling. The last thing I think, as the darkness folds in around me, is his voice, low, controlled, dangerous. And then I fall. The vision comes on like a storm. I'm standing in the heart of Velkrin, but it's not the city I saw. It's older, rawer, cloaked in mist and blood. The towers rise like fangs into a blood-red sky. And I am not alone. Shadows wrap around me, not like chains but like breath, curling over my skin, whispering in forgotten tongues. At the centre of it all stands Zaydan. His eyes glow brighter than moonlight, and his voice reaches me like a caress and a command. Come to me. I try to move. My legs won't obey. My heart slams against my ribs. Blood calls to blood, he says. You cannot run from it. The shadows pulse, and then I wake, gasping, drenched in cold sweat. Outside the bells toll midnight, and the sigil over my heart is burning.
Chapter 4. Zayden. The ink bleeds across the parchment in thick, deliberate strokes. I've copied this passage a dozen times now, but I still don't understand the final line. The ancient dialect is stubborn, full of layered meanings and cursed nuance. Where blood roots, power feeds. Where will bends, soul binds. The phrase coils around itself in my mind, crowd and elusive. I set the quill down and flex my fingers. Across the stone table, 3 more scrolls lie open. Histories of bond rituals, forbidden accounts of the early schisms between our kind and the Perna. None of them explains what happens when 2 unwilling souls are forced into alignment. I look down at my forearm. The shimmer beneath the skin has intensified. The bond magic is no longer sleeping. It pulses now, aware and expectant. The room is quiet save for the crackling of cold flame in the braziers. Garrick enters without knocking, as always. They've called another meeting, he says. The matrons are restless. Let them be restless, I reply. Their venom only strengthens my resolve. Garrick crosses his arms. They're not just posturing. They say if you perform the bond, you'll forfeit your seat. You'll be stripped of all command. I stand slowly. Good. Let them try. But his expression doesn't change. Are you sure this isn't personal? I meet his gaze, unmoving. Everything is personal. He says nothing more, only steps aside as I leave the chamber. The corridor beyond is dark, lined with torches that do not burn but glow. Vraken magic, cold and luminous. My steps echo through the hall like warnings. In the council chamber, 6 sets of eyes await me. Matron Sarita is the first to speak. You risk everything for a dying witch. I risk nothing, I say, voice steady. I act in accordance with our interests. Matron Hessa scoffs. You act for your pride. If pride led me, I would have turned her away and let the blight eat them alive. But I see the future. I see what we could become. Sarita leans forward, fingers steepled. And what exactly do you see in her? 1,000 images flicker through my mind. Her eyes lit with fury. Her voice sharp and clear. The way she refused to kneel. A fire worth stoking, I answer. They whisper among themselves, but I no longer care. Their approval is a game I've stopped playing. The council chamber hums with tension. Matron Sarita taps her long nails against the obsidian table, as if the rhythm will unsettle me. Sarita leans forward. Even if it works, the consequences would be dangerous. Binding with Aperna would fracture public loyalty. Our people still remember the wars, the betrayals. Let them remember. Let them watch. If the ritual succeeds, they will forget their fear in awe. And if it breaks you, then I will be the one who survives it. Silence follows. Not approval, but not refusal either. Matron Urelda speaks next, quiet but firm. You won't have our blessing. I never asked for it, I say. Sarita's lips twist into something too cold to be a smile. Very well. We will not stop you. But know this. If the bond fractures, so does your future. And if the girl breaks you, we will not gather the pieces. I incline my head, not in deference, but in finality. Later I walk alone through the citadel, past halls lined with relics of the old Vraken Empire, broken swords, sealed runes, masks worn by the first-blooded. I should feel calm, resolute, but the weight in my chest tightens with every step. I think of her. Amelia Crow is proud, fierce, and reckless. I shouldn't admire her, but I do. She stared me down like no one has in years. No fear, no hesitation. And something in her, something ancient, spoke to the part of me I've buried under steel and duty. The bond will not just bind our magic. It will tangle thought, emotion, and instinct. I hate that. I hate that she might feel what I am feeling, but at least she can't lie to me that way, because I will feel her too. I look down at my palm. The shimmer beneath the skin is stronger now. Not pain, not even power, but anticipation. If she agrees, everything changes. My future will not belong to Velkryn alone. It will belong to us. Garrick finds me before midnight, silent as always. He holds out a scroll, sealed in Netherian violet wax. I break it open without ceremony. Only one line is written, firm and direct in her hand. I have one last offer. I will bind my magic to yours in an ancient ritual I know, but I am not doing a mating bond. We do this before dawn. No flourishes, no hesitation. My heart gives a slow, heavy thud. I let the scroll roll closed and rest it against my chest for a moment. So she has made her decision. I try not to smile, happy that I get what I want. It is only natural that she agrees to everything. Not that I expect anything else. Even better than tying myself to her through a mating bond. Magic bond works perfectly well, too. She is desperate, and I have what she wants. It was only natural that she agreed to everything. The Perna girl who walked into my city with fire in her eyes has decided to risk her life for her people, for the Wildspont, and now, for a bond with me. I hand the scroll back to Garrick. Prepare the ritual chamber. Tell her I accept. She'll be here before first light. He says nothing, but I see it in his eyes, the worry and pity. But I feel nothing except a strange, still pull inside me. She's coming, and there's no turning back. She returns just past dusk. The guards announce her arrival with stiff, uncertain bows. When she enters the ritual hall, her cloak drips with rain, and her eyes burn like embers. I won't beg, she says. I never asked you to. We stand in silence. The runes on the floor glow softly, responding to our presence. I can feel the bond magic stirring between us like a tide turning. She has a strong magic. It recognizes her, hungers for her. The ritual is old, older than either of our people, and it does not care for politics or consent, only alignment. The floor beneath our feet is etched with sigils so old they predate written history, circles within circles, each one a promise and a warning. I recognize some of them from the texts. Others were never meant to be read aloud. They were carved by hands that believed survival justified any cost. This ritual was not designed for love. It was forged for endurance, for war, for binding bloodlines together when extinction loomed and choice became a luxury. The magic bond does not ask why we kneel here. It only measures what we are willing to give. I feel it now, prowling just beneath my skin. The magic tastes my intent and finds it wanting, not weak but conflicted. That alone is dangerous. This circle will amplify everything, I tell her, voice rougher than I intend. Strength, fear, doubt. Her jaw tightens. And if one of us breaks, I don't lie to her. Then the magic bond will decide whether the other is worth saving. The runes respond to that truth, flaring hookup blue, then darkening to something closer to black. The air thickens, heavy as breath before a scream. I have fought monsters. I have faced death without flinching. But this is different. This is surrender disguised as power. Once it begins, I say, there's no retreat. She nods. Her fists are clenched at her sides. She is terrified. She is magnificent. We kneel across from one another, hands outstretched, palms up. The circle flares to life. Cold air rushes through the chamber as the sigils around us ignite. I begin the invocation. My voice low, deliberate. Her voice joins mine, uncertain at first, then gaining strength. Power floods the space between us, arcing like lightning. The bond magic rises fast. Too fast. It surges, wild and untempered. Our hands connect. The moment our skin touches, the circle reacts violently, as if it's been waiting for this exact configuration. Heat and cold collide in my veins. I feel her shock through the contact, sharp and raw, and now I understand the true danger of this bond. There is no separation here, no shield. Whatever she feels next, terror, pain, resolve, I will feel it too. And the magic knows it. It is connecting our two magics. Pain explodes behind my eyes. The world fractures. I hear her scream as my body seizes, magic lashing out in every direction. The chamber shakes, Runes crack. The floor splinters. A roar tears from my chest, unbidden. Not mine. Something deeper. Older. It rises from a place no voice should reach. When the magic clears, I'm on my knees, gasping. She's collapsed, barely conscious, her hand still locked in mine. And on our skin, mirrored sigils burn. Mine over my heart, hers on her wrist. The magic bond is forged, and the old power is awake. I stare at the sigil that flares. It burns. I stagger, breath tearing out of me as the mark over my heart ignites, not with pain, but with presence. A rhythm slams into my chest, foreign and intimate all at once. Not mine, hers. The ritual was meant to bind power, to braid magic for the sake of an alliance. That is what we wanted, what the symbols were drawn for. But this goes far deeper. Her breath ghosts through me, shallow and uneven, as if my lungs have learned her cadence. I feel the drag of her exhaustion, the tremor in her limbs, fear still clinging to her like smoke after fire. Not imagined, not interpreted. Felt. The bond hasn't merely fused magic. It has tethered us. I look up sharply. She's already staring at me. There's no confusion in her eyes. No wonder. Just the same stunned, terrible recognition crashing through me. She feels it too. I know she does. Not because the ritual tells me, but because the truth has snapped into place with brutal clarity. Then she loses consciousness. This isn't what was forged. The alliance is the lie layered on top. The excuse. Beneath it, something far older has awakened. Something that does not ask permission or heed intent. A pull that settles low and absolute, wrapping around my spine, my instincts, my will. A mating bond. Fate, buried beneath ceremony and law, rising anyway. The magic hums between us, alive now, aware, watching, wanting for us to accept the mating bond and consummate it. I drop my gaze to the sigil, still blazing over my heart, and understand with a cold certainty that tightens my grip on myself. This is no alliance. It is fusion, and whatever old power has stirred, it has chosen both of us. A voice stirs in the back of my mind, one I've only heard in dreams. This will either crown you or consume you, and I don't yet know which I want more.
Chapter 5. Amelia. I wake to pain and heat and a heartbeat that is not mine. The stone floor beneath me is cold, slick with condensation, but the magic still hums in the air like an echo refusing to fade. My body aches in places I didn't know could ache, as if every bone has been unravelled and re-knit. My eyes flutter open. Zaidan is beside me, watching me carefully. I can feel he is hurt too, exhausted and drained. I know he knows we just realised we were fated mates. But I will not accept this bond. He bonding his magic to mine is enough. I can't give him more. He crouches low, head bowed, one hand pressed to his chest. There's a cut on his cheek, still bleeding. His breathing is ragged. And yet, when he lifts his head and our eyes lock, I feel it. A surge. Not his magic, his emotion. He is furious, afraid, and above all, stunned. I bolt upright with a gasp, and he mirrors the movement a second later. "What did you do to me?" I demand, voice hoarse. His black eyes narrow. "I did exactly what you agreed to." "That wasn't a bond. That was a storm. You said it would be controlled." He stands fully, towering above me. He appears like he is fine, but I can sense how he is still trembling from the magic force. "You think I expected that? You think I wanted to be thrown halfway across the chamber by a wave of ancient magic? Besides, you knew the risks. Consider yourself lucky you survived. And this fated mate thing means absolutely nothing, changes nothing." I nod and push to my feet, swaying. My legs feel like reeds in the wind. The bond thrums inside me, an uninvited chord humming just beneath the surface of my awareness. My sigil burns on my wrist, hot and alive. I stare at it in awe. It's the most intricate and beautiful thinking I have ever seen. It looks graceful and deadly like both of us. I brush trembling fingers over the glowing lines. They're raised slightly, like old scars that haven't decided whether to fade or bloom. Power lingers in them, not just magic, but intention. I feel it curl under my skin, anchoring itself deep, deeper than spells ever should. My breath shudders out. This isn't just a symbol. It's a tether, a brand. Who am I now, with this on me? Am I his? Is there anything mine left? The Wildspont hums faintly beneath my ribs, not in protest, but in curiosity, like even the oldest magic is trying to adjust to this new shape of me, of us. Zaydan winces, clutching his side. You should sit before you fall again. Don't tell me what to do. Then collapse. See if I care. The bond pulses at that, sharp like a snapped thread pulling taut. His anger pricks against my nerves like pins. I feel it like it's mine. I stumble back a step, shaking my head. Gods, this is unstable, he finishes. You need rest. So do I. Can we stop trying to snap at each other and just call it a day till we recover? I glance at the ritual circle. The runes are still glowing faintly, but the air no longer crackles. The storm has passed, for now. Zaydan gestures toward the doors. The bond will continue to fluctuate until it roots fully. That means proximity. Proximity? He looks vaguely apologetic. We can't be more than a room apart for the next few days, or the backlash might rupture the bond before it settles. So now I'm stuck with you. He smirks. Try not to sound too thrilled. We walk in silence through the citadel's halls, flanked by wary guards and servants who avert their eyes. Everyone knows what we've done. They can feel it in the way the air warps around us, like the bond has left a scar on the stone. When we reach the guest wing, a single chamber has been prepared. It's large and beautifully austere, all dark velvet, carved obsidian, and moonlight spilling in through a narrow arch of stained crystal. There are 2 beds, but they're close, too close. Zaydan pauses in the doorway, tension tight across his shoulders. I'll take that one, he mutters, nodding toward the bed near the door. Fine, I say, too tired to bicker. We move quietly. I sit on the edge of my bed, peeling off my outer layers, leaving only the soft underdress beneath. The room feels too warm and too cold at once, like my skin doesn't know how to react to the lingering hum of bond magic still coiling between us. Zaydan doesn't speak, but I can feel him in the room, the weight of his gaze, the rough edge of his fatigue, the fraying pulse of his control. When I lie back, the silken sheets feel both luxurious and suffocating. The sigil on my wrist glows faintly in the dark. I lift my hand and study it. This thing that wasn't there hours ago. It's not just a mark, it's a map. Delicate curling lines in ink-dark silver spiral outward like vines growing from a wound. Runes are laced through it, some Netherian, some Vrakan, some I've never seen. The pattern shifts ever so slightly as I breathe, as if syncing itself to my rhythm. It is beautiful and terrifying, graceful, sharp, ancient, and alive. I wonder how long we will survive before the mating bond decides to make us consummate it, to pursue it fully. Across the room, Zaydan settles into his bed with a grunt. The bond pulses faintly, and I feel it. His soreness, the burn in his limbs, the tightness in his spine. I shift on my side and close my eyes, trying to will the sensations away. But they stay, not painful, just present, like a second body beneath my skin. I can feel his thoughts brushing mine at the edges. Not words, not images, just the shape of him. Tired, guarded and conflicted. And then something softer, a flicker of warmth that catches me off guard. Just a quiet recognition, a curiosity. I hold my breath and feel his echoing mine. Neither of us speaks. Neither of us moves. But the bond stretches between our beds like a thread pulled taut. I shift again, and the air between us stirs charged and aware. Eventually I close my eyes, but it isn't sleep that comes. It's awareness. Of him. Of the way our magic hums in the same key now. Of how nothing will ever be fully mine again. Then I feel it. A flicker beneath the sigil at my collarbone. The one that ties me to Nytheria. It hums, just once, but it's stronger than before. I sit up sharply. Zaidan's voice cuts through the silence. What is it? I press my fingers to the mark. The blight, the connection. It's stronger. Just slightly, but it's there. He stares across at me, his onyx eyes unreadable. But I feel his reaction through the bond. Startled. It worked, I whisper. At least in part. His exhale is shaky but quiet. Then we're not too late. I shift slightly under the sheets, unable to stop the flutter beneath my skin. The bond is still active, but calmer now, like it's watching us, waiting. Zaidan's voice cuts through the dark, softer than before. You feel it too, don't you? My throat is dry. Yes. Another pause. Then, it's like standing in someone else's skin. I stare up at the carved ceiling. You're too cold, I murmur. I can feel the tension in your spine. You hold yourself too tightly. He exhales, a slow sound. And you're too warm. You run like a fire even when you sleep. I bite the inside of my cheek, but the words come anyway. You're not what I expected. A beat. Neither are you. The silence after that hums with something unspoken. I thought I'd feel invaded, I admit. But this is different. He exhales slowly, not a sigh but a measured release. Different how? I hesitate. Close. His jaw tightens at that. Too close, he says. Then, after a pause, and not wrong. He doesn't explain. I turn onto my side to face him. He's already watching me, though the space between the beds still feels charged, deliberate. Moonlight catches the sharp line of his jaw, the hollow at his throat. His hair hangs loose past his shoulders, untied for sleep. What does it feel like to you? I ask quietly. He's silent long enough that I think he won't answer. Like something's inside my territory, he says at last. And I should have felt the threat. His mouth twists, faint and humorless. But I don't. My chest tightens, not just from the words, but from what slips through the bond with them. A deep, buried weariness. Loneliness he would never name. And beneath it, a restless pull. I close my eyes. This isn't just magic. No, he agrees. It's older than that. A beat. It knows more than we do. A shiver runs through me. We should try to sleep, I whisper. We won't, he says calmly, certain, but lie down anyway. The silence that follows is heavy but not sharp, not angry. I curl slightly beneath the covers and let the echo of his presence settle around me. A voice, not his. He is the key. The words slice through my mind like cold wind. I jerk upright, gasping. Zaidan rises, already reaching for his blade. But there's no danger in the room. The sigil flares again, and I feel it. The tremor of something ancient, turning toward us. And for the first time since this began, I am truly afraid. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 6. Zydan. The bond is louder than it should be. I sit alone in the northern tower of the citadel, overlooking the storm-lashed cliffs. A scroll of old bond law lies open in front of me, but the words blur, meaningless. I can feel her, Amelia, like a heat pressed against my spine, even though she's rooms away. Her emotions rise and fall like waves. Sharp worry, simmering exhaustion, and something else. Something coiled too tightly to name. The bond shouldn't be this clear. Not yet. I close the scroll with more force than necessary. The matrons cannot know. If they do, they will have me stripped, bound, and reduced to something barely living. Already I've heard the whispers in the halls, that the ritual was too violent, that the girl is unstable, that I am. Let them whisper. Their fear means nothing. Their fear means they remember what power feels like. Still, I bind a suppression rune across my chest and draw the fabric over it. The glow fades. The bond quiets. Slightly. Not gone. Never gone. A knock comes. 3 sharp raps and no hesitation. That means counsel. I rise slowly, careful to smooth the tension from my shoulders. The bond tugs, resisting the distance, already uncomfortable from this short separation. I ignore it. I must. The matron council enter, and I swear the room goes colder than usual, though no wind passes through these walls. 6 of them are half-seated, half-hovering near the high arch windows, like vultures ready to pick truth from bone. Matron Sarita speaks first. You should have reported the outcome of the ritual. It succeeded, I say simply. Matron Urelda narrows her eyes. Define success. The warding stones cracked. The ritual chamber had to be resealed. You're still alive, Hessa says dryly. That's more than we expected. And she? Sarita's voice is silk around steel. The Perna? She survived, I answer. The magic bond was forged. It holds. There's a beat of silence. They are definitely trying to gauge the situation. She should not have, Urelda murmurs. Not if the bond flared as violently as they say. There is more to this, isn't it? I offer nothing. I keep silent. They don't have to know exactly how strong Amelia is, or that there is a mating bond between us, urging us to accept it. They circle like wolves now. Sarita steps forward, studying me with those calculating, viper-bright eyes. You're feeling it more than you should. I let out a soft exhale. The magic bond is responsive. Responsive? Hessa laughs once. Is that what we're calling it? Sarita ignores her. We've studied these rituals. The bond should be dormant, erratic at best in the early days. And yet you sit here breathing her magic like it's your own. I don't flinch. We knew this wouldn't be standard. She's affecting you, Urelda says sharply. You're compromised. She's my responsibility. That's what I agreed to. Sarita's expression sharpens. Then fulfill your end. Accompany her back to Netheria. See the state of her people. Aid them, if the bond allows it. But we expect your reports. And keep this little Perna on a tight leash. The bond doesn't serve her. It serves you, and you serve us. Don't forget that. I nod once. That, at least, was always part of the plan. And Zaidan, Sarita adds as I turn. I pause in the doorway. Remember who you belong to. I say nothing, but the bond answers for me, flaring warm under my skin, wild and defiant. We leave Velkrin at dawn. 6 guards ride with us, all silent, all carefully trained not to look at us too long. Amelia wears her cloak high and her silence higher. The bond still hums between us, pulling tight when we drift too far apart. But we both pretend we don't feel it. She doesn't speak to me the whole time. When the rains begin, they come hard and fast. By the time we reach camp, the ground is already soaked and the tents struggle against the wind. The guards erect the shelter quickly, but only one is large enough to be insulated from the arcane storm crawling in from the west. There's only one stormproof tent, Garrick says, handing me a dry cloth. You and the Perna will have to share. Amelia glares at him, then at me. I don't flinch. Fine, she mutters, but if you snore, I'll set you on fire. I roll my eyes and duck inside first, stripping off my gloves. The air inside the tent is warmer, but barely. Rain still drums against the canvas like a war drum. Amelia enters a heartbeat later, dragging wet hair out of her face, her boots slopping with mud. Her eyes flick to the single bedroll in the center of the tent. Of course, she mutters. 1 tent, 1 bed. How very convenient. I didn't plan the weather, I say, sitting without ceremony. But feel free to sleep in the mud if you want to make a point. She peels off her damp cloak with more force than necessary. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Me freezing to death while you brood in comfort. If I liked it, I'd have asked for 2 tents and left yours open to the storm. She glares at me. You're insufferable. I arch a brow. And you're soaking the floor. She looks down, then growls under her breath and steps aside to remove her boots. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Define this. I stretch out slightly, feigning relaxation. The near-death bonding ritual, the political game, or the privilege of your sparkling personality. She throws a sodden glove at me. I don't move, and it hits my chest with a wet slap. I sigh. Very mature. At least I'm honest, she snaps. You walk around acting like this bond is a strategy, like I'm just a piece on your game board. Isn't that what you are? I murmur. The flare of fury that pulses down the bond is immediate. Hot. Sharp. Alive. But underneath it is something else. Hurt and wounded pride and doubt. I feel it all, whether I want to or not. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. She sits stiffly across from me, arms crossed. Tell yourself whatever you need to sleep at night, Prince. I don't sleep much. She scoffs. Color me shocked. For a long moment, we sit in silence, the bond straining between us like a stretched wire, vibrating with too many things unsaid. I can feel her fatigue crawling along my bones, the weight of her stubbornness, the edge of her fear. I didn't want this, she says quietly, not looking at me. I know. I don't offer comfort, but I don't look away either. She lies down, turning her back to me. Wake me if the storm breaks the wards. I'll let you freeze a little first, I say. A pause and then, smug bastard. I almost smile. The silence stretches, and I think she finally fall asleep when she says, Why didn't you tell me it would feel like this? I glance at her. The bond tightens, reacting to my attention. Because I didn't know. She scoffs. You know everything. Not about this. She sighs and they say softer. It's overwhelming. I know. I keep waking up with your emotions in my throat, and I dream with your thoughts in mine. She rubs at her arms, then shivers. Is this forever? I don't answer. Not because I don't know, but because I don't know what form it will take. Lightning cracks above us, and she jumps slightly. Instinctively, I reach out, my fingers brushing her wrist. The bond flares, bright and immediate. She gasps. I freeze. Her pulse jumps under my touch. For a moment, we don't move. She starts, but the words tangle. Don't, I say. You don't have to explain it. We sit in the quiet, the only sound the storm above us. Eventually, she shifts closer. Not enough to touch, just closer. I don't move away. Soon, the exhaustion takes me. That night, I dream of fire. Consuming, endless, living fire. It rises like a tide from the earth itself, devouring trees, stone, sky. Screams echo through the smoke, familiar and distant, layered over each other like shattered glass. I run. The ground cracks beneath my feet, and blood seeps from the fractures, thick and black and smoking. Shapes move in the fire, twisted reflections, clawed things with empty eyes. They whisper my name like a curse, like a prophecy. I see her then. Amelia stands at the center of the inferno, her cloak in tatters, her hands ablaze with flickering magic she cannot control. The sigils on her arms are burning too bright, too fast, spreading up her throat like vines made of light. She reaches for me. Her lips move, but no sound comes. Her eyes, God's, her eyes, are wide with pain and fury, and something like betrayal. And then she crumples, her knees hitting the scorched earth. Blood spills from her mouth in a slow, terrible ribbon. No. I try to reach her, but my limbs are heavy, too slow. The dream turns against me, dragging me back with invisible hands. The fire roars louder, but the sound is no longer flame. It's her screaming. Screaming my name. The bond pulses like a blade being driven through my chest. I feel her pain in my bones, in my marrow, and still I can't reach her. I wake with a shout, lungs heaving like I've broken the surface of deep water. My heart slams against my ribs. My hands are shaking. Across the tent, Amelia is already awake. She's sitting up, her eyes fixed on me, not startled, not confused, just watching, as if she saw it too, as if she always does.
Chapter 7. Amelia. We reach the borders of Netheria just past dusk. The Wildspont shivers as I cross the threshold, brushing invisible fingers along my skin like a welcome and a warning. Trees arch over us, thick with moss and glowing fungi. The ground soft with deep, pulsing roots. The magic here feels thinner than it should, tired, but still alive. Behind me, Zaidan says nothing, his hood drawn low and his presence a heavy weight against my spine. The bond itches, restless. My people will feel it. The land already does. The memory of last night's dream clings to me like smoke. I can still feel the heat of it through the bond, the panic that wasn't mine, the helpless fury that was. Zaidan hasn't mentioned it since we broke camp, but I can feel the echo of it in him, restless and watchful. Behind me, his attention shifts, not toward danger, but toward the forest itself. The Wildspont, he says quietly. It's alive. I glance back, surprised by the softness in his voice. Yes. His gaze moves over the massive roots threading through the earth, the faint glow pulsing beneath bark and moss. I've never felt magic like this before. It's older than most kingdoms, I say, older than the covens. And dying, he replies. The bluntness makes my chest tighten. Yes. He rides a little closer, lowering his voice. How long? I blink. What? How long has it been failing? The question catches me off guard. Not suspicion, not strategy, but concern. From him. Months, I say finally. Maybe longer. We didn't realise at first. The Wildspont hides its wounds. And you? He asks. When did you know it was serious? When the spirit stopped answering. The bond flickers, a pulse of quiet understanding from him. I'm sorry, he says. I almost laugh. Zaidan Valesh apologising feels stranger than the bond itself. We're barely past the first wardstones when the guards appear, blades drawn, eyes wide. One of them, Clara, lowers her weapon first. Heir Crow? I nod. Stand down, we're expected. Her gaze flicks past me to Zaidan, and I feel the instant her magic recoils. She steps back like struck. That thing is Vrakan. He's my guest, under bond protection. That's impossible. I step forward. No, it's not. Clara's grip tightens on her blade. You brought him here? She whispers, horror cracking her voice. Into Netheria? Yes. Her eyes flash with betrayal. After everything they've done to us? Behind me, Zaidan remains perfectly still. I can feel his restraint through the bond, the careful control of instinct, the readiness to defend if necessary. He's under bond protection, I repeat, which means he is under mine. Another guard steps forward. If the council sees this, they will, I say, and they will listen. Clara searches my face, looking for doubt. Finding none, she lowers her weapon fully. But the damage is done. Fear spreads outward in ripples. They let us pass, but only barely. The whisper spreads like fire through dry grass. By the time we reach the inner circle, half the coven is waiting. Faces I've known my whole life now look at me like I'm poison. Or worse, traitor. My mother is among them. Her expression is carved from ice. Inside, now. I nod once and lead Zaidan forward. The bond stretches between us like a leash, but I refuse to show weakness. As we step forward, Zaidan's hand closes around mine. I stiffen. What are you doing? I whisper. Stabilizing the bond, he murmurs. I don't need... You're shaking! I hadn't noticed, but now that he says it, I feel the tremor in my fingers. I'm not afraid, I say. You can pretend all you want, he replies quietly. But I can feel you. The warmth of his hand steadies something in my chest, grounding the chaos threatening to rise. I hate that it helps, so I don't pull away. The coven hall smells of burned herbs and strained patience. The council is assembled. Elder Kale speaks first. You return with him. Why? Because I made a deal to save us. You've bonded to the enemy. I've bonded to a solution. You should be thanking me. Kale slams a hand against the table. You've cursed yourself. The Vrakan broke our last truce in blood. You think this one is different? Zaidan says nothing. He watches the room like a wolf waiting to be attacked. Not afraid. Just waiting. I step closer to the council dais. We are dying. The Wildspont is thinning. The wards failing. And you would rather cling to pride than accept help. A flicker of magic pulses beneath the floor. A warning. The elders are close to snapping. My mother lifts a hand, and all that follows is silence. You bonded him, she says. Is it true? I nod once. Then you will prove it. She steps down and without waiting slices her palm with a ceremonial blade. She presses her hand to mine. The bond surges between us, and through her pain I feel it, hesitation, grief, fear. And something else. A sourness, wrong and slick. It slithers beneath her thoughts, hiding. I yank my hand back. What was that? She narrows her eyes. You tell me. I glance at Zaidan. His expression hasn't changed, but I feel his pulse through the bond, faster now. He felt it too. The taste of it stays in my mouth like spoiled fruit. Wrong. The Wildspont has always felt clean, even in pain, even in death. But this is corruption. Something burrowed deep beneath the surface. My heart begins to pound. Who else feels it? I don't speak. Not here. Not in front of them. Zaidan's attention sharpens beside me. I don't look at him, but I know he's watching, measuring my breathing, the tension in my shoulders, the sudden shift in my pulse. He knows something is wrong in this place. Rot beneath the roots, lies curling like smoke. And he's waiting for me to say it. I don't, not yet. The silence in the hall feels heavier than stone. No one moves, no one speaks. The elders sit in their carved seats like statues worn smooth by centuries of stubbornness. The Wildspont's faint pulse beneath the floor should feel comforting here, steady and eternal. Instead, it feels thin, strained. I remember standing in this room as a child, watching the council argue over harvest rights and border wards, believing they were unbreakable. Now I see the cracks. Fear hides behind their anger. Guilt hides behind their silence. And beneath all of it, something darker coils, patient and unseen. My mother returns to her seat without looking at me again. That hurts more than the shouting does. The bond hums softly beside me. Zaidan's presence steady and grounding in a way I don't want to acknowledge. He says nothing. He is leaving me to fight my battles. But I can feel his awareness scanning the room the way a predator studies unfamiliar territory. Measuring threats, counting exits, sensing weakness. For the first time, I wonder what my home looks like through his eyes. Not sacred, not eternal, just fragile, just failing, and filled with people too afraid to admit it. My fingers curl slightly in Zaidan's grasp before I realize what I'm doing. I loosen them quickly, but the warmth lingers. I'm not alone here anymore. That realization is both terrifying and strangely comforting. I face the council. I came here to help, not to beg. We need to cleanse the Wildspont. That starts with truth. We have to consider everything we learned today and your actions without our knowledge. We will tell you our decision. You are dismissed for now. In the shadows, I see Elder Mora trace a sigil in the air. A watching ward. It flickers once, then vanishes. The ward is subtle, almost elegant. A thread of silver magic slips into the air above the council table and dissolves into nothing. Anyone else might miss it. But I grew up in these halls. I know our magic. I know our tricks. It's a listening ward. Old magic. Quiet magic. The kind meant to observe without consent. My stomach twists. Elder Mora keeps her expression serene, hands folded in her lap like she's done nothing at all. Around her, the council resumes its careful silence. They don't trust me. Or worse, they're afraid of what I might discover. The bond pulses once, sharp with Zaidan's awareness. He felt it too. Not the spell itself, but my reaction to it. Good. Let them watch. Let them think I don't notice. Secrets always rot faster in the dark. She wants to spy on me. Fine then. I let her, for now. Zaidan hasn't spoken once since we entered, but I feel him shift beside me now. I glance at him. His gaze is fixed on my mother. My patience has limits, he says, voice low, controlled. And so does hers. The words fall like stones into the quiet. The council stirs uneasily. Elder Mora stills her hand in the air. My mother narrows her eyes but doesn't respond. Zaidan takes a single step forward, not threatening, but not deferential either. She came here in good faith. She brought me through wards that should have torn my channels apart. You think that means she's weak? He lets the silence stretch. She's stronger than any of you want to admit. His voice lowers further, colder now. If you turn on her, don't expect me to watch. The bond flares, not with anger, but with something else, something possessive. I freeze and so does the council. Even my mother falters. I can't breathe for a moment, not because I'm afraid, but because I know he means it.
Chapter 8. Zaidan. Leaving Netheria feels wrong in my bones. The Wildspont watches as I give my final orders, its glow dim and uneven beneath the roots of the council hall. I can feel where it's sick, fractured ley lines, old wards collapsing inward, magic cannibalizing itself to survive. This land is not dying quietly. It's fighting. Poorly. Start with containment, I say, voice carrying across the gathered wardens and Purnas. Seal the failing nodes before you attempt purification. If you rush the cleanse, you'll rupture what little structure remains. They listen to me reluctantly. I know how much they hate taking orders from a Vraken, but they obey, because they have no choice, and need my magic and guidance. I sketch a sigil in the air. It's a Vraken one, old and sharp, and bind it to the nearest standing stone. The magic reacts immediately, stabilizing, humming low like a held breath. Gasps ripple through the hall. This will hold for a short time, I continue. Not weeks. Days. You'll need reinforcement from Velkrin. Every word tastes like a concession. Amelia stands beside me, arms folded, her face calm and unreadable. But the bond tells a different story. She is stretched thin and exhausted, furious beneath the surface, and afraid. I hate that I can feel it. And I'm sure she hates that she has to rely on me. I'll return to Velkrin, I say finally. There are relics, anchors, old ones. They were forged for situations like this. The room shifts. Amelia turns sharply. You're leaving? For a short time. Her jaw tightens. You said proximity. I know what I said, I cut in, softer than intended. This will help your land. Trust me. She doesn't answer, but the bond pulls hard, protesting, screaming against the distance, even as it hasn't yet formed. I hate that too. We part at the edge of the inner ward. She doesn't look back. I do. Once. That is a mistake. I remain at the edge of the ward longer than necessary. She stands beneath the trees, half lit by the Wildspont's failing glow, speaking quietly with one of the Purnas. Her posture is rigid, her shoulders squared like armor she refuses to lower. She hasn't looked at me. Good. That should make this easier. It doesn't. The bond twists uneasily, reacting to her restraint, her silence. She is fighting it, consciously, stubbornly, and the resistance sends tremors through the connection like hairline fractures. She thinks distance will dull it. She's wrong. It only makes the pull sharper, more erratic. I catalog her the way I do everything dangerous, the way loose strands of her hair catch the light, the tension in her jaw, the exhaustion she refuses to show anyone but me, because I feel it anyway, layered beneath her resolve. She is beautiful in a way that infuriates me, not soft, not ornamental, dangerous beauty, the kind that survives fire and dares it to try again, I hate that I'm bound to her. I hate that she barely speaks to me now, as if silence might be a weapon. And I hate most of all that I am forced to know her anyway, through pulse and breath and the subtle shift of her emotions bleeding into mine. Understanding her without permission is far worse than conversation. I turn away before the bond tightens further. Velcrin greets me with whispers. They slither through corridors, coil in shadows, crawl along the marble like living things. The matrons have already decided the story, that I am compromised, that the bond is unstable, that the Perna girl has sunk her claws deeper than expected. Let them talk. I don't stop walking. Garrick finds me in the eastern hall, leaning against a pillar carved with the names of fallen princes. He straightens when he sees me, expression grim. "They're preparing a vote," he says without preamble. "Stripping you of command. Possibly worse." I keep moving. "How long?" "A few days. They're gathering allies, spinning fear." "Good," I say. "Fear makes them sloppy." Garrick frowns. "You're not taking this seriously." "I am," I reply. "That's why I'm not reacting." He studies me. "You're unraveling." I stop. The bond surges, hot and sharp, reacting to my stillness, to my anger. "I am perfectly controlled," I say. Garrick exhales. "You haven't slept. You're bleeding power, and you keep looking east like you expect her to walk through the gates." I say nothing, because the bond is screaming. It wants proximity. It wants her. Every step away from Netheria feels like tearing skin from bone. My magic lashes against its restraints. The suppression runes barely hold. "She's affecting you," Garrick says quietly. "Yes. And it changes nothing." He looks unconvinced. "You're going back." "I'm retrieving the anchors," I say. "Then I'm returning. Tomorrow." "Yes." Garrick sighs. "You're not pretending very hard." "I don't pretend," I say. I endure. Garrick mistakes my stillness for surrender. It isn't. The matrons believe they control Velcrin because they control the stories. Votes. Ritual authority. Fear. They forget that power doesn't always sit in chambers. Sometimes it waits. Sometimes it watches. The anchors I'm retrieving are older than the council. Older than their laws. Once activated in Netheria, they will tether Vrakan magic to the Wildspont directly. Not domination. Integration. If it works, Velcrin becomes indispensable. Untouchable. The council won't dare strip me of command while the stability of two realms rests on my decisions. If it fails, I don't finish that thought. That night, sleep refuses me. I lie awake, the suppression runes burning faintly against my skin. A dull, persistent ache like a brand pressed too long. The bond pushes against them constantly, a restless tide seeking shore, testing every seam of restraint I've laid over it. I close my eyes. She is there immediately, not in sight or sound, but in sensation. Her exhaustion seeps into me first, bone deep, stubborn, the kind she refuses to acknowledge even to herself. Beneath it coils frustration, sharp and brittle, and under that, unease. She is unsettled, alert in a way that sleep does not soothe. I feel the way she turns on her side, then back again. The way her magic flutters, reaching for equilibrium and failing. I could speak to her. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest. The bond allows it, more than emotion, more than instinct. Words, if I choose them. Thought shaped and carried across the connection. She doesn't know that yet. I haven't told her. I won't. Not while Netheria watches her. Not while there is a war to spy on her. Secrets are safer than comfort. Still the urge to reach her claws at me. I test the bond carefully, not with words, but with intent. I soften my magic, lower its edges, let calm bleed through the connection like warm water poured slowly into cold. Her breathing eases. Encouraged despite myself, I shape something gentler, a memory of mine. Moonlight over still water, a forest untouched by rot, roots strong and whole beneath the earth, humming with quiet life. One of my favorite places. I don't even know why I share it with her. I release it and pull back at once, pulse quickening, as if I've crossed a line I swore I wouldn't. For a long moment, there is nothing. But then something brushes back. A feeling. The scent of rain on stone. The memory of standing barefoot in grass after a storm. The world rinsed clean. It steals my breath. She doesn't know she's answered me. I lie there in the dark, the suppression runes cooling at last, the bond quieter now. Not gone. Never gone. But eased. Against my will, my mouth curves into the faintest smile. When sleep finally claims me, it does so gently. For once I do not dream of fire. I return to Netheria before dawn. Officially, I am here to inspect progress. Unofficially, the bond drags me across leagues like a leash, snapping tight. Amelia is in the council chamber when I arrive, mid-argument, surrounded by elders who look ready to tear her apart with words alone. She looks worse than she did when I left. It hits me the moment I see her, standing rigid before the council, eyes bright with fury and fatigue, magic stretched thin beneath her skin. She hasn't slept properly. I feel it through the bond like a dull ache behind my eyes. Distance has not dulled the connection. It has sharpened it into something raw. Her control is fraying, not breaking, but close. Too close for someone already carrying the weight of a dying land. Guilt coils low in my chest, unwelcome and persistent. She never asked to bear this alone. She's overstepping, Elder Kale snaps. We did not authorize. She doesn't need your authorization, I say from the doorway. Every head turns. Amelia stiffens. I feel her surprise, relief, irritation all tangled together. I step beside her, close enough that my presence shields her instinctively. The magic responds, flaring just beneath the skin. The moment I close the distance between us, the bond exhales. So do I. The tension bleeding through her steadies almost immediately, like a held breath finally released. Her shoulders lower a fraction. Her pulse evens beneath the magic thrumming between us. She doesn't look at me, but she feels me. The bond feels less like a wound and more like an anchor. I stay close. I was invited, I continue. And until the Wildspont stabilizes, she acts with my authority. Murmurs ripple, Kale bristles. This is Pernaland. And it's collapsing, I say coldly, unless you'd like me to leave and take my support with me. Silence. Amelia doesn't look at me, but I feel her steady slightly, her spine straightening. Proceed, her mother says at last. The meeting resumes, tense and brittle. I remain at Amelia's side, my presence a quiet warning. When voices rise too sharply, I shift closer. When accusations sharpen, my magic brushes the edges of the room, subtle but unmistakable. They argue about precedent, about borders, about whether accepting Vraken magic will poison the Wildspont further or expose them to domination they can't undo. They argue about history. I listen until patience runs thin. The Wildspont doesn't care about your grudges, I say flatly. It's unraveling. You can either adapt or bury yourselves with it. Amelia doesn't interrupt. She lets me speak. Smart. The anchors will not replace your magic, I continue. They will reinforce it. Buy time. Nothing more. And the cost? Kale demands. I meet his gaze. Change. that terrifies them more than extinction. I am just about to say something more when the bond pulses. Then, everything fractures. The room disappears. I am no longer standing in Netheria. I see through her eyes. Ash falls from a blackened sky. The Wildspont is gone, replaced by twisted roots choking the land. The coven hall lies in ruins, its stones melted, cracked, crowned with fire. Amelia stands alone. She wears a crown of ash and blood. Her eyes glow with ancient power. Too much, too wild. And when she looks down at her hands, they are stained dark. Dead bodies surround her. Not enemies. Her people. She turns, searching for me. I try to reach her. I scream her name, and the vision shatters. I stagger, catching myself on the table as the present snaps back into place. Amelia gasps, gripping my arm, her nails biting through fabric. "You saw it," she whispers. I meet her eyes, heart hammering. "Yes." "What was it?" I swallow. "A warning," I say. Outside, thunder rolls, and I know, deep in my bones, that the bond didn't show me a possibility. It showed me a path. And if we're not careful, she will be crowned in ash. The room erupts. Voices rise. Accusations fly. Someone shouts that the vision is a manipulation, an illusion, fraud and trickery. Others look sick, shaken by what they felt through the backlash of the bond. They felt it. That's the problem. I straighten slowly, placing myself half a step in front of Amelia without thinking. "The vision was not an attack," I say. "It was a warning." Fear ripples through the council like rot spreading through grain. Her mother looks at me for a long moment, measuring and calculating. Then quietly, "If this is what's coming, we need your help." I smile because this is going exactly according to my plan.
Chapter 9. Amelia. The archive smells like dust, pressed flowers, and secrets no one meant to survive. It's one of my favourite places. I stand at the centre of the circular chamber, surrounded by shelves that curve upward into shadow, each carved from living rootstone. The Wildspont hums faintly beneath my boots, quieter here, muffled by centuries of wards and reverence. This place was built to remember things the coven prefers to forget. Zaidan stands across from me, one hand braced against a stone table layered in scrolls and bone-bound tomes. He looks wildly out of place among the soft glow of spirit lanterns and woven prayer charms, dark, sharp, contained, like a blade laid carefully among relics. We were supposed to be here to save my lands, to find answers, to be practical. Instead, he is distracting me in a way I don't know how to name without admitting too much. Ever since the bond snapped into place, my awareness of him has been relentless. A gravity I feel even when I refuse to look directly at him. I can sense where he stands in the room without trying, the subtle shift of air when he moves, the quiet concentration coiled beneath his stillness. It makes it harder to focus, harder to breathe evenly, harder to remember why I decided ignoring him was the safer option. So I do. I ignore the pull. I ignore him. Because interest is one thing, curiosity is manageable. But this is something that could become more if I let it, and that kind of weakness is dangerous, especially with someone like him. Still, my gaze betrays me when I'm not careful. His features are mesmerizing in a way that feels unfair, almost unnatural. Fracken beauty isn't soft or inviting, it's eternal, honed, sharpened by time. I wonder how old he really is, how many centuries are carved into that calm expression. I wonder if the stories are true, if his fangs are as sharp as they say, if a bite would hurt, or if it would feel like something else entirely. The thought startles me, heat curling low in my stomach, and I turn sharply back to my work, heart pounding. This bond is already too much, and I have to remember that he is not a temptation. He is a risk. But I can't help wanting to talk to him. Just a little. To understand him. To put edges around the shape of him instead of letting him exist as this looming, dangerous presence in my mind. You're scowling, I tell him, without looking up from the text I'm deciphering. I'm reading, he replies coolly. That's a scowl. He glances at me, black eyes unreadable. Your people write in circles. Every sentence contradicts itself twice before arriving at a conclusion. That's called nuance. That's called inefficient. I snort despite myself and trace the spiral glyph etched into the page. The book beneath my fingers is old, older than the schism, if the marginal notes are any indication. The script shifts between Nitherian root language and something sharper, older, Fracken adjacent. My stomach tightens. This isn't just bond law, I murmur. It's intersectional. Wildspont convergence theory. Zaidan straightens slightly. Meaning? I hesitate, then meet his gaze. Meaning our bond didn't just tie us together. It may have anchored something else. He steps closer. The bond responds instantly, a low thrum under my ribs. I ignore it. There are references here, I continue, tapping the page, to buried wildsponts, dormant ones, sealed after catastrophic overchanneling. Catastrophic, he repeats, as in cities lost, as in gods intervened. That earns me his full attention. Zaidan exhales slowly. Read that part again. I do. Out loud this time. When blood binds blood beneath the living root, the earth remembers its first breath. Power answers power, and the buried heart stirs. Silence stretches between us. That vision you saw, I say quietly, the ash, the crown, it might not be about destruction. His jaw tightens, or it might be about apotheosis. The word lands heavy. Don't, I say. Don't say that. You asked me to help you find the truth, he replies evenly, not comfort you. I hate that he's right. We work in silence for a while after that. Scrolls shift, pages turn. At some point I realise how close he's standing, how his shoulder brushes mine every time he leans in to read. The contact sends a ripple through the bond, warm and grounding. Your handwriting, he says suddenly, glancing at my notes. It's precise. I blink. Thank you. It matches you, he adds. Controlled, sharp, refuses to soften for anyone. You don't know me. I'm beginning to. I close the book a little too hard. The sound echoes sharper than I intend. Dust stirs between us. I don't look at him when I speak. You sent me something, the night you left, a vision of a beautiful place. The bond tightens, subtle but immediate. A pressure just beneath my ribs. Zaidan exhales slowly, like he's weighing whether honesty is worth the cost. Yes, he says, but doesn't elaborate. I lift my head. Why? For a moment he doesn't answer. His jaw tightens, the faintest flicker of tension crossing his face before it smooths back into control. Because the bond between us is no longer just magical, Amelia. The word lands heavy between us. I stiffen. Don't! I know. He cuts in calmly. You don't like the term. You don't want to name it. But that's what it is. His gaze locks on mine, sharp and unyielding, and pretending otherwise doesn't change the mechanics. My pulse kicks harder. That still doesn't explain. It does, he says. Connection means awareness. I feel you. He pauses, then adds, almost dismissively, more than is strictly necessary. Heat creeps up my neck. That doesn't give you the right. I didn't take anything, he says, voice cool. I didn't pry. I didn't ask questions. I didn't push. His fingers flex once against the stone table. You were exhausted. Your magic was fraying. So I did what the bond allows. And that was, I demand, to give you rest. The words are clipped, almost harsh, like he's daring me to accuse him. This doesn't mean anything, he continues quickly, retreating behind formality. Don't misinterpret it. I wasn't being sentimental. It was a practical response, stabilization. That's all. Then why did it feel like peace? I ask quietly. He stills, just for a fraction of a second. Because, he says, more carefully now, the bond doesn't distinguish between necessity and kindness. The air hums, thick with things neither of us is willing to say. But I know he is lying. I swallow. You could have warned me. Yes, he admits. I could have. You didn't. No. His eyes flick away first. I wanted you to sleep, he says, softer despite himself. That was the priority. Before I can reply, a chime echoes through the archive, low and resonant. A ritual call. My shoulders tense. Tonight, I say, the renewal rite. His expression darkens. The one I'm barred from. I heard the Perners mumbling they didn't want me there. I nod. They'll say it's sacred, that outsiders disrupt the balance. And you believe that? He asks. No, I say honestly. I think they're afraid of what the gods might say if you're present. He studies me. Then, what do you want? I don't hesitate. I want you there. His brows draw together, shadows sharpening the lines of his face. They won't allow it. I know, they'll sense your Vraken magic the moment you cross the circle, but I want you there, so I will talk with the council. Then why insist? He asks quietly. Why fight them on this? Because the thought of you standing outside while my gods judge my people makes my stomach twist. Because if this bond is going to drag us both into ruin, I won't let you be a ghost haunting the edges of my life. Instead, I say, because you should see us as we are, not just when we're desperate. His gaze holds mine, searching for the lie I'm not giving him. You said it yourself, I continue. We're mates, whether we like the word or not. And if you're going to stand in my land and touch its magic, you don't get to be blind to the rituals that shaped it. He is silent for a moment, then says dryly, You're planning something. I smile. I always am. The Perners forbid him to attend, as I expected. They frame it as the most important ceremony that is very sacred and important for our balance and tradition. I listen, nod, thank them for their concern, and walk straight back to Zaidan's chambers. He's removing his gloves when I enter. They said no, he says without looking at me. Correct. You look pleased. I'm improvising. That finally earns me his full attention. He turns slowly, black eyes narrowing. Amelia. You're attending, I say, just not as yourself. He looks at me like I have lost my mind. Explain. I cross the room and reach for the wardrobe, already rifling through the folded ceremonial garments stored there for visiting dignitaries. The ritual allows witnesses. They just don't want you, so you'll be someone else. You plan to disguise a Vraken prince, he says flatly, inside a consecrated god circle. When you say it like that, it sounds reckless. His mouth twitches despite himself. I hold up a layered tunic of ash-grey linen, woven with grounding thread. This will dampen your aura, not erase it, but soften it enough to blend. And the rest, he asks. I lift a dark mantle, heavy with stitched sigils. Hood, shadow, silence. He steps closer as I adjust the fabric against his chest, fingers brushing skin far warmer than it should be. The bond stirs, curious and pleased. "You're very determined," he murmurs. I glance up. They don't get to decide what parts of my life you're allowed to witness. Something shifts in his expression. "You don't need to prove anything to them," he says. "I'm not," I reply. "I'm proving it to myself." He exhales, slow and controlled. "We don't have to pretend to be something we're not. This bond is for political reasons." "I know," I say softly, "but this isn't pretending. This is sharing." For a moment I think he'll refuse. Then he inclines his head. "Very well. Lead the way." The festival begins before nightfall. Lanterns bloom between the trees like fallen stars. Tables are laid with spiced roots, honeyed breads, glowing cups of fermented sap. Music hums low and rhythmic, pulsing with the Wildspont's heartbeat. Zaidan stays close, hood drawn, magic pressed tight and quiet beneath layers of restraint. I guide him through the crowd, offering him tastes of everything. "This," I say, handing him a cup, "will burn." He sniffs it. Everything here burns. He drinks and coughs once sharply. I grin. "You'll survive." His eyes gleam from the shadows of the hood. "Your hospitality is vicious." We laugh. Gods help me, we actually laugh. For a few stolen moments the bond feels light and curious, almost playful. Then the drums change. The ritual begins. I step into the circle barefoot, the earth cool and alive beneath my skin. My breath slows as I raise my hands, channeling magic downward, into root and stone and bone. I feel him then, just watching me from the edge of the circle, wrapped in shadow. His presence steadies me like an anchor sunk deep into my spine. The bond hums in approval, a low, resonant note. The ground pulses. Something old stirs beneath us. The gods listen. The Wildspont answers me more readily than it has in months. Magic pours from my palms in a steady stream, sinking into the earth, threading through root and soil and old stone. But it doesn't feel like it usually does, thin, strained, aching. It feels reinforced, as if something stronger has slid beneath it, bracing it from below. His magic, a dark countercurrent braided seamlessly with mine, stabilizing, grounding. Where my power burns hot and bright, his runs deep and cold, a steady pressure that keeps it from spiraling. Together, it feels right. Balanced in a way I didn't know was possible. The bond swells, warm and resonant, humming through my veins like a second pulse. I draw a breath and feel him do the same, somewhere beyond the ring of lantern light. I know without looking that his attention is fixed on me. The ground shudders. A low, ancient sound rolls beneath my feet. Not a voice, but acknowledgement. The gods are still listening. The Wildspont opens, just a fraction. This time it doesn't feel like it's begging. It feels hopeful. I lift my hands higher, surrendering to the rhythm, to the pull of the circle, to the quiet certainty that I am not alone in this. Then a light flashes at the edge of my vision. Metal catches the firelight. A blade slicing through the crowd, moving far too fast. Straight for my heart.
Chapter 10. Zaidan. The bond screams in a warning. It detonates through my chest like a blade driven straight between my ribs, sharp and absolute, and I am already moving before thought catches up. The suppression runes burn as my magic surges against them, shattering restraint, flooding my veins with cold, violent clarity. Amelia. The ritual circle flashes in my mind, her bare feet on living earth, her hands raised, her magic open and exposed. Too open. Something is wrong. I break from the shadows without hesitation. The crowd parts too slowly. Lanterns sway. Voices rise in confusion as I shove past bodies, my hood thrown back, my presence no longer hidden. Someone shouts. Someone else gasps my name like a curse. I don't care. The bond pulls me like a hooked chain, dragging me forward just as the air splits with motion. Steel flashes. A blade catches the ritual firelight, thin, elegant, moving with lethal precision straight toward Amelia's unguarded side. Too fast and too close. She turns at the last second, shock widening her eyes as the assassin surges from the crowd, masked and silent, arm already extended. The ritual circle flares wildly, her magic lashing outward in reflex, uncontrolled, destabilized by fear and interruption. I roar. Magic explodes from me in a violent wave, cracking stone, extinguishing lanterns, knocking bodies backward as I cross the remaining distance in a blur of shadow and force. The ground splits beneath my boots. I reach her as the blade descends. My hand snaps out, catching the assassin's wrist mid-strike. Bone crunches. The sound is wet and final. I feel the break travel up their arm as I twist, rage lending my strength something inhuman. The blade skitters free, clattering across stone. The attacker screams, once, before I drive my knee into their chest and send them flying into the outer edge of the circle. They don't rise. I don't let them. The shift tears through me without permission. Claws erupt from my hands, half-formed, shadow and bone and blood magic flaring as instinct overwhelms restraint. My vision sharpens, pupils blown wide as the predator takes hold. Fangs descend, breath steaming in the cold night air. Gasps erupt around us. "Frockin'!" someone shrieks. I turn slowly, positioning myself in front of Amelia without thought, without hesitation. My body shields hers completely, my magic flaring outward in a brutal warning pulse that rattles teeth and drives the nearest onlookers back a full step. Mine. The word is not conscious. It is truth. Amelia is breathing hard behind me. I feel her shock, pain, fury, magic bucking wildly against its channels. Her power is no longer flowing cleanly into the Wildspont. It's spiking, unstable, reacting violently to the broken ritual. Blood magic responds. Ours. It surges between us, dark and incandescent, wrapping her wild light in shadow, stabilizing it by force if not finesse. The ground beneath us hums, then answers. Roots tighten. The Wildspont pulses stronger. The land recognizes us. The crowd does too. "Enough!" I snarl, voice layered with something older than language. "Stand down." Some flinch. Others stare in horrified awe. Elder Kale steps forward, face pale. "You were forbidden from—" "Someone tried to kill her," I cut in coldly. "You can argue protocol later." My gaze sweeps the assembled Purnas and elders, daring anyone to challenge me. "Your ritual was infiltrated. Your wards failed, and you are wasting breath on me." Murmurs ripple. Fear shifts direction. "She shouldn't have brought him," someone mutters. Amelia moves beside me then, spine straight despite the tremor I feel under my skin. "If he hadn't been here," she says, voice shaking but clear, "I'd be dead." Silence slams down, and I seize it. "You forbade my presence," I continue, voice cutting through the night. "And yet the land responded more strongly in those moments than it has in months." I gesture sharply at the ground, still humming beneath our feet. "Because together, our magic is stronger than yours is alone." I can feel their anger flare and fear sharpen, but they need to hear it. "Whether you like it or not," I say, "I am not your enemy tonight." I lean forward slightly, letting just enough of my power bleed through for emphasis. "But whoever sent that assassin is—" This grabs their attention. Guards surge forward at last, dragging the unconscious attacker away. The ritual circle lies shattered, its sigils cracked and bleeding light into the soil. The gods have gone silent again, unsettled and disturbed. I turn back to Amelia, and that's when I see it. Blood. Her blood. A thin, dark line seeps through the fabric at her side, just below her ribs. Not much, barely visible. But the bond howls in response. My hands are on her before she can speak. You're hurt. It's nothing, she starts automatically. I rip the fabric aside. The cut is shallow, but wrong. The flesh around it is already darkening, veins spidering outward in an ugly, unnatural pattern. My stomach drops. Poison, cold fear, real fear, claws up my spine. Healer! I bark, voice cracking stone. Now! They scatter instantly. Amelia sways. I catch her, hauling her against my chest without caring who sees, who judges, who whispers. Her magic lashes again, wild and sharp, reacting to the toxin and the broken ritual, burning too hot, too fast. I'm fine, she insists weakly. You're not, I say, pressing my forehead briefly to hers, grounding both of us. And you will stop lying to me. Her eyes meet mine, furious, frightened, alive. Good. Alive. The healer arrives at a run, eyes widening at the sight of the wound. That blade was poisoned, I finish. Treated as such. They work quickly, murmuring prayers and incantations, drawing the toxin out drop by drop. I don't move. I don't breathe. I feel every spike of her pain as if it's my own. When it's done, she's exhausted, pale, magic still restless beneath her skin. Too restless. The interruption has destabilized something. I can feel it, her power no longer settling the way it should, surging unpredictably, like a river knocked from its banks. I don't say it yet. I won't frighten her more than necessary. But as I hold her upright, as the crowd finally disperses and the night settles into uneasy quiet, something colder coils in my gut. This wasn't random. The assassin knew where to strike, knew the ritual timing, knew how exposed she'd be. Someone here helped them. The bond hums low and ominous, feeding me certainty I don't want. This was only the beginning. And whoever is working against us will not stop until Amelia Crow is broken or dead. I bare my fangs into the darkness. They will fail. The healers insist on moving her to a recovery chamber. Cool stone, warded doors, incense that bites the back of my throat. I let them, but I follow so closely they stop trying to pretend I'm not there. When the last one finishes sealing the bandage, they bow and retreat. The door shuts, and then there is silence. It is finally just us. Amelia lies on the narrow bed, hair loose against the pillow, her face too pale under the lantern light. Her eyes stay open longer than they should. Her magic keeps skittering beneath her skin, unstable, like it's searching for the circle that was ripped away. What was that? She rasps, voice rough. The way the power... I sit on the bed, close enough that the bond loosens its frantic grip. She exhales, almost involuntarily, like her body recognizes safety before her mind allows it. Later, I say, quieter than I intend. You need rest. Her gaze sharpens, still stubborn even like this. Don't dismiss me. I'm not dismissing you. I force my tone back into something colder, controlled. I'm ordering you to recover. She lets out a weak, offended huff that might have been a laugh in another moment. Bossy. I should move away. I don't. Her lashes flutter. The bond pulses gently, urging proximity, urging stillness, urging... mine. She tries again, softer this time. It hurt. Not just the cut. It felt like something ripped. The ritual was interrupted, I say. I watch her throat work as she swallows. It shook the channel. Your magic hasn't settled. Her eyes search mine. Is that dangerous? Yes, I admit. She goes very still, and the bond flares, fear spiking through her, sharp enough to sting my nerves. Before she can spiral, I place my hand over her wrist, careful, steady. Not a claim, but an anchor. Breathe, I say. With me. Her breath catches, then follows mine. Slowly. Again. Again. The wildness in her magic eases, not gone, but quieter. Her eyes drift shut. Don't leave, she murmurs, so faint I almost pretend I didn't hear it. I don't answer. I just stay. Minutes pass. Her breathing deepens. Sleep finally takes her, pulling her under with reluctant gentleness. But my body doesn't relax. It should. The threat is gone. The poison is treated. She is alive. And still, I can't let go of the way she looked when the blade flashed, how close she came to falling, how the bond screamed like it would tear me apart if she did. I tell myself this is the bond. Instinct, biology, magic, a tether reacting to danger. But the truth sits heavier than any rune. I didn't want to be away from her before. Now, after this, after watching death reach for her, I don't know if I can leave at all. And that isn't the bond speaking. That's me.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 11. Amelia. I wake to the smell of crushed herbs and old stone. For a moment, I don't remember where I am. My body feels heavy, as if gravity has doubled overnight. Heat coils beneath my skin, uneven and restless, and when I try to move, pain blooms sharp and bright along my side. I hiss and go still. The assassination attempt comes back in fragments. Steel flashing, Zaidan's roar, shadow and blood and hands hauling me out of the circle as the world fractured around us. I draw a careful breath. The room is small and warded, carved from pale rootstone that hums faintly with protective magic. Sunlight filters in through a high slit of crystal glass, fractured into soft prisms across the floor. And Zaidan is there. He stands near the far wall, arms folded, posture rigid and watchful. His expression is carved from ice, controlled, distant, unreadable. If I didn't feel him through the bond, I would think he was untouched by what happened. But the bond tells a different story. It hums low and tight, like a string pulled too far. Beneath his stillness, there is fury, coiled and dangerous. Fear he refuses to acknowledge. Vigilance sharpened to a blade's edge. He hasn't slept. "You're awake," he says. "I am," I reply, voice rough. "You look thrilled." A muscle jumps in his jaw. "You were poisoned." I noticed. He pushes off the wall and crosses the room in 3 long strides, stopping just short of the bed. Close enough that the bond eases, warmth bleeding into the cold ache behind my ribs. "Don't joke," he says quietly. I study his face, the faint shadows under his eyes, the way his shoulders stay tense like he's braced for another attack that never comes. "I'm alive," I say. "That's a win, isn't it?" His gaze snaps to mine, sharp. "You almost weren't." The words land heavier than he intends. The bond flares, emotion leaking through before he can seal it away. I feel it then. The fear, cold and absolute. The kind that hollows you out and leaves something raw behind. For a moment neither of us speaks. The silence between us isn't empty. It's crowded with things the bond refuses to let us pretend aren't there. His fear still lingering like ice on my skin. My own shock buzzing under my ribs. The memory of his hands on me as he hauled me away from the blade. I force my voice steady. "You shouldn't be here." His eyes narrow. And yet... "You shouldn't have stepped into the ritual," I press, even though my heart doesn't want to. "Now you're forbidden from hovering over me like a..." "Like what?" he asks, too calm. I swallow. "Like you're... waiting." His gaze flicks to my side, to the bandage beneath my linen. I am. The bond hums, a low vibration of agreement I didn't ask for. "You could have left," I say quietly. "After you saved me, after you made your point to my counsel." A muscle in his jaw tightens. "It wasn't a point." "Then what was it?" I demand, and hate how small the question makes me sound. His eyes hold mine, cold on the surface, something else underneath. "It was necessary." That answer shouldn't make my chest tighten, but it does. "You're being careful with your words," I accuse. "I'm being careful with you," he corrects. I look away first. The healer returns shortly after, muttering about stubborn patients and reckless magic users. She checks the wound, murmurs approval at the fading poison lines, and reminds me, twice, not to channel anything more complicated than a candle flame for at least a day. Zaidan watches the entire exchange like he's memorizing every breath I take. He doesn't touch me, not since the healer arrived. But he's close, so the bond keeps smoothing the edges of my pain, close enough that my magic stops skittering quite so wildly. I can feel the effort it takes him to hold himself still, like something in him wants to pace, to prowl, to check every shadow for knives. When the healer presses a hand to my ribs, Zaidan's posture shifts by a fraction. Protective. Possessive. So fast no one else would notice. I also notice the faint smear of dried blood at his knuckles, someone else's from the attacker, and the way his gaze keeps returning to my side like his mind is replaying the moment the blade found me. He's cold and controlled as always, but the bond keeps betraying him. And it's hard not to wonder, just for a second, if he would be standing here like this if we weren't bound. If he would still watch me like I'm something he can't afford to lose. When the healer leaves, the silence rushes back in. "I want to see the blade," I say. "No." I blink. "Excuse me?" "You're recovering," he replies flatly. "You're not dissecting assassination tools today. I need to know what was used on me." "So do I. Which is why I'll handle it." "That's not how this works," I snap, pushing myself upright despite the protest from my side. "This happened on my land. To me." His eyes darken. "And that is precisely why you are not doing this alone." The bond tightens, friction sparking between us. "I don't need you hovering," I say. "I'm not hovering." "You're breathing like you're waiting for someone to stab me again." "It's my job to anticipate threats." Something about that makes my chest ache in a way that has nothing to do with poison. "Fine," I mutter. "Then at least let me observe." He is watching me, weighing control against inevitability. "Later," he says, "when you can stand without shaking." I hate that he's right. By evening, the pain has dulled to a manageable throb, and the restlessness beneath my skin has grown worse. My magic feels wrong, like it's slipping sideways when I try to grasp it, refusing to settle into familiar channels. Every breath I take hums with too much potential. Zaidan notices. Of course he does. "You're spiking again," he says from the doorway. I'm sitting perfectly still. "That isn't what I meant." I grit my teeth. I didn't ask for the ritual to be interrupted. "No," he says softly. "You didn't." The gentleness throws me off more than anger would have. Later, when he finally allows me out of the chamber, we examine the blade together. It rests on a stone table in a containment room, wrapped in suppression wards and silver thread. Even dulled and cleaned, it radiates malice. I lean closer, careful. "That poison wasn't meant to kill instantly," I murmur. "It was designed to destabilize magic." Zaidan's gaze sharpens. "Explain." "It attacks conduits," I say slowly, following the residue with my senses. "Not flesh. It scrambles flow. If I'd channeled any harder, it might have torn something permanently." "And the component?" I frown. "There's something rare in it. Resin from a duskbloom tree. They don't grow near Velkrin, or Netheria." "Where then?" I swallow. "Southern trade routes, controlled by Perna houses." The air shifts. Zaidan straightens. That narrows our list. "And complicates everything," I add. The interrogation takes place at dawn. The attacker is alive, barely. Shackled in ruined iron, slumped forward, eyes vacant. The silence compulsion is obvious even before I touch the magic. I can feel the spell on him from a step away, slick and barbed, wound tight around his mind like wire. It isn't just a vow of silence, it's a cage with teeth, old compulsion design, the kind meant for hired hands, the kind that protects the buyer, not the blade. If I pull too hard, the spell won't simply resist, it will punish. Zaidan stands at my side, a solid presence I try not to lean into. "This is dangerous," he says quietly. "Your magic is unstable." "I know," I reply. "That's why I need to do it." He doesn't argue further, but the bond hums with tension, with worry he refuses to voice. I step forward and place my hand against the attacker's temple. The compulsion is brutal, layered, designed to shred the mind if tampered with. Fear crawls up my spine. I breathe. I reach. The spell answers too eagerly. Magic surges through me, wild and bright and terrifyingly strong. I force it into finer threads, coaxing rather than tearing, slipping past the bindings like water through cracks. Images slam into me. A cloaked figure, Perna robes, a voice distorted by spellwork, offering coin and absolution. Then the resistance spikes. The attacker screams. Blood spills from his nose, his ears. His eyes roll back as the compulsion collapses inward, rupturing thought and memory alike. I stumble back as his body goes rigid, then still, dead. Silence crashes down. Zaidan's hand is on my back instantly, steadying me before I fall. My stomach rolls. The air tastes like iron. I didn't mean to kill him. I meant to save the truth. Zaidan's control slams over the bond like a shield. His hand presses firmer between my shoulder blades, anchoring me before my knees can buckle. "Breathe," he says under his breath, too low for anyone else. I do, because he tells me to. Because my body listens now even when my pride doesn't. For a terrifying second, I feel his rage too. Not at me. At whoever built a spell designed to turn a person into a disposable lockbox. "You saw something," he says. I nod, shaking. It was one of us. Somewhere in Netheria, a traitor is already moving, and I don't know if my magic or my heart will survive what comes next.
Chapter 12. Zidon. I notice the instability before she does. It's subtle at first, a fluctuation at the edge of my senses, a wrongness in the rhythm of the bond that doesn't belong to pain or fear. Amelia's magic no longer settles after exertion. It rebounds, echoes, lingers too long in the air, like heat trapped beneath glass. It worries me. She stands in the outer practice ring with the other Purnas, sleeves rolled to her elbows, hair braided tight to keep it out of her face. She looks composed and focused. If I didn't feel the bond tug and twist every time she channels, I might believe she has this under control. The ritual circle etched into the stone beneath her feet is simple, grounding and flow, meant to teach restraint. Amelia raises her hands, palms outward, and draws magic upward from the earth. The Wildspont answers, but it's too fast and a lot of energy at once. The air hums sharply. Runes flare brighter than they should, their lines thickening, light bleeding beyond their bounds. The circle vibrates underfoot, stone cracking faintly as power surges outward in a sudden, uncontrolled wave. "Amelia!" I snap. She hears me, but too late. The magic spikes. Fire blossoms along the lines of the circle, not flame exactly, but raw energy burning white-hot, devouring the sigils meant to contain it. One of the younger Purnas stumbles back with a shout as heat lashes past her. I move without thinking. My magic slams down like a net, shadow folding around Amelia's flare, smothering it before it can ignite fully. The circle gutters and dies, scorched and smoking. Silence crashes over the ring. Amelia stands frozen at the center, chest heaving, eyes wide. The bond screams in panic, the sharp edge of fear she refuses to voice. I step into the ring. "Enough," I say, voice low but absolute. The others hesitate. They glance between us, between her shaking hands and my presence like a blade drawn too close to the throat. They still don't trust me, and I can see my presence scares them. But I don't care. I'm not here for them. "Go," I repeat. They scatter quickly. No one argues. When we're alone, the tension snaps loose. "I didn't mean to," Amelia starts. "I know," I cut in. Her magic is still flaring, bleeding outward in erratic pulses. The ground beneath her feet glows faintly, roots stirring in restless response. If she pushes again, she'll burn herself out, or worse. I close the distance between us deliberately. "Look at me," I say. She does. Her eyes are bright, too bright, reflecting power she can't quite rein in. "You're fighting it," I continue, calmer now. "That's why it's rebounding." "I'm not," she insists, too quickly. I lift one hand. Not touching her, just close enough that she can feel the weight of it. "You are," I say. "You're bracing every time you channel, anticipating collapse." The Wildspont feels that tension and answers it with force. Her jaw tightens. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't," I reply, "but it is. Precise." She exhales sharply. "Then help me." The words land heavier than she intends. I hesitate only a moment before nodding. "Close your eyes," I say. She does, reluctantly. "Breathe," I instruct. Slow. Even. Don't pull. Don't push. Her breath stutters once, then steadies. I step closer. "Ground yourself in sensation," I continue. "Not magic. Feel the stone beneath your feet, the air against your skin, the weight of your body." Her shoulders ease a fraction. "The bond," I add quietly. "Let it exist. Don't resist it." Her breath catches. "I don't know how," she admits. I reach for her then and take her hand in mine. The instant our skin meets, the bond flares, warm, resonant, alive. Her magic responds immediately, settling into a smoother, quieter flow. The chaotic spikes dull into a steady hum. Amelia gasps softly. Oh. The sound does something dangerous to me. Focus there, I murmur, on the balance. Her fingers curl around mine without realizing it. The Wildspont calms. The scorched runes beneath us fade, stone cooling as the excess energy bleeds harmlessly into the earth. The air clears. The tension drains from her posture like water from a cracked vessel. She opens her eyes. Her gaze flicks to our joined hands, then back to my face. She swallows. It stopped. Yes. Because of you. Because of us, I correct before I can stop myself. Something shifts between us at that. She withdraws her hand slowly, as if afraid of disturbing whatever fragile equilibrium we've found. Her magic remains calm. I don't miss the way she flexes her fingers, as if surprised they're no longer shaking. The bond is deepening, I say, more to myself than her. Her brow furrows. Is that bad? It's fast, I answer honestly. Faster than most recorded cases. That sounds ominous. It means the connection is reinforcing itself, I explain. Responding to shared stress. Shared danger. Her mouth quirks faintly. Well, we've had plenty of that. I don't smile. This level of synchronization can be difficult, I continue. Emotions bleed more freely. Magic mirrors instinct. She looks at me and asks, "And you're okay with that?" The question is deceptively simple. I am managing it, I say. She huffs a soft laugh. That wasn't an answer. No, I agree. It wasn't. Silence stretches between us. It's not uncomfortable, but charged. The bond hums low and steady, like something pleased with itself. Thank you, she says finally. The words are awkward and unpolished, but entirely sincere. I incline my head. You're welcome. She hesitates, then adds, quieter, for not panicking. I meet her gaze. Panic would have made it worse. Her lips curve slightly. You're good at this. Teaching, I mean. I've had practice, I say. She watches me, curiosity flickering. With other bonds? She watches me, curiosity flickering. With other bonds? No, I reply. With myself. That earns me a sharper look, the kind she gives when she's cataloging something for later. She doesn't look away as we step out of the practice ring, the scorched stone cooling behind us, her magic finally quiet. You know a lot about Perna magic, she says after a moment. More than you should. I glance at her sideways. Observation isn't forbidden. That wasn't what I meant, she says. You recognized the flare before anyone else. You knew how it would spiral. She hesitates, then adds, You knew how to stop it. I don't answer right away. The truth sits heavy in my mouth, not something I give lightly. There are things about Vrakan training, I say finally, that aren't written down. Things learned the hard way. Besides, I have a past with Pernas. She studies my face, searching for cracks. Meaning I'll tell you another time. Disappointment flashes, quick, controlled, but she nods. You always say that, and I always mean it. We walk a little farther in silence. The Wildspont murmurs softly around us, roots shifting beneath stone, listening. Then she speaks again, quieter now. What is it like? She asks. Being Vrakan. I stop. She stops too, turning to face me fully. There's no accusation in her eyes. No fear. Just honest curiosity, stripped of politics and suspicion. What part? I ask. She considers. The bond. Mating. The stories. I almost laugh. Most of what you've heard is exaggerated, I say, and the rest is deliberately misunderstood. Her brow lifts. That's not an answer. It's the safest one. She folds her arms. Humor me. I exhale slowly. Traditional Vrakan mating has ceremony. Witness, blood, old sacred law. But not everyone follows the old rites anymore. The bite is the physical anchor, not the whole of it. I pause. The bite is not ownership. It's recognition. A physical anchor for something already chosen. But mating is uncommon in the Vrakan community, since me lived for thousands of years. Her pulse flickers through the bond in interest, heat, something sharper. Does it hurt? The bite, I mean, she asks. No, I say honestly. It's mostly pleasurable. She swallows. And the bond? Is it always like this? No, I answer, just as quietly. This is different. Different how? Faster, I say. Deeper and less patient. Her gaze drops, then lifts again. That doesn't sound accidental. It isn't, I agree. We stand there for a moment, too close, the bond humming in that dangerous, contented way that makes my instincts lean forward, even as my mind pulls back. I don't want to pretend, she says suddenly. About this. About us. I'm not asking you to, I reply. But you are holding back. Yes. Why? Because if I don't, I won't know how to stop. Because Vrakan don't bind easily. Because some truths, once spoken, don't stay contained. She studies me, then nods slowly. Then another time. Yes, I say again. And this time it feels like a promise. She hesitates, then tilts her head, eyes bright with curiosity. She's trying, and failing, to mask. Is that why you never feed in front of me? She asks, clearly aiming to shift the weight of the moment. Professional courtesy? I huff a laugh. It surprises us both. You want to see me drink blood? I ask, arching a brow. Her mouth quirks. I didn't say that. You didn't deny it either. She shrugs, unapologetic. I live with glowing roots, talking stones, and gods that whisper through soil. A Vrakan drinking blood barely cracks the top 10 strangest things in my life. That gets a real laugh out of me. For the record, I say, it's rarely as dramatic as the stories. Disappointing, she replies. I was hoping for brooding candles and excessive menace. I can do excessive menace, I say dryly. The candles are negotiable. She snorts before she can stop herself, then clamps her mouth shut like she's betrayed some internal rule. The bond warms, pleased, like it's filing this moment away for later. For what it's worth, she adds, softer now, I'm glad you don't hide everything behind teeth and shadows. I glance at her. Careful. Why? If you keep talking like that, I say, you'll start making me sound approachable. Her smile flashes, quick and wicked. Perish the thought. We walk together, the air lighter than it's been in days. Her magic stays calm. So does mine. Since the assassination attempt, the bond feels right, which is precisely why I don't trust it. That evening, as the sun sinks behind the canopy and Netheria settles into uneasy calm, a runner finds me at the end of the inner ward. He bows low, breathless. Message from Velkrin. I take the sealed parchment without comment. The wax bears the Matron Council's sigil. I don't need to open it to know. Still, I do. The message is brief, formal and unyielding. You are summoned. Immediately. I close my fist around the parchment. The bond stirs, reacting to my irritation, my readiness. Amelia looks up from across the courtyard, sensing the shift even without words. Our eyes meet. I don't tell her yet. But Velcrin is calling, and the matrons never summon without blood on their minds.
Chapter 13. Amelia. He tells me he has to return to Velcrin at dawn. He says it casually like he's discussing the weather. The matrons have demanded an audience, he says, adjusting the cuff of his glove with precise, deliberate movements. They want to assess the bond. And me. Assess how? I ask. His mouth curves faintly, but there's no humour in it. They want to see whether I've changed. The word hangs between us. Have you? I ask. His dark gaze flicks to mine. That's what they intend to determine. I step closer despite myself. What do they think the bond does? Corrupts you, weakens you. They think it compromises me. A pause. They think you do. My magic stirs at that, offended and restless. And what do you think? I demand. He doesn't answer immediately. That's how I know it matters. I think, he says slowly, that the bond accelerates alignment. Power seeks power. It doesn't dilute. It amplifies. I cross my arms. You're avoiding something. His eyes narrow slightly. Am I? Yes. What do they really want? To see whether I still serve Velcrin first. And do you? The question lands harder than I expect. His jaw tightens. I serve Velcrin. I always will. It's not the whole truth. I feel that much. What do you want, Zaidan? I ask quietly. Something shifts in him. The air changes. The bond tightens, attentive. You know why I offered the bond, he says. No, I cut in. I know what you said. Resources, reinforcement, strategy. But you didn't do it just to keep me from turning against you, and you didn't do it because you trust me. His gaze sharpens. Careful. Tell me the truth. Silence stretches between us, thick and volatile. The bond hums low, uneasy, like it knows what's coming before I do. Zaidan steps closer. Just enough that the space between us collapses, and suddenly the air feels warmer, tighter. His presence presses against my senses, a steady, dangerous gravity. I can feel his restraint like a physical thing, coiled tight beneath his skin. He reaches out, slow enough that I could pull away. I don't. His fingers tip my chin up, firm but careful, forcing my gaze to meet his. His eyes are darker than usual, threaded with shadow, intent sharpened to something that makes my breath hitch despite myself. I want the power of both lands, he says. The honesty hits like a blow to the chest. For a heartbeat, I can't breathe. The bond reacts instantly, heat flaring, tension snapping tight, my magic answering his words with a pulse that skitters across my skin, like lightning looking for ground. Fury floods me, sharp and burning, and I know he feels it because his grip tightens just slightly, not to restrain, but to brace. I try to step back. He doesn't let me. So that's it, I say, my voice shaking despite my effort to steady it. You used me. Something flashes across his face then, too fast to name, too honest to fully hide. Regret, maybe, or irritation at himself for feeling it. I made an offer, he says quietly. You accepted it. I partnered with you. You bound yourself to me to gain access to Netheria. I bound myself to you to prevent two realms from collapsing separately, he says evenly. Together, they are stronger. Together, they are untouchable. You didn't ask, I snap. You wouldn't have agreed. That infuriates me because it's true. So that's it? I demand. You save what I love, and in return I hand it over. His expression goes cold. You don't hand it over. You share it. The word slams into me. Share, I repeat carefully. Yes. My anger falters, just slightly. Are you really willing to share? I ask. Or do you think that eventually you'll dominate it, absorb it, control it? He doesn't answer immediately because he doesn't know. Then he exhales. I am willing to share, he says, and this time there is no edge, no performance. You are strong, you are capable, and you are not easily bent. You would make a powerful ally. Ally, not pawn, not asset, ally. As long as, he continues quietly, you work toward the same goals I do. And those are? Stability, power, survival, strength that cannot be fractured by petty councils or ancient grudges. My pulse slows. You don't want to rule Netheria, I say carefully. No, he replies. I want it to stand beside Velkrin. The bond hums low, almost approving. I study him. You could have lied, I say. Yes. But you didn't. No, I swallow. Fine, I say finally. We share. His gaze sharpens. You agree? I agree, I say. On one condition. His brow lifts slightly. I'm coming with you. No. Yes. You're recovering. Your magic is volatile. Exactly, I snap. You think I'm going to stay here alone while the bond tears itself apart over distance? While my power decides to misfire every time you step too far away? He goes still. You felt it. I press. You know what separation does to us right now. His silence is answer enough. I'm not staying behind, I say more quietly. Not when I don't trust what my magic will do. Not when I don't trust myself yet. His gaze searches my face. I don't know what he sees there, but he agrees. Very well, he says. Relief rushes through the bond before either of us can mask it. You will remain at my side, he adds. Velkrin is not Netheria. I gathered, and you do not antagonize the matrons. I lift a brow. Define antagonize. His mouth twitches despite himself. Amelia. I'll try, I concede. That's the best he's getting. Velkrin swallows him whole the moment we arrive. The matrons demand him in chambers before the sun has fully set. He leaves me in guest quarters lined with black stone and silver inlay, guarded but untouched. He doesn't come back that night. Or the next. The bond strains under the distance even within the same citadel. I feel his exhaustion, his restraint, his irritation as he navigates political venom and veiled threats. But I don't feel him beside me. And that's worse. The bond does not like distance. I discover this the hard way. It starts as a pressure behind my eyes, a dull ache that sharpens every hour Xaden spends across the compound instead of down the hall. By the third day, my magic refuses to settle at all. It skitters beneath my skin like trapped lightning, misfiring at the smallest provocation. By nightfall, my hands shake when I try to light a candle. Xaden feels it too. I know because the bond tells me. A steady pulse of restrained irritation, concern buried under control, the constant, unrelenting pull toward me like gravity, misaligned. This is inefficient, he says finally, standing in the doorway of my guest quarters, like he's negotiating a treaty instead of invading my personal space. You're deteriorating. I'm fine, I lie, sitting stiffly at the small table where my dinner has gone untouched. You're glowing, he replies flatly. I glance down. He's right. Faint threads of magic curl along my wrists, bright and unstable. Fine, I amend. The silence stretches. He looks at me and then, I'll stay, he says. My heart stutters. Stay. Where? His gaze flicks meaningfully to the room, the bed, the hearth, the single, very much single living space. This is temporary, he adds too quickly, until the bond stabilizes. Of course, I say, equally fast. Purely medical. Magical. Right, magical. Neither of us moves. Eventually he steps inside. Forced proximity turns out to be its own kind of torture. Zaidan does not pace, but he does occupy space with infuriating efficiency. He leans against walls like they were designed for him. He removes his gloves and sets them down with deliberate care. He stands too close without touching, his presence brushing my awareness constantly, the bond humming low and satisfied now that the distance is gone. We trade barbs like it's a competitive sport neither of us is willing to lose. This is our routine now. Every time we act nice to each other, we then pretend it meant nothing. You're scowling again, I tell him, squinting down at the page, as if deciphering ancient runes instead of cataloguing the way his jaw tightens when he's annoyed. I don't scowl, he replies calmly. I glance up. Your face has been carved into permanent disapproval. That's just my face. No, I say thoughtfully. This one's specific. His eyes flick to mine, unimpressed. Yesterday you ignited a basin of water. It was aggressive water. It was still water. It knew what it did. He exhales slowly through his nose. You cannot declare war on elements that don't have intent. Watch me. His mouth twitches before he can stop it. Victory. I lean back in my chair. You're just upset because my magic is more dramatic than yours. My magic does not need theatrics to be effective. Oh, I don't know, I say, gesturing vaguely at him. The whole Shadow and Fangs aesthetic feels very intentional. It's called presence. It's called branding. That earns me a sharper look, but there's heat under it now. Amusement he refuses to admit. And you, he says smoothly, set furniture on fire when emotionally inconvenienced. That happened once. It happened twice. The second time was decorative. He studies me for a long, deliberate second. You are exhausting. And yet, I say sweetly, you remain. A pause. The bond hums between us, warm and charged, amused and dangerously close to comfortable. Yes, he says quietly. I do. Dinner is worse. The chamber is dim, lit by a low fire and a single spirit lantern that hums softly as if even it senses the strain between us. The table is small, intentionally so, I think. We sit across from one another, knees almost brushing beneath the narrow span of polished wood. I have stew and bread. He has nothing at first. We eat in silence, the kind that isn't empty but crowded. Every movement feels too loud. The scrape of my spoon, the crackle of the hearth. His breathing, slow, controlled, far too measured for someone who insists he's unaffected by proximity. Then he reaches for the goblet. I freeze. It's obsidian, etched with old Vrakan script, the liquid inside so dark it drinks the light rather than reflects it. Blood. Fresh. Warm, if the faint curl of steam is any indication. He doesn't look at me when he lifts it. He drinks. And even in that he is precise and controlled, like everything else he does. I swallow, suddenly very aware of my pulse. You finally decided not to hide it, I say, aiming for light. It comes out thin. His gaze flicks up, onyx catching firelight. You were curious. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Does it help? I ask, immediately regretting the question. With hunger, he says calmly. Yes. And with the bond? He pauses, goblet hovering just short of his mouth. That, he says carefully, is more complicated. I laugh once, breathless. Everything with you is complicated. Yet here you are. I take a bite of bread I don't taste. What does it taste like? I ask, gesturing vaguely at the goblet. Blood, I mean. His eyes narrow slightly. You don't want that answer. I asked. He sets the goblet down with deliberate care. It tastes like life, he says. Like heat. Like memory. It tastes different depending on whose it is. My pulse stutters. And mine? What would happen if you drank my blood now that we're bound like this? The bond flares, sharp, startled, intimate, like I've struck a live wire. His jaw tightens. That's enough. I don't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. We sit there, the air thick and vibrating, until I reach for the bread again at the exact same moment he does. Our fingers almost touch. I pull back instantly, heat flaring up my spine, pulse racing like I've done something unforgivable. He stills. The bond reacts before us, my breath hitch and his shoulders go rigid. Neither of us comments on it. Eventually he clears his throat and stands. You should rest. Yes, I agree too quickly. We both should. We avoid each other's eyes as we prepare to sleep, the silence between us heavy with everything we didn't say. That night sleep betrays me. I dream of heat and silk and shadow. I am not in my chamber, but somewhere vast and dark, the air heavy with magic and promise. Zaidan stands before me unarmoured, unguarded, his usual sharp edges softened by firelight, and something dangerously tender in his eyes. Behind him, shadows unfurl, wings, vast and obsidian, stretching slowly as if they've been waiting for me to see them. They frame him like a throne of night. I should be afraid. Instead, my magic sings. He steps closer, close enough that I feel the warmth of him, the pull of the bond tightening until it hums through my bones. Silk brushes my skin, my own clothes, dissolving into something soft and unfamiliar, and when his fingers close gently around my wrist, the contact sends a shiver straight through me. My magic answers his touch instantly, flaring bright and eager, curling toward him as if it knows him, as if it has always known him. His thumb traces the inside of my wrist right over the pulse, and his wings shift, folding in slightly, sheltering us from everything else. Do you feel it? He murmurs, voice low and velvet dark. I do. Gods, I do. The bond tightens, warm and heady, wrapping around my thoughts until there is only him, only this, heat, shadow, inevitability, and just as his forehead lowers toward mine, just as my breath catches. I wake, heart racing, skin warm, magic restless and aching beneath my ribs, and the memory of wings lingers far too vividly. I am mortified, ashamed, and wide awake. Did I just dreamed of him kissing me, of all people? And then I realise I'm not alone. Zaidan sits near the hearth, shirtless, eyes closed in meditation. Firelight gilds the sharp planes of his chest and shoulders, old scars catching the glow like stories he hasn't told me yet. His breathing is slow, measured, deliberate, grounding himself. I shift, and his eyes open instantly. You should still be asleep, he says. I was, I reply hoarsely, until dreams. Something flickers across his expression. Your magic is restless, he says instead. It always is. Not like this. I sit up, pulling the blankets tighter around myself, suddenly very aware of how little he's wearing and how much I'm feeling. I am feeling so ashamed. Did he saw that dream? Gods, I hope not. Amelia, he says quietly, rising to his feet. Don't fight it. I'm not fighting, I snap. I'm trying to control it. That's worse. I open my mouth to retort, and my magic lashes out. A surge of raw, unstable power tears from my chest, arcing straight toward him. Zaidan! He moves instantly, stepping into it instead of away. His hands snap around my wrists, grounding, anchoring, his magic flaring in answer, wrapping mine before it can burn him alive. The impact rattles the room, embers bursting from the hearth. My breathing stutters. His grip is firm but careful, thumbs warm against my pulse points. I can feel his control like a wall holding back a storm. His voice drops low. Easy, he murmurs. I've got you. My magic quiets, trembling, settling into the shape of him. Too willingly. His eyes meet mine, black with something unreadable and very real. And now I'm afraid not of what the bond might do to me, but of how much it already has.
Chapter 14. Zaidan. Her power tears through the room, ripping embers from the hearth, splitting stone along the walls in jagged fractures. The air tastes metallic, volatile. Amelia's magic isn't attacking with intent. It's reacting, flaring outward like a wounded animal striking at the nearest shape. At me. My hands close around her wrist before the blast can fully detonate. Shadow pours from me on instinct, wrapping around the surge instead of smothering it. I do not suppress her magic. I contain it. It's a delicate difference. Her power fights first. It always does. It lashes, testing the edges of my control, searching for escape. I let it meet mine. Let it press. Let it burn. I'm not your enemy, I murmur, low enough that only she hears. Her breathing is uneven. Panic bleeds through the bond in sharp spikes. I know. I didn't mean to. I don't know what happened. Her voice fractures. Relax, I say again. Look at me. Her eyes lift. Gold threaded with wild light. Frightened. I shift my grip, not restraining now, but anchoring. My thumbs press gently into the pulse points at her wrists. Breathe. She mirrors it without realizing. Her magic doesn't extinguish. It settles. The storm recedes into tremors, then into heat beneath her skin, then into something almost manageable. When the last spark fades from the air, silence crashes down around us. Her eyes widen. You should have moved, she whispers. I release her slowly. And let it hit someone else? I ask evenly. She pulls her hands back like they've betrayed her. I attacked you. You lost control. That's worse. She steps away from me like distance might protect me from her. The bond strains instantly. I hate that it does. Stop, I say sharply. She freezes. I am not injured, I continue. Nothing is broken. Nothing is lost. You don't know that. I do. Her jaw tightens. You could have been hurt. I wasn't. That's not the point. Her voice cracks. The magic under her skin flutters again, not violently this time, just unsteady. She is afraid of harming me. I step closer deliberately, slowly enough that she could retreat if she wanted. Look at me, I say. She does. When you lost control, I ask quietly. What were you feeling? Her expression shudders. That's not... What were you feeling, Amelia? Everything. It comes out strained. My magic feels wrong. Ever since the ritual interruption, it doesn't move like it used to. It reacts to things I don't mean for it to react to. I can't always separate my emotions from it anymore. She swallows, and there is so much happening. The words spill faster now. We still haven't identified which Perna orchestrated the attack. The land is still sick. The council is still divided. The matrons want you back. The bond doesn't stabilize, and Her voice fractures. I don't know where to start. There it is. She finally admits she is scared. Her magic responds to emotion. That is its strength. And right now she feels everything. I study her quietly. When I was young, I say, they taught me the opposite. She blinks. To feel nothing. To contain everything. I remember it vividly. Cold stone training rings. Blood on snow. Power disciplined into silence. Emotion treated as liability. Compassion carved out like rot. If my magic flared unexpectedly, I continue, I was punished. Her eyes darken. I was told that control is dominance, that if my power reacted to feeling, then I was weak. She doesn't interrupt. She doesn't soften it with sympathy either. She just watches me, steady and intent, like she's trying to see the shape of the boy I used to be inside the man standing in front of her. And did it work? She asks. Yes. The answer is immediate. I learned to separate sensation from response, to feel something and give it no outlet, to stand in pain and let it pass through without expression. It made me efficient. And alone, she says quietly. I hold her gaze. She isn't accusing. She's stating a fact. Alone is manageable, I reply. She steps closer without seeming to realize she's doing it. The firelight catches in her hair, copper and gold woven through shadow. There is still tension in her posture, but it has shifted. Less defensive, more searching. That's not how Perna magic works, she says. We don't sever emotion from power. We refine it, guide it, shape it into something that feeds the land instead of burning it. And when it burns anyway, we learn why. The answer unsettles me more than it should. She studies my face carefully. When you stepped into the circle, she says, you didn't dominate my magic. No, you matched it. I stabilized it. You anchored it, she corrects softly. I don't respond. Her hand lifts before she seems to think better of it. She brushes her fingers lightly against the center of my chest, right where the suppression runes sit beneath skin and fabric. The contact is deliberate this time. You weren't punishing it, she says. You were holding it steady. The warmth of her touch spreads slowly outward. You were never weak, she continues, voice lower now. You were trained to survive. I don't remember the last time anyone reframed it that way. Silence settles between us again, but it isn't strained. The fire pops softly behind her. Somewhere beyond the chamber walls, Velkrin hums with distant movement. You asked what it feels like when I lose control, she says. It feels like drowning in my own skin, like there's too much of me and nowhere for it to go. Her throat tightens slightly on the last word, and she looks irritated by it. There's so much happening, she continues. The interrupted ritual, the poison, the traitor we still haven't found. My land still isn't stable. I don't know where to begin fixing it, and every time I try to focus, my magic responds like it's already bracing for the next attack. She exhales, sharp and frustrated. I don't know what's happening to me. I step closer now, closing the remaining distance between us. Slowly enough that she could retreat if she wanted to. She doesn't. You're adapting, I say. Your magic was forced into a new pattern when the ritual broke. It's recalibrating, and you were trying to command it as if nothing changed. And what am I supposed to do instead? She asks. Listen. She huffs softly. That's vague. It is. I lift my hand and place it over hers where it still rests against my chest. My fingers curl around her wrist, guiding her gently. Feel the difference, I say quietly. Your power doesn't resist when it meets mine now. It adjusts. She goes still. Her breathing shifts, slows. The air between us changes in a subtler way than before, warmth spreading outward from the point of contact. Her magic brushes against mine and then settles. Her eyes lift to mine, startled. "It's quieter," she whispers. "Yes." Something in her expression softens. "You weren't trained to do this," she says. "No. And yet you can. I learned eventually that suppression is not the same as control." She smiles faintly at that. "You're full of contradictions." "I prefer the term layered." That earns me a real smile. Small, but real. She hesitates, then asks, "If control was beaten into you, how did you unlearn it?" I consider the question longer than I expect to. "Because it stopped working," I say at last. The more power I gained, the more rigid suppression became a liability. I had to understand it instead of just silencing it. And now? Now I choose when to hold back. Her gaze sharpens slightly. And when not to. I hold her eyes steadily. That depends on what's at stake. She doesn't look away. The space between us grows warmer, not volatile, just charged with awareness. After a moment, she clears her throat. "I need help. Will you help me investigate everything when we return?" "Yes." "Not just the traitor," she adds. "The ritual. The buried Wildspont. Whatever shifted my magic." "We'll investigate together," I add. "When we return to Netheria, we combine forces. Your intuition, my discipline. We don't split efforts again." Relief moves through the bond like warmth. She nods. "Together," she repeats. "Yes." Then I narrow my eyes slightly. "What did you dream about?" "You woke up and your magic was all over the place." Her reaction is immediate. "What?" "You woke unsettled. That's what triggered it." She looks away too quickly. "Nothing." "Amelia." Her ears flush faintly. "I dreamed." She hesitates. "You had wings." I still, and my heart start beating faster. "That's all?" I ask carefully. Her expression dares me to challenge her. "Yes." I consider lying, but we made a promise. "I do." Her head snaps up. "You're joking." I am not. Shock flashes across her face. "Only the strongest Vraken manifest wings," I explain. "People know I have them. They just rarely see them." "Why hide them?" "At court, everyone knows what I am, but I do not display them unless I choose to. And you prefer people to underestimate you." "Yes." Her eyes search mine. "Will you show me?" Dangerous question. She is not asking for power. She is asking for trust. I release the suppression spell slowly. Magic unfurls along my spine first, tight and coiled, then spreads outward in a smooth, controlled expansion. Black wings emerge behind me, vast and shadowed, edged faintly in silver where firelight catches them. They fill the room. Amelia inhales sharply. "There." She steps closer without realizing it. "Beautiful." I don't remember the last time anyone used that word. She reaches out slowly. "May I?" I nod once. Her fingers brush the lower edge first. I do not expect the sensation. It is sensitive. My wings react instinctively, shifting slightly, adjusting around her touch. She stills. "They feel," she whispers, "like silk and heat." I almost laugh. "They are not decorative." I didn't think they were. She moves her hand higher, more confident now. "Thank you," she says softly. "For what?" "For trusting me." I nod and she smiles. "I won't tell anyone." "I know." She withdraws her hand slowly. I fold the wings back in, magic sealing them away beneath skin and shadow once more. A knock interrupts us then. 3 precise raps against the door. We both turn. "The matrons," I say. "You'll be careful?" she asks. "I always am." "That's not what I meant." I meet her gaze. "I won't let them fracture what we're building," I say quietly. She studies my face, searching for something she can rely on. "Come back," she says. "I will." When I step away this time, the distance feels different. As I leave the room and the corridor of black stone closes around me, I carry the warmth of her touch with me longer than I intend to.
Chapter 15. Amelia. Velkrin feels colder without him in the room. The hearth still burns low and steady. The stone walls still hum with old magic. But the space he occupies when he's here, measured, deliberate, impossible to ignore, is gone, and the absence leaves a strange vacuum in its wake. I tell myself I don't notice. I'm getting ahead of myself again. He might be nice now, but we are allies. We work towards a shared goal. Nothing more, right? The message arrives just after noon. It comes through the Netherian sigil etched into the inside of my wrist, my coven mark warming suddenly, then flaring sharp enough to steal my breath. I press my fingers against it and let the communication unfold. My mother's voice spills into my mind, strained and stripped of ceremony. The Wildspont is failing again, rapidly. The stabilization nodes you and Zaidan set are collapsing. Something has poisoned the roots. It wasn't gradual. It was deliberate. My stomach drops. How bad? I murmur into the magic. Worse than before. The connection flickers. Come home. The message fades, leaving my skin cold. For a long moment I stand there in Zaidan's guest chamber, staring at the door through which he left hours ago to face the matrons. I can still feel him somewhere deep in the citadel, distant, controlled, wrapped in political tension. He told me he would return. He told me to wait. The Wildspont does not have time for waiting. I move before I allow myself to reconsider. I leave a message on the dining table. Netheria is deteriorating. I'm returning. We'll speak when you're finished. I don't wait for a response. By the time the Velkrin guards realise I've left the guest wing, I'm already on horseback, riding east. Netheria greets me with silence. The forest feels strained, the pulse beneath the soil uneven. The air carries the faint metallic tang I've begun to associate with corruption. My wards at the border flicker when I cross them, dimming momentarily before righting themselves. That alone tells me this was not natural decay. This was interference. The coven gathers quickly when word spreads of my return. Their relief is palpable, but it's threaded with unease and suspicion, murmurs that halt when I approach. I walk through them without slowing. My mother steps forward. She looks older than she did a week ago. The lines around her mouth are deeper, her shoulders tighter beneath ceremonial robes she hasn't bothered to change out of. "In my chambers," she says quietly. "Now." The crowd parts. Inside, the doors seal behind us with a muted pulse of ward light. "It isn't natural," she says immediately, pacing once before turning back to me. "The collapse was too precise. The ley nodes didn't fray, they inverted, as if someone fed the roots something that knew exactly where to bite." "Poison?" I ask. "Yes, but guided." The word settles heavy between us. "You think it's internal?" I say. She nods once. "It has to be. No external force could navigate our wards that cleanly without assistance." My chest tightens. "Who?" Her mouth presses into a thin line. "I don't know." A pause. "But someone with authority, access to the lower root systems, knowledge of the restoration plan." My mind begins narrowing the circle automatically. My mother hesitates, which is unlike her. Vera has been vocal. She continues carefully, questioning the Velcrin anchors, suggesting we've invited imbalance. She was in the eastern ward corridor the night the rot returned. That alone isn't guilt. No, she agrees. But she's too composed, too prepared with explanations. Silence stretches. You suspect her, I say. I suspect ambition, my mother replies. And Vera has always believed Netheria was losing itself. She steps closer, lowering her voice. If this is treachery, it won't be impulsive. It will be calculated. You cannot accuse without proof. I won't, I say. But I already know where I'm going next. When I am outside, I walk straight to the first Perna I recognise. Where is Elder Vera? I ask. The girl hesitates half a heartbeat too long. In the lower gardens, she says, overseeing restoration efforts. I nod once and turn. The lower gardens lie closest to one of the destabilised ley nodes. The air there is thicker, humid with failing magic. The ground underfoot feels tender, as though the roots beneath are bruised. Vera stands near the edge of a half-withered grove, hands clasped behind her back, speaking softly to two junior Pernas. She turns when she senses me. Her smile is flawless. Amelia, she says warmly, we weren't expecting you so soon. I wasn't expecting to return to rot. Her expression doesn't flicker. Yes, she sighs gently. A setback. These things happen when foreign magic interferes with delicate systems. There it is. Foreign magic, I repeat lightly. She tilts her head. Velcrin influence. It was always a risk. I step closer. The grass at my feet curls slightly inward, reacting to the tension I refuse to show. The Wildspont was improving, I say evenly, until 2 nights ago. Yes, most unfortunate. Her tone is smooth enough to be rehearsed. And where were you 2 nights ago? I ask. She laughs softly. Investigating the eastern wards, of course. Ask anyone. I might. Her gaze sharpens just a fraction. You suspect me? She asks. I'm asking questions. As you should, she replies. You've aligned yourself with Vrakan royalty. It invites instability. There is no anger in her voice. That unsettles me more than outrage would. I let the silence stretch between us. Then I step closer, as though adjusting her sleeve in passing. My fingers brush the embroidered edge of her robe, and I murmur a binding under my breath so soft it disappears beneath the wind. A tracking mark settles into the weave of her fabric, invisible to anyone not attuned to my signature. She doesn't react. If she notices, she hides it. Well, she says pleasantly, if you require anything further, I'll be overseeing the purification circle at dusk. I'm sure you will, I reply. I leave without looking back. The sun sinks slowly, staining the sky in muted gold and ash. I sit alone in my chamber, eyes closed, tracing the faint thread of magic I wove into Vera's robes. It pulses faintly against my awareness, steady and intact. She's moving, and as I suspected, not toward the purification circle. South, toward the old root tunnels beneath the original coven grounds. My pulse quickens. Shadow walking has never been my preferred method of travel. It requires slipping between spaces rather than through them, bending perception and intention until the world allows passage. It also leaves me slightly nauseated. How is Zaidan always dealing with shadows? I sink into the practice slowly, allowing my magic to thin rather than flare. I do not reach for Zaidan. I do not brace myself against his steadiness. This is mine to do. The forest dims around me as I step sideways into the shadows between trees. The path beneath my feet feels unreal, as though I'm walking through memory instead of earth. The tracking thread grows brighter. Vera descends a narrow stair carved into ancient stone, half hidden beneath a curtain of moss. I follow at a distance, careful to let the dark fold around me rather than ripple. Voices drift upward before I reach the base. Vera's voice is lower now, stripped of its public warmth. "You assured me it would destabilize gradually," she says. A second voice answers, distorted by layered spellwork. It's masculine and unfamiliar. "It did, until your heir bonded with Velcrin." A pause. "Their combined magic accelerated the decay instead of resolving it." The voice continues. "The roots reject divided loyalties." My throat tightens. "You said the poison would target only the Vrakan interference," Vera snaps quietly. "Not the entire network." "You underestimate what you've disrupted." Footsteps shift. "Once the Wildspont fractures beyond repair," the unseen figure says, "the coven will turn on her. They will blame the bond, and Velcrin will retreat to protect itself." I agreed to a purge, not annihilation. Netheria must survive this, under stronger hands. The implication hangs heavy in the damp air. My stomach twists. I do not confront them. That is the hardest decision I've made in weeks. Instead, I step backward into shadow, letting the darkness swallow my outline and my breath. I retreat the way I came, slowly, carefully, refusing the instinct to run. If Vira suspects she was overheard, she gives no outward sign. She doesn't call out, doesn't pursue. Which is worse, I don't stop until I'm above ground again, the cool night air hitting my face like clarity. Leadership that understands tradition. They don't want to kill me. They want me discredited. If the Wildspont fails under my watch, if the bond becomes the visible fracture, then the coven will demand change. And Vera will be ready to offer it. I cannot accuse her with whispers and half-heard promises. I need evidence that cannot be dismissed as paranoia. I need proof of collaboration, proof of poison, proof of intent. I close my eyes and force myself to think strategically instead of emotionally. Vera moves with confidence because she believes she's insulated. That means she trusts someone. And trust leaves patterns, trade routes, dusk bloom resin, access to ward schematics, night meetings beneath rootstone corridors. If she's feeding poison into the ley network, she must be replenishing it somewhere. I open my eyes and turn toward the coven halls, already planning the next move. I wonder, what would Zaydan do? That you shouldn't have left without telling me. I stop cold. The voice isn't memory, it's him. "You're in Velcrin." I think back, testing it. Yes. The word is edged, controlled anger beneath it. "You shouldn't have left like that." My heart pounds. "We can talk like this?" I felt memories, emotions, fragments, but words. Since when? Fragments came first. This is clearer. The bond deepened enough. I swallow. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you had enough to manage, and because shared channels require caution." That sounds like him, but it makes me so mad. "And you just never decided to tell me? Really? How can you—" "Easy there, Amelia. I have my reasons." I am just about to scream into the connection again when— "We'll speak when I return." The connection withdraws. I stand there a moment longer trying to process it all.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Zaydan. I returned to Netheria with Velcrin still clinging to my skin. Stone and incense, marble restraint. The matron's voices layered with implication and warning, every word sharpened to test whether the bond has altered me in ways they can no longer control. I left that chamber with my authority intact, my position unchallenged for now. But something in me feels scraped raw, like armor worn too long without rest. I do not go to the council halls first. I go to her. The bond pulls hard the moment I cross the final ward, a tight, unignorable thread that snaps into place with a force that makes my breath hitch. Anger flares along it immediately, hers, hot and indignant, followed by something else I don't like how easily I recognize. Defiance. Of course it is. Like she is made to oppose me at every step. She's in the eastern corridor near the root sanctum when I find her. Boots dusted with soil, hair pulled back too tightly, magic still humming close to the surface of her skin. She turns the instant she senses me, eyes flashing. "You don't get to be angry," she says before I can speak. I stop a few paces away. "You left without telling me." "You were busy," she shoots back. "Or did the matron suddenly stop demanding obedience?" The edge in her voice is sharp enough to draw blood. The bond thrums, caught between us, feeding on the friction. "You shadow walked," I say, keeping my tone level by sheer discipline. "Into root tunnels you know are unstable. You confronted an elder without support. You tracked treason alone. We talked that we will do it together." Her chin lifts. "I am not a child. I handled it." "You survived it," I correct. "That is not the same thing." Her eyes blaze. "I am not fragile." "I never said you were." "You don't have to," she snaps. "You loom like I might shatter if you blink wrong." I step closer before I mean to, enough that the air between us tightens. "You disappeared," I say quietly. And then I felt the bond stretch like it was being pulled apart thread by thread. Do you have any idea what that does to control? Her expression flickers, but then settles into something stubborn. "You don't get to cage me because you're afraid." I laugh once, short and incredulous. "You think this is fear?" Her magic stirs, brushing against mine, sparks of heat and resistance tangling together. Then what is it? The anger in her voice should have been the thing I focused on. The accusation, the grief underneath it. Instead, what I feel first is the aftertaste of that risk she took. How close she came to being trapped beneath the earth with no way out. How easily a single misstep could have turned shadow walking into burial. It is not fear that sharpens my tone when I answer her. It is control, regained quickly. "I will not be maneuvered, Amelia." She turns fully toward me as if I have struck her. What does that even mean? "It means I am not going to stand in your presence and pretend we have built trust that doesn't exist yet," I say, keeping my voice even by force rather than ease. "You left without informing me. You moved on a thread alone. You acted as if you were the only person in this partnership with anything to lose." Her eyes flash. "Partnership?" she repeats, incredulous. "You were in Velcrin, with the matrons. I sent a message." "You left a note on a table," I correct, and I hate how cold it sounds even as I say it. "You did not tell me where you were going. You did not tell me what you were doing, and on top of that, you intended to shadow walk into root tunnels in a land that is already sick. And you think that's suspicious, she says, voice tightening, because you can't imagine me doing something unless it benefits me. That is not what I said. It is exactly what you said, she snaps, stepping closer, her magic rising in the air like heat off stone. You said you won't be maneuvered, as if I had some grand plan to push you around while my home collapses. I do not move back, although the instinct to close distance, to contain, to shield, to anchor, runs through me hard enough to make my teeth clench. The bond does not help. It drags awareness between us until I can feel the tremor in her pulse and the furious effort she is making not to let it show. I am saying that you acted like a lone blade, I tell her. And lone blades get snapped. Her jaw tightens. You don't get to talk to me like I'm a soldier you trained. No, I agree. You are not a soldier. You are the heir of a dying land, and you are making decisions that can turn 2 realms into ruins. That is rich, she spits, coming from the man who thinks every problem is solved by control. Something sharp flickers inside me at the word, because it is true, because it is exactly what I have been shaped into, and because she has seen too much of me already to be wrong. You want honesty, I say. Fine. I do not assume malice from you. I assume strategy. And yes, I assume the possibility that you might choose your people over this bond if you believed you had to. Her eyes widen slightly, outrage sharpening into disbelief. You think I'm going to betray you? I think you are capable of it, I answer, and the bluntness lands between us like a thrown knife. Just as I am capable of choosing Velcrin over you. That is what power forces on people who lead. Her expression turns dangerous in a quieter way. So you're punishing me for being competent. I am holding you accountable for being reckless, I shoot back. You heard treason. You heard planning. You heard poison and blame and collapse, and you walked away without taking anything tangible. I walked away because confronting them in that tunnel would have been suicide, she says, her voice rising with the force of reason she is trying to use like a weapon. I walked away because I need proof, evidence, not a hunch. And you decided to gather that proof alone, I say. Again. Her laugh is sharp, humorless. You keep saying that like you were available. I would have been, I say, and I hear the edge in my own voice now, the part of me that is no longer speaking only as an ally, but as someone who felt the bond strain hard enough to make my magic stutter. If you had given me the chance, I promised you I would, didn't I? And when was that supposed to happen? She demands. After the matrons finished deciding whether I've softened you. After you passed their little tests and accepted their warnings and proved to them that you still belong to their leash. The insult lands because it is clever, and because it is unfair, and because it draws blood from a wound I don't let anyone see. I take a step toward her, and the air tightens between us. The bond flaring hot with the collision of anger, and something else neither of us is naming. Her magic responds to proximity, the way a storm responds to pressure, rising, shifting, pushing at the edges of the room. You are not the only one under threat, I tell her, voice low. You are not the only one with enemies watching for weakness. Her eyes narrow. Is that what this is? You think my initiative makes you look weak? No, I say, and it comes out harsher than intended. I think your initiative almost got you killed. She goes still for half a heartbeat, and I can feel the impact of that statement in her body, the way it hits somewhere deeper than pride. Her gaze does not soften, but something in it tightens, as if she has been forced to acknowledge that I am not wrong. You don't trust me, she says quietly. I hold her eyes and choose the truth that will hurt less than the lie. Not blindly. And yet you expect me to trust you, she replies, and now her voice carries something sharper than anger. You expect me to hand my land over to a bond I never wanted, and a prince who keeps reminding me he'd rather be obeyed than needed. That twists something in my chest that has no right to be as vulnerable as it is. I do not want you obedient, I say. I want you alive. That's convenient, she says, and her sarcasm cracks slightly at the edges, as if even she knows she is forcing herself to keep the fight going. A dead mate is a useless asset. The word mate lands like a strike, and the bond reacts. Heat blooms beneath my skin, and I feel it answer in her too, a spike of awareness that makes her inhale sharply. For a moment the room seems smaller, as if the walls have edged closer. You think this is a game of assets, I say, and my voice is quieter now, far more dangerous. You think I am standing here arguing because I enjoy being challenged. Then why are you? She demands. Because if I let you vanish again, I will tear this realm apart to find you. Because when the bond screamed, my body moved before my mind did. Because you are becoming the axis my instincts turn around. I do not give her any of that. I keep my face hard and my voice clean. Because two realms cannot survive divided command, I tell her. Because your people will turn on you exactly the way that voice promised they would, and when they do, you will need more than courage. You will need structure, allies who are not guessing what you might do next. Her breath trembles once, barely perceptible, and she despises that it does. I see it in the tightening of her jaw, in the way her fingers curl slightly at her sides, as if she would rather grip a blade than let me witness that flicker of vulnerability. You talk about guessing, she says quietly, but you've been keeping things from me too. I don't answer immediately. Her eyes sharpen. We can speak through the bond. It isn't a question. I hold her gaze. Yes. And you didn't think to tell me? The hurt creeps in despite her effort to contain it. You let me stumble into that alone. You let me believe I imagined it. It required control, I say evenly. And you had enough chaos without another variable. That wasn't your choice to make, she fires back. You decided what I could handle. I decided what would not overwhelm you. You decided, she repeats, and the accusation in it is clean and precise. You keep deciding for both of us. The truth of that presses uncomfortably against my ribs. I step forward, drawn by the heat of her anger, by the way it refuses to cower. You left without telling me you were walking into treason, I say, voice low. And you are furious because I withheld a method of communication. I am furious, she snaps, because you don't trust me with the same power you claim binds us. I trust you with power, I answer. I do not trust the timing of it. The bond hums hard, reacting to that truth, and the air between us turns volatile with everything we are not saying. I step closer without thinking, drawn by the sheer force of her presence, the ache in her words, the way her magic seeks mine, even as she resists the idea of needing me. She does not retreat. She lifts her chin as if daring me to take the last inch and prove her right about all of it. We are close enough now that I can feel the warmth of her breath, close enough that anger and desire are no longer cleanly separated, close enough that one careless movement would become a mistake neither of us could pretend didn't happen. Her gaze drops to my mouth. So does mine. And then she shifts, only slightly, only enough that her lips brush mine by accident, a brief, electric contact that makes my vision go sharp and my restraint turn thin as paper. She jerks back immediately, eyes wide, breath uneven, as if she cannot decide whether to be furious or shaken. I am both. I do not move toward her. I do not reach for her. Every part of me wants to. Instead, I force my voice steady, even as my pulse betrays me. This bond, I say quietly, and I hear the roughness in it, the truth I cannot sand down fast enough, is changing everything.
Chapter 17. Amelia. After our mouths almost touch, I do what I always do when something threatens to crack me open. I retreat to a room where no one can see me pretend I'm fine. The corridor outside our quarters is narrow and dim, lined with root stone that holds the faint memory of sunlight, the way old bones hold heat. I walk too quickly, as if speed can outrun the fact that my lips still feel his, only a brush, only a mistake. And yet my body reacts like it was a promise. My pulse keeps skipping, stuttering against my ribs, and I hate how easily it betrays me. The bond is no help. It carries him with me even as I put walls and doors between us. I feel the aftershock of his restraint, the controlled tension that snapped tight the moment our faces were too close. Beneath it there is something quieter, an awareness that does not feel like strategy at all. It feels like attention, like he is still standing in that corridor, still staring at me, still wondering if I will come back and pretend it never happened. I step into the small side chamber near the archives, shut the door, and press my palms to the wood until the tremor in my fingers eases. I tell myself it was nothing, a misstep, a consequence of stress, a moment of proximity and too much magic and too little sleep. But my mind does not listen to what I tell it. My mind replays it in cruel detail. The warmth of his breath, the way his gaze dropped to my mouth as if he didn't mean to, the minute widening of his pupils, and the way he froze when my lips brushed his. He could have leaned in. He could have taken the last inch. I could have too. We pulled back as if the world might punish us for wanting. I paced the room once, then again, boots whispering over the stone. A prayer charm swings from a beam near the ceiling, woven from pale reed and bone. It ticks softly with my movement, like a metronome counting down to disaster. I stop beside a narrow window slit and look out at Netheria. From here I can see the tree line where the Wildspont's glow should be strongest. Instead, it flickers unevenly in patches, like a heart struggling to keep rhythm. Even from this distance I can feel the strain in the ley network, the thinness where our magic once ran rich. Someone is feeding rot into the roots, and every hour we spend arguing or circling each other, the land bleeds. I close my eyes and force myself to breathe slowly. Inhale, hold, exhale. The truth arrives anyway. I like him. Not the bond, not the political arrangement, not the terrifying idea of a Fracken prince tied to my pulse. Him. The person who steps into danger without asking permission. The person who watches every shadow like he's memorized the way threats move. The person who can be cruel with words and still stand in front of me when blades come. The person who looks at my crumbling home with the ruthless honesty no one else can afford. I like him, and the admission tastes like betrayal in my mouth because part of me wants to be angry at him more than I want to want him. He does not trust me. Not fully. Not in the way I am beginning, unwillingly, to trust him. He told me outright that he believes I am capable of choosing Netheria over him if forced. He is right, and yet the way he said it still cuts. I have spent my entire life being treated as useful before I was treated as loved, as a tool before I was treated as a person. I did not realize how much I feared being placed back into that category until Zaidan did it with that calm, clinical certainty he wears like armor. I drag a hand through my hair and stare at the door. I cannot afford to nurse hurt feelings. I cannot afford to crave trust like it is a luxury when my land is starving. The bond presses again, a quiet tug. He is still close, even if we aren't speaking. I hate that part of me finds comfort in it. A soft knock breaks my thoughts. Amelia. My mother's voice, clipped by impatience and worry. I open the door. She stands in the corridor in ceremonial robes she has no time for, her hair braided tight and pinned back like she is physically holding herself together. Her eyes scan my face, sharp and unsoftened by concern, but I know her too well. That tightness around her mouth is fear disguised as authority. "You are needed," she says. "For what?" "For allies," she replies. "We cannot stabilize Netheria on pride alone. We need support outside our inner circle. We need routes for supplies, healers, trade access, neutral eyes that can't be bought by our elders. I have arranged a sacred negotiation with the Southern Concord." I go still. The Concord avoids entanglement. They'll refuse. "They will refuse if you appear unstable," she says flatly. "They will refuse if you bring political chaos into their halls, but they will listen if you offer them something worth listening to." "And what would that be?" I ask, though I already know. My mother's gaze flicks briefly toward the end of the corridor, as if she expects Zaidan to appear out of shadow. "Truth," she says, "and access. They will want assurance that our borders won't collapse and swallow their routes. They will want to know Velkrin will not retaliate against them for involvement." I swallow. "So you want me to negotiate with one hand tied behind my back, while everyone stares at my bond like it's a weapon?" "I want you to secure allies," she corrects, "because if you don't, Netheria fractures. And when Netheria fractures, the elders will turn on you. They will blame you for what they couldn't prevent." The words are not cruel. They are matter of fact, like a diagnosis. I nod once. "When?" "Now," she says. "The Concord delegation arrived this morning." I stare at her. "You didn't tell me." "I didn't want you arguing," she replies, and her mouth tightens. "Do you have the capacity to do what must be done, Amelia? Or do you need to recover from whatever happened between you and your prince in a corridor?" Heat crawls up my neck. I hate that it does. I hate that she noticed anything at all. "What happened between me and Zaidan is irrelevant," I say, forcing my voice steady. My mother's eyes narrow. "Nothing is irrelevant when it touches leadership." I hold her gaze until she looks away first. "Where is the meeting?" I ask. "The upper canopy hall," she says. "They are waiting." The upper canopy hall is designed for ritual diplomacy, which is exactly why I hate it. The walls are carved from living wood and polished stone, open to the filtered light of the trees above. Prayer lanterns hang in the corners, their glow gentle, meant to make everyone feel safe. There are no blades visible, no harsh angles, no places for fear to grip. It is a performance of peace. The Southern Concord delegation sits at a long table, with their hands folded, as if patience is a weapon they use often. Their leader, Envoy Marcellin, is older than I expected, lined face, careful eyes, a smile that never becomes warmth. My mother stands in the corner of the hall, a silent presence of authority. Zaidan is not at the table when I arrive, and the absence stings even though it shouldn't. I can feel him elsewhere in the compound, distant and controlled, but the bond keeps tugging toward him, as if it knows I am stepping into something precarious. I straighten my shoulders and walk forward. "Envoy Marcellin," I say, inclining my head. "You honour Netheria by meeting with us." He rises, returning the gesture. "Heir Crow, we honour your request." I sit across from him, hands steady on the table even as my stomach knots. "We understand your region is experiencing instability," he begins. "Instability caused by deliberate sabotage," I reply evenly. "Someone is poisoning the Wildspont." His brows rise slightly. "That is a grave claim." "It is a true one," I say. "And the longer we spend pretending it is natural decay, the more likely it becomes that the rot spreads beyond our borders." His gaze flicks to the side, toward my mother, then back to me. The Concord does not intervene in internal conflicts. "I'm not asking you to intervene," I say. "I'm asking you to trade, to provide access, to allow us to trace the movement of certain rare components through your routes." He folds his hands more tightly. Components? I hold his eyes. Dusk bloom resin. His expression does not change, but I feel something in the air shift, like the negotiation hall has inhaled. Rare, he says softly. Dangerous in the wrong hands. Exactly, I reply. We have reason to believe it is being used to destabilize magic conduits. And you want us to open our ledgers, he says, to assist your investigation. I want you to protect your roots, I counter, because if Netheria collapses, your caravans lose a border passage and gain a wasteland. He studies me, and then the bond flickers with something that isn't mine. It's faint at first, like a pressure behind my eyes. A cold irritation. A flash of memory I don't recognize. Stone corridors, a voice speaking in clipped Velcrin cadence, the taste of restraint. I blink, and my magic responds to the disruption. The lanterns overhead sway as if a wind passes through the hall, though the air is still. The leaves in the canopy tremble. The soft glow of the spirit lights flares and then steadies. It's minor, but Marcellin notices. His gaze sharpens, not with fear, but with calculation. You seem strained. I'm fine, I say too quickly, and I hate myself for it. Across the hall, I sense Zaidan move, an immediate shift in his presence, as if he's felt the falter through the bond as well. A second later he is there, stepping into the hall with the quiet authority he carries, even when he tries not to. He does not sit beside me. He positions himself slightly behind and to the left, close enough to be undeniable, distant enough to keep the negotiation from becoming about him. Marcellin's eyes flick up. Prince Valesh! Zaidan inclines his head. Envoy. The greeting is smooth, but the air tightens anyway. The Concord delegates are not Perna. They do not carry our history in their bones, but they know enough to understand what it means for a Vrakan prince to stand behind a Perna heir. Marcellin folds his hands again. This negotiation was requested by Netheria. It still is, Zaidan says calmly, and it still concerns your roots. My mother's gaze sharpens. She doesn't like him speaking, but she doesn't interrupt. Perhaps she understands what I do in that moment. I am not regaining control fast enough on my own. Zaidan continues in the same measured tone. If dusk bloom resin is moving through Concord caravans, it is not only Netheria at risk. Poison that destabilizes conduits does not discriminate by border. Marcellin's mouth tightens. The Concord does not tolerate threats. I am not threatening, Zaidan replies. I am informing. It's a perfect distinction, and I hate how effortlessly he makes it. Marcellin sits back slightly. Even if we were inclined to cooperate, our involvement invites retaliation. Velcrin is not known for patience. Zaidan's gaze is steady. Velcrin will not retaliate against cooperation that prevents wider collapse. Marcellin's eyes narrow. That is not a guarantee. That is an opinion. Zaidan doesn't flinch. Then take it as this. Velcrin benefits from stability. Netheria benefits from stability. The Concord benefits from stability. If you refuse to assist because you fear political consequence, you will face a far worse consequence when the ley network fractures and your roots become unusable. It's so reasonable, so clean, so compelling. And still, the negotiation slips, because Marcellin's gaze drops to me again, and there it is, an imperceptible hesitation, the subtle recalibration of someone deciding whether I am reliable enough to risk alliance. His voice becomes polite. Heir Crow, your circumstances are complicated. That is not my choice, I reply. It becomes your responsibility, he says. I hold his gaze, but my magic hums restlessly beneath my skin, still off balance from that flicker of foreign memory. I feel Zaidan's frustration rise, controlled but present, and the fact that I can feel it at all makes my focus fracture further. Marcellin stands. The Concord will not open its ledgers to an internal dispute. My stomach drops. This is not. It is, he replies, gently and decisively. When your foundation stabilizes, we may revisit this. He bows once, signaling finality, and the delegation follows him out like a tide retreating. The hall empties too quickly afterward, as if no one wants to be caught standing too close to failure. My mother's mouth is a thin line. She does not reprimand me in front of Zaidan, but I can feel her disappointment like a weight. When we return to our quarters, the silence between Zaidan and me feels thicker than any argument. We walk through Nytheria's corridors side by side, close enough for the bond to hum quietly, not close enough to ease the tension that sits between our ribs. The door shuts behind us. I turn first. I ruined it, I say. Zaidan's gaze holds mine. You faltered. The bluntness stings. I felt something, I say again, more carefully. When I mentioned the resin, something that wasn't mine, it pulled me off balance. His jaw tightens. Yes. I stare at him. So you know what happened? I felt it, he admits, and I recognize the root. You recognize it, I repeat, anger sharpening, meaning you knew there was history there, and you let me walk into it without warning. His expression is controlled, but I feel the faint edge of guilt under it. I should have told you, he says. You should have trusted me with it. I snap. That's the difference. Silence stretches. He doesn't deny it. That night the fire burns low. The chambers are quiet, but quiet means nothing when the bond keeps turning the air between us into something crowded and intimate. I sit on the edge of the bed, staring at my hands as if they belong to someone else. Zaidan stands near the hearth, arms folded, posture rigid, as if he relaxes for a moment the world might collapse. I do not want to fight any more. I am exhausted. I feel your pain, I say softly. He goes still, not the obvious pain of injuries or bruises, the other pain, the one he carries so carefully that he forgets other people can sense it now, the strain of Velkrin's expectations, the constant calculation, the memory of betrayal that sits in his chest like a scar. His voice is low. You shouldn't. But I do, I say, and you feel mine. So we can either keep pretending the bond is only strategy, or we can acknowledge that it is changing the way we function. He turns his head slightly, black eyes catching the firelight. It doesn't change what must be done. I know, I say. That's why I'm telling you now, in private, instead of letting it leak out in front of my mother or your matrons. A faint flicker crosses his expression, something that might be appreciation if he allowed himself to own it. I trust you, I say quietly. More than I intended to, more than is convenient. And I want to give you something that makes you stop looking at me like I am a risk waiting to turn. His gaze sharpens. Amelia. No, I interrupt, voice steady. Let me finish. I understand why you don't trust easily. I understand that you were betrayed. You keep carrying it like proof of what happens when you loosen your grip. His jaw tightens again. I want you to trust me, I say. Not because the bond forces it, not because Nytheria needs it, because it makes us stronger. Because if we keep withholding pieces of ourselves, we will keep stepping on landmines neither of us warned the other about. Silence. Then finally he exhales. There was someone, he says. The words are simple, but the way he says them shifts the temperature in the room. A lover? I ask carefully. His gaze stays on the fire. Yes. My throat tightens. She was a Perna, he continues, voice controlled. Ambitious, brilliant. She knew how to stand beside me in court and how to speak in ways that made people listen. And she betrayed you, I say, because I feel it in him even before he confirms it. Yes, he replies, She gave information to my rivals. She did it for power. My breath catches. And you discovered it, I say. I did. What did you do? His gaze lifts to mine, and for a moment I see the truth of him without diplomacy. I made sure she could never do it again, he says quietly. The answer is enough. The specifics are not necessary. I stand slowly and take a step toward him, not to corner him, just closer. The bond eases into something calmer. You think I might do that, I say. Use you. He holds my gaze. I think you are capable of making impossible choices. Yes, I admit. I am. And if you were forced, I would choose Netheria, I say immediately. His expression doesn't shift. But I would fight to make sure I never have to choose between Netheria and you, I add, and the words surprise me with their honesty as they leave my mouth. The room goes very still. Zaidan watches me like he is recalibrating something he thought was fixed. And then the question I have been circling, the one that should not matter but does, slips out before I can stop it. Did you ever love her? The silence that follows is not avoidance, it is memory. Zaidan's face is unreadable, but I feel the tension in him tighten, a quiet closing of a door somewhere deep.
Chapter 18. Zaidan. I do not answer her question immediately. Did you ever love her? The silence stretches between us, but it does not fracture. Amelia does not push. She simply watches me, her expression open, more dangerous than accusation ever could. Yes, I say at last. The word settles into the room without drama. It does not echo. It does not shatter anything. It simply exists. I loved her, I repeat more evenly. Not because she was kind. She wasn't. Not because she was gentle. She wasn't that either. I loved her because she was formidable. Because she could stand in a room full of predators and make them believe she was the one who set the rules. Amelia absorbs that quietly. There is no jealousy in her face, only understanding. She was magnetic, not in the obvious way. She didn't demand attention. She redirected it. People leaned in when she spoke, not because she was loud, but because she made silence feel deliberate. Every word felt chosen, every pause calculated. I say, and my voice is quieter now, steadier than the memories deserve. I let out a slow breath. She understood power the way a tactician understands terrain. She knew where influence pooled, where doubt festered. She could stand in a council chamber and shift the direction of a vote without ever raising her voice. Amelia doesn't interrupt. She just listens. I believed we were aligned, I continue. I thought her ambition ran parallel to mine, that she saw Velkrin the way I did, something to strengthen, to protect. My gaze drops briefly to the floor. She wasn't admiring the armor. She was measuring its seams. The fire snapped softly behind us. She passed information to our enemies, patrol routes, border weaknesses, timings precise enough that the ambush felt inevitable once it began. My brother was nearly killed in the snow because of it. I swallow once, not from emotion, but from habit. They left him with a blade through his side. The metal was etched with Vraken script, my script, as if I had handed them the weapon myself. Amelia inhales sharply at that, but she stays silent. I tracked her for weeks, I go on. She was careful, covered her signature, used stolen runes to blur her trail. I found her in the northern ice caverns, where the air burns your lungs before the cold reaches bone. I lift my eyes to Amelia's. She tried to explain. A pause. I didn't let her. There is no heat in my voice, just finality, I ended it cleanly. No spectacle. No witnesses. The council believes she vanished. My brother believes she fled. The truth stayed with me. The room feels smaller as I finish. That was the last time I mistook proximity for loyalty, I say quietly. The last time I allowed someone to stand close enough to learn where I am vulnerable. Amelia nods slowly, but there is something different in her gaze. Something like recognition. I understand why you don't trust easily, she says. I study her for a long moment. You are not Sabrina, I tell her. Her chin lifts slightly. I know. And that terrifies me more than if you were. She blinks. Why? Because you are not subtle about your defiance. You do not manipulate quietly. You fight in the open. You argue. You challenge. You demand truth. My voice lowers. And I cannot predict you. A flicker of hurt crosses her face, quickly masked. I am not trying to outmaneuver you, she says at last, her voice steady despite the strain I can see beneath it. I know, I answer. The admission surprises us both. The bond between us is unusually quiet tonight. It does not pull or flare or press for dominance. It hums instead, low and even, like a current that has decided to flow rather than crash. It allows space. Amelia sits across from me on the hearth rug, knees drawn in slightly, posture less guarded than I have ever seen it. Her hands rest loosely in her lap, fingers entwined not in tension but in thought. Firelight paints her features in amber and shadow, catching the exhaustion she hides from her coven and the resolve she refuses to set down. She studies the flames for a long moment before speaking again. I think, she says slowly, as if testing the words for balance, that I understand now why you are so careful, why you keep distance even when you are standing close. Her gaze lifts to mine. I do the same thing, just differently. That earns my attention. I'm scared, she continues, not flinching from the truth of it. Not in the way they expect me to be. I'm not afraid of responsibility. I'm afraid of losing the ground beneath it. She shifts, drawing one knee closer, grounding herself. My magic still feels wrong. Ever since the ritual broke, it doesn't move the way it used to. It listens, but not always to me. The coven watches me now as if they're waiting for proof that the bond has changed something essential. Her mouth tightens. Some of them think I've already chosen Velcrin over Netheria. Others think I've been claimed. She exhales sharply, frustration threading through the weariness. And Vera, she adds, quieter now. She just waits. Every council session, every silence, she's there, like a shadow that knows exactly how long it needs to stretch before it reaches your throat. I can't even prove she is sabotaging all of it, because I can't do it all alone. I remain silent, not because I have nothing to say, but because this moment is not about me filling the space. I was raised to inherit certainty, she says. Answers, authority, faith. Instead, I inherited collapse, and everyone looks at me like I should already know how to stop it. There it is, the heart of it. Not fear of failure, but the weight of expectation with no margin for learning. You believe they don't trust you, I say carefully. She hesitates, just long enough to tell me the answer matters. I know they don't, she replies. The silence that follows is not uncomfortable. It settles between us like a shared understanding neither of us feels compelled to interrupt. She lifts her head, eyes sharp, and asks me something I couldn't predict for 1,000,000 years. Do you regret our bond? I take my time answering. Not because I am avoiding the truth, but because I respect it enough not to cheapen it with immediacy. I regret the circumstances, I say finally. The desperation that forced the choice. The fracture that made the bond a necessity instead of an intention. I regret that it was forged under pressure rather than freely. I know I forced it, but it was a necessity for me as much as it was for you. Her shoulders tense at that word. But, I continue, meeting her gaze fully now, I do not regret you. The air shifts, as if something that had been braced for impact has decided to stand down. She studies my face with careful attention, searching for exaggeration, for strategy, for the familiar signs of calculation. Whatever she finds, it makes her breathe easier. You could still walk away, she says quietly. If this becomes too volatile, if Netheria fractures beyond saving. I could, I agree. And you won't. No. The certainty of it settles between us like a stone placed deliberately, not thrown. I don't regret it either, she says. Something in my chest loosens. Not yet, she adds, a glimmer of dry honesty softening the words. That does make me smile. You said you want me to trust you, I remind her gently. Yes. Trust is not built through grand gestures, I say. It is built through restraint, through consistency, through choosing not to exploit weakness when you recognize it. She holds my gaze, unflinching. Then let's stop acting like we're on opposite sides of every decision, she says. If Vera moves, we move together. If Velkrin pressures you, I stand with you. No more divided fronts. There is no tremor in her voice now. And if I falter, she asks, then I anchor you. And if you do, I don't look away. Then you will have to decide whether I am worth anchoring. She studies me for a long time, expression unreadable but intent. You are, she says finally. The bond answers with a quiet pulse of warmth. For once I do not feel like we are circling each other with hidden blades. I feel like we are standing on the same side of the field, fully aware of the storm approaching and choosing to remain where we are. Amelia shifts closer, not touching, but near enough that her warmth registers without effort. Did it ever occur to you, she asks softly, that the reason control stopped working for you wasn't because you needed more of it, but because you were never meant to carry it alone? The question lingers, heavy and unsettling. I consider her properly then. The exhaustion she refuses to show her people, the stubbornness that keeps Netheria standing, the quiet courage it took to say all of this without demanding reassurance in return. No, I admit. It did not. She nods, as if the answer matters less than the honesty. Outside, the wind shifts through the trees. Netheria remains wounded. Vera continues to wait. Velkrin watches for weakness. But here, in this room, something aligns. United, she says. Yes. Against Vera. Against collapse. Against anyone who tries to fracture us. Yes. She exhales, the tension finally easing from her shoulders. Then let's stop acting like we're waiting for the other to betray us. I consider that carefully. I can try, I say. She smiles, faint but unmistakable. That's the most I'll get from you, isn't it? For now. She rises then, stepping closer. The space between us warms, steady and intentional. There is no accidental contact, no surge, no pressure to define what this is becoming. Did you ever think, she asks again, quieter now, that you deserve something that isn't strategy? The question unsettles me more than any accusation has tonight. I hold her gaze. You are full of heavy questions, I say, letting a note of wryness soften the truth. Her smile deepens, eyes glinting. Good, she replies, because next I'm going to ask you something much more dangerous. I lift a brow. Should I be concerned? She tilts her head, amusement warming her expression. Probably, she says, but I think you'll enjoy it. The weight lifts enough that I allow myself to believe her. If we stopped resisting the bond for just one moment, she asks softly, would you let it happen?
Chapter 19. Amelia. The knock comes at the worst possible moment. It is sharp and insistent, cutting through the charged quiet between us like a blade through silk. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Zaidan's gaze is still locked on mine, dark and intent, his body close enough that I can feel the warmth of him without touching. The bond is restless, coiled tight beneath my skin, urging, pressing, insisting that this moment matters more than whatever waits beyond the door. The knock comes again. "Lady Crow!" A voice calls from the other side, formal and strained. "The council requests your presence, immediately." Of course they do. I close my eyes, forcing my breath to steady. When I open them, Zaidan is watching me with an expression that is impossible to read fully, something between frustration, restraint, and a vigilance. "They won't wait," I say quietly. "No," he agrees. "They never do." I step back, and the bond protests sharply at the sudden distance, a physical ache blooming low in my chest. Zaidan's jaw tightens as if he feels it too, but he says nothing as I reach for my cloak and straighten my posture. By the time I open the door, I am the heir of Netheria again, composed, resolute, guarded. The corridor beyond is already filling with movement. Elders, perners, wardens, too many eyes, too much expectation. Zaidan falls into step beside me without being asked. The council chamber is colder than I remember. The Wildspont's pulse beneath the floor is faint and uneven, like a heartbeat struggling to keep rhythm. As we enter, conversation dies abruptly. Faces turn toward us, some relieved, others wary, a few openly hostile. Elder Vera stands near the centre of the chamber. She does not look surprised to see me. "Lady Crow," she says smoothly, inclining her head just enough to be respectful. "Thank you for coming so promptly." "You summoned me," I reply. "I came." Her smile is practiced, polished to perfection. "Indeed, we have concerns." A murmur ripples through the chamber. Vera folds her hands in front of her robes. "It has come to the council's attention that you have been acting independently in matters concerning the Wildspont, conducting investigations without authorization, employing unconventional methods." Her gaze flicks briefly to Zaidan before returning to me. "And that such actions may have further destabilized an already fragile system." The accusation lands exactly as intended. I feel the bond tighten, a surge of heat and anger that I tamp down with effort. "If the Wildspont has worsened," I say evenly, "it is because someone has been feeding poison into its roots. I am trying to stop that." "By consorting with Velkrin?" Vera asks gently. "By allowing foreign magic to entangle itself further into our land?" "That foreign magic stabilized the ley lines when nothing else could." I snap before I can stop myself. The chamber stirs. Zaidan shifts beside me, his presence steady and unyielding. When he speaks, his voice carries easily across the room, calm and controlled. "Netheria's collapse predates my involvement," he says. "If anyone here believes otherwise, they are either misinformed or deliberately misleading this council." Vira's eyes sharpen. "This is Netherian business." "And it became Velkrin's business the moment your Wildspont began unravelling beyond your ability to contain it," he replies without raising his voice. "You asked for aid. You accepted it. You do not now get to pretend surprise at the consequences of cooperation." The bond flares at his defence, hot and immediate, and I have to anchor myself against it. Magic stirs in the room, responding to the tension, to the way Zaidan has placed himself, not in front of me, but with me. Vira turns her attention fully to him. "You speak boldly for someone forbidden from our sacred rites." "I speak accurately," he counters, which is more than I can say for some of the narratives being presented here. The room grows louder, voices rise, Accusations fly back and forth, circling the same fears, the same old divisions. Through it all, the bond tightens further, responding to my anger, my exhaustion, my fear of losing control here, in front of everyone. Then someone shouts and my magic snaps. The surge tears out of me before I can stop it, a wave of raw power that ripples through the chamber, rattling wards and sending a sharp pulse through the Wildspont beneath our feet. Gasps echo around the room. I stagger, breath catching, horror flooding me as I realise what I've done. Zaidan's hand closes around my arm instantly, grounding, steadying. His magic wraps around mine without force, containing the flare before it can do real damage. The contact sends a shock through me, intimate and undeniable. "That's enough," he says, his voice cutting cleanly through the chaos. "We are done here." Vera stares at us, something unreadable flickering behind her eyes. "We will fix the Wildspont," I say, forcing my voice to hold, "with or without your approval, and we will expose whoever is poisoning it, no matter how uncomfortable that truth may be." Silence slams down. I lock my eyes with Vera. I still don't say I know it's her, but she feels my gaze. The council does not formally dismiss us. They don't need to. I turn and walk out, Zaidan at my side, the bond thrumming so hard it feels like it might tear me open if I don't move. We don't speak until we are back in our quarters, the door sealing behind us with a soft thud. The quiet is unbearable. Zaidan turns away first, running a hand through his hair, his shoulders tense. "That," he says tightly, "was reckless." "I know," I snap, "but they were baiting me." "And you walked straight into it." I whirl on him. "You think I don't know that?" "I think you're letting the bond push you toward decisions you'll regret," he says, his voice low, controlled, and I hate how much that sounds like fear. "Don't," I say. "Don't put this on the bond." "Then what do you call it?" he demands, finally facing me. "Because that surge—" "Was me," I interrupt. My anger, my frustration, my fear. His expression tightens. "And if it happens again?" "Then we deal with it," I say fiercely. "Together, right? We agreed on that." He exhales, sharp and frustrated, turning away as if to put distance between us. I can't afford to repeat old mistakes. Something in his tone stops me cold. Before I can overthink it, I step forward and reach for him. My fingers close around his wrist, warm against his skin. He stills instantly, every muscle going taut beneath my touch. "Zaidan," I say quietly, "we either let this break us, or we let it make us stronger." He turns slowly, his gaze searching my face as if he's looking for something dangerous there. "You don't know what you're asking," he says. "I do," I reply. "I trust you, and I need you to trust me enough to stay." The bond burns between us, not wild, not consuming, but insistent and alive. Zaidan's hand lifts, hesitates, then cups my jaw, his thumb brushing my cheek with a tenderness that steals my breath. For a moment I think he's going to pull away. Instead, he leans in. The kiss is not violent or rushed. It is slow, deliberate, devastating. A question and an answer all at once. The bond flares, bright and hot, wrapping around us like a living thing as I lean into him, my hands fisting in his shirt, his breath warm against my skin. When we part, we are both breathing hard, foreheads nearly touching, the space between us so thin it feels like a held breath might shatter it. "About your question earlier," Zaidan murmurs, his voice rougher than I have ever heard it. His hands are still braced at my waist, not pulling me closer, not letting me go, as if he's giving me the choice he's denied us both until now. "If we stopped resisting the bond for just one moment, I would let it happen." The words settle into me slowly, not like fire, but like gravity, inevitable, steady, impossible to ignore. I don't answer him with words. I lift my hand instead, fingers sliding into his hair, feeling the tension there, the restraint woven through every strand. He stills instantly, eyes searching mine, giving me one last chance to retreat. I don't. I kiss him.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 20. Zaidan. I wake before dawn because stillness no longer feels empty. The chamber is quiet in the way only the hours before sunrise can manage, when the world holds its breath and even stone seems to listen. Pale firelight has burned itself down to embers in the hearth, painting the walls in muted gold and shadow. Outside, Netheria sleeps uneasily. I can feel it through the Wildspont's distant pulse, uneven but present, alive in a way it was not weeks ago. Amelia is asleep beside me. She lies on her side, one arm tucked beneath the pillow, the other resting loosely across my chest, as though it has always belonged there. Her hair spills over my shoulder in dark copper waves, catching the low light. Her breathing is slow and deep, unguarded in a way I have rarely seen her allow herself to be. I do not move. There is a fragile precision to this moment, and I am acutely aware that anything careless could fracture it. I have lived most of my life with armor on, discipline, distance, control layered so thick that nothing could reach the parts of me that mattered. Last night, I set that armor aside willingly. The bond hums beneath my skin, steady and resonant, no longer sharp with urgency or strained by resistance. It does not pull. It does not claw. It simply is, like a river that has finally been allowed to follow its natural course. I feel her presence through it, not as noise or intrusion, but as alignment. Peace settles into me with unfamiliar weight. So does dread. Because peace, for someone like me, has always been temporary. Amelia shifts slightly in her sleep, her fingers curling reflexively against my ribs, as if seeking reassurance even in dreams. The movement sends a quiet echo through the bond, a subtle answering warmth that tightens something in my chest. I tilt my head just enough to look at her properly, memorizing the soft line of her mouth, the faint crease between her brows that never fully smooths, even in rest. This is what terrifies me. Not the intimacy, not the bond, the certainty. She stirs again, lashes fluttering before her eyes open. For a moment she looks disoriented, caught between sleep and waking. Then her gaze focuses on me, and something eases in her expression. "You're awake," she murmurs, voice still rough with sleep. "I didn't sleep much," I admit. Her fingers flex against my skin, more deliberate now. "You never do." I expect myself to withdraw, to shift away under the weight of that simple truth. Instead, I remain where I am. When she slides her hand upward, resting it fully over my heart, I let it stay there. The bond responds with quiet approval. Amelia studies my face with that unnerving attentiveness she brings to everything important, as if she is cataloging not just what she sees, but what it means. "You're thinking too loudly," she says. "Am I?" "Yes." A faint smile curves her mouth. It feels crowded. That should unsettle me. It doesn't. The fact that she can feel the undercurrent of my thoughts through the bond, and that it no longer feels like an invasion, tells me more than I am ready to unpack. She props herself up on one elbow, the sheet slipping slightly. I look away out of habit more than modesty, giving her space even now. Her hand catches my wrist. "Don't," she says softly. I meet her gaze again. There is no challenge in it this time. No defiance. Only quiet presence. "I'm not going anywhere," I tell her, the words forming without calculation. She exhales, slow and steady, as if she has been holding that breath for longer than this morning alone. She leans in, resting her forehead briefly against my shoulder, grounding us both. For a few heartbeats, there is nothing else. Then the bond shifts. It deepens, like a chord struck lower than before, resonating through bone and blood. Beneath it, something else stirs. Power, old and vast, responding to what we have done. I feel it settle under my skin. Not wild, not uncontrolled, but awake. I know that sensation too well. Before I can speak, a ripple of cold slides through the wards around the chamber. It is subtle, but unmistakable. Velcrin magic does not knock. I go still. Amelia senses it a second later. "What is it?" I sit up slowly, careful not to disturb her more than necessary. The air feels heavier now, charged with recognition rather than threat. A sigil flares briefly along the inside of my forearm, Velcrin runework, ancient and authoritative. The matrons! They do not need words to speak. They never have. "They know," I say quietly. Amelia's hand tightens on my arm. "Know what?" "That the bond has been consummated." The word hangs between us, heavier for its accuracy. There is no shame in it, no regret, only consequence. She swallows, eyes sharpening. "Already?" "Yes." She sits up fully now, pulling the sheet around herself more out of instinct than fear. "What does that mean?" "It means the bond has crossed a threshold that cannot be undone." I turn to face her, keeping my voice even. "It means Velcrin will no longer treat this as a political experiment or a provisional alliance." "And Netheria?" "They will feel it too," I say. "The Wildspont already has." As if summoned by the thought, the earth beneath the chamber hums faintly, a deeper resonance than before, steadier, stronger. Amelia closes her eyes briefly, attuning, then opens them again with something like awe flickering through her expression. "I can feel it," she whispers. "It's clearer." I nod. "That clarity will frighten people." She huffs a soft, humorless laugh. "They're already frightened." The wards ripple again, stronger this time. This is no longer a distant observation. It is an approach. I rise from the bed and reach for my clothes, the familiar ritual of dressing grounding me as my mind accelerates into strategy. When I turn back, Amelia is watching me with quiet intensity. "Are they angry?" she asks. I consider the question carefully. They are alert, concerned, and very interested. "That sounds worse." "It is," I agree. I fasten my tunic and extend my hand to her. She takes it without hesitation, rising to stand beside me. The bond aligns instantly, settling into a configuration that feels prepared. "They will come in force," I tell her. "Not just envoys, not just observers." "How many?" "All of them." The words land with the gravity they deserve. Amelia does not flinch. Instead, she lifts her chin, her grip on my hand tightening, not in fear but resolve. "Then they can see exactly what they're trying to judge." I look at her, truly look, and feel something dangerously close to pride. "Yes," I say softly. "They will." Amelia watches me dress for a moment longer, then clears her throat softly. So, she says, tone carefully casual, as if we are discussing breakfast instead of the reshaping of two realms. Just for future reference. I pause, one boot half-fastened, and look back at her. Yes? She shifts on the bed, pulling the sheet more securely around her shoulders, eyes bright with something that is decidedly not nerves. If the matrons are going to start cataloging the bond in detail, I feel it's only fair that I get the full experience. I arch a brow. The full experience? Yes, she says, nodding solemnly. Last night was enlightening, but I've been thinking. A pause, deliberately timed. You showed me the wings. I'm still waiting on the rest. Fangs and all. I bark a laugh, the sound rough and startled and far too human for my liking. She beams at the success of it. Oh, I say dryly. So there's going to be a next time? Her smile softens, loses its teasing edge just slightly. I was hoping. Something tightens in my chest, warm and dangerous. I cross the room before I can think better of it, cupping her jaw with my thumb, brushing just beneath her lip in a touch that is restrained only because it has to be. You should know, I murmur, that making requests like that implies a level of confidence I am not sure you fully appreciate. Her eyes flick to my mouth. I appreciate it plenty. I exhale slowly and step back before I forget why restraint exists at all. For the record, I add, turning away again, wings are not a performance feature. She hums. Pity. But they are pretty sensitive to touch. I glance over my shoulder to find her watching me with open affection now, unguarded in a way that would have unsettled me once. Instead, it steadies something in me that has not known steadiness in a long time. The wards ripple again, sharper this time. The moment fractures, but it does not vanish. Amelia sobers, rising to stand beside me, slipping her hand into mine as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Her grip is firm. Whatever comes, she says quietly. We face it together. I lace my fingers through hers, anchoring us both. Yes, I agree. And when this is over, when the Wildspont is stable, when the matrons have said their piece, she tilts her head. Yes. I allow myself a faint, dangerous smile. Then we will revisit your curiosity. Her answering grin is bright, defiant, entirely unafraid. Outside the chamber, the first of the Velcrin advance wards begins to unfold, ancient and inexorable. Dawn edges closer, bleeding pale light through the high windows. The world is already shifting around us, and this time, I am not facing it alone. Chapter 21. Zaidan. Velcrin does not whisper when it intends to wound. It calculates. They arrive in Netheria under the guise of diplomacy, their presence announced by the slow unfurling of Velcrin's ancient sky wards over Netheria's capital. No banners, no procession. Just power pressing quietly against another realm's borders. It is not subtle. It is deliberate. They send word requesting formal audience with Netheria's council by midday. I do not allow it. Instead, I request a private convening before they step foot into Amelia's council chamber. If they intend to measure her, to test the bond, to test me, they will do so facing me first. They agree, not out of courtesy, out of curiosity. The meeting is held in an old observatory tower, where Nitherian stone meets Velcrin sigil work in uneasy architecture. They sit in a crescent of pale marble chairs, as though they own the air itself. I remain standing. You escalate quickly, Sarita says mildly. You cross into Netheria without consultation, I reply. I am merely balancing that. A faint ripple of interest moves between them. We are here because the bond has evolved, Irelda says. Consummation alters succession mathematics. Netheria is not Velcrin territory, I answer evenly. No, Sarita agrees. But you are. There it is. The line. The fracture they intend to widen. They speak of duty, of hierarchy, of Velcrin's future, of instability when rulers divide loyalty between realms. They do not accuse Amelia directly. They do something far more dangerous. They imply she is a variable, and I see, with uncomfortable clarity, that if forced to choose between preserving Velcrin's continuity and preserving my bond, they will remove the complication, which means they will remove me from power. They will undermine her. When the private meeting adjourns, they move to convene without me. That is when I return to Shadow. Shadow is an old ally. I slip between pillars and wards, bending perception rather than breaking it. They are powerful, yes, but I was raised as a child of the night. I know where their magic thins. 6 of them sit in crescent formation. Sarita speaks first. The bond has stabilized beyond projection. Projection, as if Amelia were an equation. His power signature has shifted. My jaw tightens. He is no longer anchored solely to Velcrin, Sarita continues. His priorities will divide. They already have, another says. Silence follows. Weighted. Deliberate. Then the blade slides in. If the crown begins to answer to 2 realms, Sarita says, we must consider whether he remains fit to bear it. The words land without heat. Not anger, procedure. Strip my title. Reassign command. Preserve Velcrin. I feel nothing at first. That is the training, the discipline, the steel forged into bone since childhood. But beneath that cultivated stillness, something older shifts. They are not afraid of weakness. They are afraid of alignment. If he chooses her, Irelda says, Velcrin will fracture. If. I withdraw before they vote. I do not need to hear the rest. The intention is clear. I walk from the tower with my posture unchanged and my pulse steady. They will not strip me easily. But they will try. And if they cannot control me, they will target what they can. Amelia. Netheria feels brighter when I return to Amelia's home, stronger in places where it once trembled. The Wildspont hums beneath the soil, clearer than before, responding to something forged in fire and flesh. The bond between us is steady when I cross the outer wards, warm and present. She feels me instantly. There you are, she sends lightly through the bond. I do not answer. I cannot afford the softness in her mental voice. Distance is protection. If Velcrin moves against me, I will not have her standing within reach of the blade. I find her at the Coven Council chamber hours later. She stands at the center of the circular floor, light spilling down from the open canopy above. Elders ring her in layered robes of moss green and gold. Vera stands closest. Of course she does. I will not apologize for cooperation, Amelia says, voice steady despite the tension rippling through the chamber. The Wildspont responded to shared magic. It is not corruption. It is restoration. Murmurs ripple outward. And what price will Netheria pay? Vera counters smoothly. Already we feel Velcrin's presence woven into our ley lines. Already our heir speaks with their authority. Amelia's shoulders square. I speak with my authority. You speak with his, Vera replies. It is subtle. That humiliation. That suggestion that she stands because of me, rather than beside me. The council shifts. I remain in shadow near the high balcony, unseen. I should step forward. I do not. If I publicly defend her now, the narrative Vera is building will solidify. Amelia must stand on her own strength, even if it costs her. You question my loyalty, Amelia says quietly. After everything I have done to stabilize this land? We question your judgment, Vera corrects, a blade dressed as concern. The bond twitches. She feels my restraint, my presence withheld. Her voice tightens just slightly. You think I have been manipulated? Silence answers. It is worse than accusation. It is doubt. Vira tilts her head. We think you are young, and bonds, especially with Vrakan royalty, are persuasive. The chamber hums with layered implication. Amelia's chin lifts. He is not controlling me. No one responds. The silence is deliberate. Humiliation is rarely loud. It is the absence of affirmation. Something fractures in her composure, not visibly, not dramatically, but I feel it. A spike of hurt she does not allow to surface, and still I remain where I am. Because if I intervene now, Velkrin will call it confirmation. The council does not condemn her. They do something worse. They adjourn without resolution, leaving doubt to fester. Vera turns slightly, letting her gaze sweep the chamber before settling back on Amelia. And now, she says gently, Velkrin's matrons stand within our borders. The words ripple harder than any direct accusation. Several elders stiffen. You invited them, Vera continues. Or did you not? Amelia does not flinch, but the bond tightens. They came because the bond shifted, she answers evenly. They came because you allowed it to, Vera counters smoothly. Velkrin does not deploy its ruling council without motive, and yet here they are, in Netheria, evaluating, watching. A murmur grows louder. You have bound yourself to their prince, Vera presses, and now their matrons walk our sacred grounds. Tell us, heir of Netheria, are we to believe this is coincidence? It is a masterful move, not outright accusation, suggestion, influence. The implication hangs heavy, that Amelia's bond has opened the gates not only to magic, but to Velkrin's political reach. Amelia's spine straightens. I did not summon them, she says, voice clear despite the pressure building in the room. And I do not answer to them. Vera's smile deepens slightly. But he does. Silence follows, and silence in council chambers is verdict enough. When she exits the chamber, her steps are measured. No one sees the tremor in her fingers. I do, and I do nothing. She comes to our quarters that evening expecting confrontation. Instead, she finds absence. I have moved my things back to the adjoining chamber. The distance is not vast, only a wall. But the bond feels it instantly. What are you doing? She demands across the connection, anger flaring sharp and bright. Maintaining clarity, I answer evenly. Clarity from what? From becoming leverage. Silence pulses between us. You think I'm leverage? She asks, quieter now. I think Velkrin will make you so. Her hurt bleeds through before she can contain it. You don't get to decide that for me. You said we will do this together. I do not respond. Because if I continue, I will say something I cannot retract. Hours pass. The bond shifts from steady warmth to uneven static. It does not weaken. It destabilizes. Emotion presses without outlet. Frustration, longing, anger, fear. It is worse than distance. It is proximity without permission. By midnight, my concentration fractures. I brace both hands against the stone table in my chamber and force my breathing steady. This is necessary, I remind myself. If they strip my title, if they challenge my command, if they move against Netheria, she must not be standing at my side when it happens. The bond spasms suddenly. Pain lances through my skull without warning. I stagger. The room tilts sideways. This is not emotion. It is vision. The world shifts. I see Amelia in the ritual grove. Her hair is loose, whipping in violent wind. The Wildspont pulses erratically beneath her feet. Magic pours from her in a torrent too vast, too unstable. Elders shout around her. Vera stands behind the circle, smiling. The spell spirals beyond containment. Amelia's eyes find mine across impossible distance. And then she collapses. The vision shatters. I crash back into my body with a violent inhale. The bond screams. It tears through my chest like a living thing in agony. What is she doing? I am already moving before thought forms. If this is future, I have to break it. And if distancing myself was meant to protect her, it has just failed.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Amelia. I do not tell him. That is the first mistake. The second is believing I can outthink a bond forged in blood and fire. Netheria is restless by dusk, the Wildspont's pulse uneven beneath my feet, as I stand alone in the lower grove where the first ley lines were mapped centuries ago. The air smells faintly metallic again. Not rot. Not yet. But strain. Zaidan's distance has not quieted the bond. It has sharpened it. Every time he pulls away, something inside me strains harder toward him. It is not romantic softness. It is not weakness. It is gravity. A magnetic insistence that I do not entirely recognize as myself. And that frightens me. If Velkryn strips him of his title, they will blame me. If Netheria fractures, they will blame him. If the bond keeps deepening, neither realm will see partnership. They will see surrender. So I convince myself there is only one solution. Not sever it entirely. Just weaken it. Dull the edges. Restore autonomy. That way I can prove to the council I am still with them, that Zaidan is not an obstacle, but a tool. At least that's what my mouth is saying, but I know I am a liar. I kneel within the circle I carve into the earth, pressing my palm into soil that still remembers older magic than either of us. The severing rite is ancient, rarely used, designed to untangle forced bindings between hostile mages. This is not hostile. That thought flickers once. I ignore it. I begin the incantation slowly, drawing threads of the bond into visible strands before me. They shimmer faintly, silver laced with gold, beautiful and alive. My throat tightens. I'm not rejecting you. I whisper to the empty air, as if he could hear. I'm protecting us. The first cut is not physical, it is conceptual. I separate emotion from power, dependence from alignment, desire from necessity. The bond resists immediately, like a living thing refusing dismemberment. My magic surges in response, sharper than I intend. The Wildspont hums in uneasy echo. I press harder, guiding a blade of will into the nearest thread. The moment it touches, pain detonates through me, not external, internal. A recoil that feels like tearing muscle from bone. The threads lash outward instead of weakening, flaring blindingly bright. My breath leaves me in a choked cry as the circle beneath me fractures, lines of light spiderwebbing outward. The bond does not diminish, it expands. Force floods through me, too much, too fast. Zaidan's presence slams into my awareness without permission, rage, alarm, movement. He knows. I try to finish the spell. That is the third mistake. The blade of magic shatters in my hands. The recoil surges upward through my spine, white hot and blinding. The grove explodes with light. And then there is nothing. I wake to the sensation of being carried. Strong arms. Controlled breathing that is anything but calm. Zidon. The bond is a roaring current now, unstable and volatile, his fury crackling along it in sharp pulses. When I open my eyes, we are already inside the private wing of our quarters. The door seals behind us with a violent snap of wards. He lowers me onto the bed with a care that does not match the storm in his expression. "What were you thinking?" he demands. His voice is not raised. It is worse. It is carved from something restrained and shaking. I push myself upright, ignoring the weakness in my limbs. I was thinking clearly. You attempted a severing ritual. I attempted to recalibrate it. His eyes flash. You tried to cut it. I tried to give us breathing room. By carving into the core of something neither of us fully understands. His control fractures then, just slightly. The bond flares hot, reflecting the anger he refuses to shout. You could have died, he says. The words hit harder than the accusation. I look away first. You were pulling away, I say quietly. You decided distance was protection. I decided control was. That was not your decision to make alone. And distancing yourself was, I snap back. The room vibrates faintly as magic responds to the escalation. I feel the edges of my own power rising, not violently, but defensively. You can't dismantle us because you are afraid, he says. I laugh once, brittle. Afraid? Yes. His gaze pins me in place. You are terrified of needing me. The truth of it slices clean. My hands curl into the blanket. Of course I am, I admit, anger dissolving into something more dangerous. You saw what my council did. You heard Vera. If I lean too far toward you, they call me compromised. If you lean toward me, your matrons call you unstable. Every time I feel the bond deepen, I wonder which realm will punish us first. His expression shifts, not softening but focusing. I don't want to need you, I continue, the words spilling now that they've begun. I don't want my magic to stabilize only when you're near. I don't want to look for you in every room before I decide whether I can breathe. Silence swells between us. And yet, he asks quietly. My throat tightens. And yet I do. There it is, ugly, honest. The bond pulses not violently now, but intensely aware. He steps closer, not looming, not retreating, just present. You think I am not afraid? He asks. I blink. You think this is easier for me? His voice drops lower. You tried to sever something that I have finally stopped fighting. I wasn't. You were. He exhales slowly, regaining control inch by inch. I distanced myself because Velkrin is preparing to strip my title, he says. Because if they move against me, they will use you as leverage. I was trying to reduce your exposure. The words steal the air from my lungs. They what? I overheard them, he says. Procedure. Succession mathematics. Whether I remain fit to rule if my loyalty divides. Cold settles into my spine. And you didn't tell me? I was trying to protect you. The irony stings. We stand there, two people who tried to save each other by cutting away the thing holding us together. The bond begins to shift again. It reacts to the full weight of shared fear, shared confession, shared betrayal. Heat spikes through my chest without warning. Zidon inhales sharply at the same instant. Oh no, I whisper. The bond does not hum this time. It erupts. A surge of raw, unfiltered power explodes outward from the space between us, knocking both of us backward. The impact slams me to my knees, palms hitting stone. Zaidan drops opposite me, breath punched from his lungs. The air is incandescent with light and shadow woven together, gold and silver spiralling violently around us. It is fusing. The force presses down until I can barely lift my head. Across the glow I meet his eyes, and I see fear. Not of each other, of what we have become. The chamber walls tremble as the bond flares brighter still, uncontainable and absolute. And then the power surges higher, much higher, as if something beyond us just answered. The force presses down until my bones feel too fragile to hold it. Magic tears through my veins, overwhelming, too vast to contain. Across the blaze of power, I see Zaidan's silhouette through the light, eyes black, jaw clenched, fighting for control. Not of me, of himself, of what this is becoming. The surge climbs higher, reaching for something beyond us, something ancient and watching. If it locks into that resonance fully, I don't know what it will make of us. "Zaidan!" I shout, though I am not sure he can hear me through the roar. The bond answers instead, tightening, pulling, dragging us toward the centre of it. I stop resisting. I crawl toward him. The power lashes as I move, scraping over skin and bone, but I force myself forward until I can reach him. His magic is flaring in defense, instinctively shielding, bracing for attack. I grab his face with both hands. He freezes. For one suspended second, we stare at each other in the heart of the storm. Then I kiss him. I pour everything into it. Fear, anger, apology, want. My mouth crashes against his, desperate and grounding, as if I can anchor the magic through contact alone. The effect is immediate. The spiralling light shudders. His hands come to my waist on instinct, gripping hard enough to steady me. The bond, wild and flaring, hesitates, then collapses inward, condensing instead of expanding. The storm folds into heat, into proximity, into the tight space between our bodies. The roar dulls. The chamber stops shaking. Our magic sinks back under our skin in ragged pulses. When I finally pull away, I am shaking. "I'm sorry," I whisper, breath breaking against his mouth. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to lose you. I needed to know I could stand without you if I had to." His hands are still on me, but they are no longer holding. They are rigid and controlled. His expression is not fury now. It is something worse. "You didn't want to lose me," he says quietly, "so you tried to cut the bond." The words are not sharp. They are steady, and that steadiness devastates me. "I was scared," I say. "You were pulling away. Velkrin is circling. My counsel doubts me. I thought if I weakened it, if I proved I wasn't dependent." "You think this is about dependence?" His voice lowers, not rising, not breaking. "You think I would measure you by how little you need me?" "That's not what I—" "You tried to dismantle something I chose," he says. Chosen. The word lands hard. "I stopped fighting it," he continues, his gaze locked on mine. "I stopped calculating outcomes. I let myself build around it, around you." My chest tightens, and you decided, alone, that it was too much. "I was trying to protect us." "So was I." Silence fills the space where the storm had been. The bond is still there, still strong, but it feels raw, tender, like skin burned and newly healed. He steps back. "I cannot fight Velkrin," he says quietly, "and fight you at the same time." "That's not what this is," I breathe. "It is exactly what this is." His eyes soften, but in hurt. I hurted him. "You don't trust it," he says, "and you don't trust me with it." "That's not true." "Then why did you try to sever it without telling me?" I don't have an answer that doesn't sound like fear. He sees that, and something in him closes. I need distance. he says finally. The words feel like ice sliding beneath my ribs. No, I whisper. Yes. The bond flickers uneasily as he moves toward the door. I will not be cut away like a strategic liability, he says without turning back. Not by Velcrin, not by you. The door opens with a sharp pulse of magic. Zaydan. He doesn't wait. The door shuts behind him.
Chapter 23. Zaydan. I have endured torture without screaming. I have stood in snow with a blade through my shoulder and not allowed my knees to bend. I have watched cities burn and chosen not to flinch. None of that prepared me for what an ignored bond can do. I lock myself inside the northern tower chamber and seal the wards personally, not out of fear of attack, out of fear of weakness. The room is sparse, stone, a narrow bed, a meditation dais carved with ancient Velcrin sigils meant to reinforce discipline and emotional compartmentalization. I sit at its center. I breathe. I empty my mind. And she is there. Not physically, but everywhere else. The bond does not scream the way it did during the flare. It aches. A deep, constant pressure behind my ribs, like a second heartbeat slightly out of rhythm. I attempt to compress it, to fold it inward the way I have folded every inconvenient emotion since childhood. It does not fold. It resists. Hours pass, or minutes. Time becomes irrelevant when the only thing that exists is absence. I see her when I close my eyes. Not memories. Projections. Amelia standing in the grove again, but this time turning away from me deliberately. Amelia collapsing in that vision I witnessed. Amelia standing beside Vera while I am nowhere in sight. The hallucinations begin subtly. A whisper of her voice. The brush of copper hair across my shoulder that is not there. The faint scent of wild cedar and crushed leaves. I open my eyes sharply. The chamber is empty and peaceful. My pulse is not. Pain lances suddenly through the bond, sharp, disorienting. I brace my hands against the stone dais as nausea rolls through me. This is not emotional distress. This is physical. The bond is destabilizing. Because I am. I force myself back into meditation posture, spine straight, hands resting on my knees. I lower my breathing deliberately. Inhale. Hold. Release. Control is dominance. Control is survival. Except this time, control is isolation. The ache intensifies. It is not simply that I miss her presence. It is that the bond now expects it. It was consummated, fused, aligned. What we built cannot be neatly compartmentalized without consequence. By the second night, I am no longer sleeping. When I do drift, I dream of her collapsing again, over and over, her body hitting stone while I stand immobile. The helplessness is worse than any wound I have taken. On the third morning, I try to feed. The goblet remains untouched in my hand. The blood tastes like ash. I hurl it against the far wall. The sound echoes too loudly. For a moment, just a moment, I nearly tear the wards down. I nearly go to her. Instead, I reinforce them. That is when the pain spikes again. So violently my knees finally bend. I catch myself on the dais, breath coming sharp and uneven. This is what happens when you try to amputate something that has become vital. The bond pulses, wounded. I hear the war horn outside. Velcrin warriors do not return quietly from war, even when the battlefield is miles away. I sense Ron before I see him. The outer wards shift subtly at dusk, recognizing blood and rank. His power carries differently than mine, less restrained, more kinetic, like a drawn blade that prefers not to stay sheathed. By the time I hear his boots in the corridor, I already know he has ridden hard. I remain seated on the meditation dais. I do not call for him. The tower door opens without announcement. Ron Valesh fills the threshold with the kind of presence that makes lesser men straighten instinctively. Sandy brown hair tied back at the nape of his neck, amber eyes bright with battle light not yet dimmed, shoulders broad beneath travel-worn leathers marked by recent combat. There is dust on his boots and dried blood at the seam of his bracer, someone else's. He takes in the room in one sweep. Then he looks at me. "What?" he says slowly. "Did you do?" "Not what happened. What did you do?" "I do not rise." "You returned early, little brother." "I finished early," he corrects. His gaze sharpens. "Answer the question." I hold his stare evenly. "I made a tactical adjustment while you were away." He exhales a disbelieving sound and steps fully into the chamber, shutting the door behind him with deliberate finality. The matrons arrived in Netheria. The sky wards were visible from 3 provinces away, he says. The entire warrior guard is buzzing like you declared war. Then I hear you locked yourself in a tower and haven't left in 2 days. But the most interesting part, my older brother is mated to a Perna. His eyes flick over me again, assessing. "You look like you haven't fed," he adds flatly. "I have." "On what? Stubbornness?" Despite everything, something dangerously close to a smirk pulls at my mouth. It fades quickly. "She attempted a severing rite," I say. Ron stills, not shocked, focused. "She tried to cut the bond," he asks carefully. "She claims she was recalibrating it." "And what did you do?" "I removed myself as a variable." He stares at me as though I have announced I intend to abdicate and join a monastery. "You distanced yourself," he says slowly. "Yes." His jaw tightens. He walks closer, studying me not as a commander studies a superior, but as a brother studies someone he refuses to lose. "You consummated the bond," he says. "Yes." "And then when she panicked under political pressure, you decided the solution was to disappear. Don't think I don't know everything. Rumors fly even to the battlefield. I decided to protect her from Velkrin." Ron's laugh is sharp and incredulous. "You protected her," he repeats, "by proving every Netherian elder right about Vrakan emotional coldness." "That is not—" "It is exactly that," he cuts in. "You don't get to pretend this is strategy. This is fear dressed up in doctrine." My temper sparks, but it does not ignite. Not with him. "She is leverage," I say evenly. "If the matrons move against me—" "They will move whether you hide in this tower or not," Ron interrupts. "You think stripping your title becomes easier if you look unstable and mate-starved." The word lands harder than it should. I feel the bond twist painfully in my chest, as if in agreement. Ron's expression shifts, some of the edge easing. "I met her," he says more quietly. I say nothing. "She doesn't flinch when she talks about you," he continues. "That alone is rare. And she doesn't soften you. She sharpens you." His amber eyes lock onto mine. "You're different," he says. "Different is dangerous. Different is alive." Silence settles between us. He steps closer, lowering his voice. "You hunted a woman across half the realm because she betrayed you," he says. "You carved yourself hollow afterward so it wouldn't happen again. Fine. I understood that. We all did." His gaze hardens. "But this isn't that." I look away for the first time. Ron exhales slowly. "You're in pain," he says. "Which means the bond is reacting. Which means she is too." The truth of it settles heavily. "You don't get to punish yourself by punishing her," he finishes. "I am not punishing. You locked yourself away while she's alone in a hostile council chamber." That hits, because he is right. You are commander of the Vraken Guard, I say quietly. Not my conscience. No, he agrees. I'm your brother. I look at him. He is not my stupid, brave little brother anymore. He has grown up at the front. I even think he has gotten wiser than me. Of course, I would never tell him that. Ron studies me one final time. If you don't go to her, he says calmly, this will tear you apart from the inside, and I will not watch that happen twice. Twice. He does not say Sabrina's name. He doesn't need to. For a long moment, I remain seated. Then I rise. The movement costs more pride than pain. Ron steps aside, but not before clasping my forearm in a warrior's grip. For what it's worth, he says, a faint smirk returning despite the tension. I like her. I arch a brow. She terrifies half the elders without raising her voice, he adds. That earns respect. Against my will, something steadies inside me. And Zaidan, he adds as I move toward the door, tone sharpening just slightly. If you try to martyr yourself again, I will drag you back by the collar. A faint huff of breath escapes me, almost a laugh. I would like to see you try. His grin is brief and fierce. Go, he says, and this time, I do. The corridor feels longer than it ever has. With every step toward her chambers, the bond tightens, not violently, but urgently. It no longer aches with distance. It strains with need. I do not knock. The door yields beneath my hand. The room is dim. No lamps lit. No wards flaring. Just silence. She is on the floor, curled on her side near the edge of the hearth rug, as if she meant to stand and never made it that far. Her hair spills across the stone. One hand is fisted in the fabric at her chest. Her lips move. Zaidan, she whispers, enough to undo me. I cross the room in 3 strides and drop to my knees beside her. For one suspended second, I hesitate. Fear is a colder enemy than any blade. Then I reach for her. The moment my hand closes around hers, the bond settles. The violent static that has clawed at my ribs for days smooths into something steady and whole. Her breathing evens beneath my palm. The tightness in my skull dissolves. For the first time in days, it's calm. I do not move my hand away.
Chapter 24. Amelia. I wake slowly, as if my body has decided to return to the world only after careful negotiation. The first thing I notice is warmth. Not the feverish kind, not pain, not the jagged aftermath of magic gone wrong. This warmth is steady, anchored, wrapping around me like something that has chosen to stay. My awareness drifts outward, and I realise I'm not alone. Zaidan is sitting beside the bed. He isn't watching the room. He isn't meditating or pacing or pretending detachment. He is watching me, his attention so intent that I feel it before I open my eyes. One hand rests on the mattress, close enough that if I shifted even slightly, our fingers would touch. The bond is quiet, not dormant, never that, but calm in a way that feels earned rather than enforced. When I finally open my eyes, his expression changes instantly. Relief crosses his face before he has time to hide it, raw and unfiltered, followed by something softer that makes my chest tighten. "You're awake," he says. His voice is low, careful, as if speaking too loudly might undo me. I murmur. Wasn't planning on staying unconscious forever. The corner of his mouth lifts faintly. Good. I would have objected. I shift, testing my limbs. There's soreness, a lingering ache beneath my skin, but it feels manageable, more like exhaustion than injury. Zaidan notices the movement immediately, his posture adjusting without him seeming to think about it. "Don't push," he says gently. "You burned through more than you realise." "I always do," I reply, then sigh. "Is that your way of saying I was reckless?" "It's my way of saying you're alive," he answers. "And that matters more." That lands somewhere deep. The room is quiet around us, the light filtering in pale and gold through the high windows. No council chambers, no wards humming in warning, no audience waiting to measure us. Just this space, suspended outside consequence for a moment. I swallow. How long was I out? "Most of the night," he says. "You stabilised near dawn." "And you stayed?" "Yes." I turn my head to look at him fully, really look at him, and something shifts in my chest. He looks tired, the kind of tired that settles into the bones. There's a faint shadow beneath his eyes, his hair less carefully restrained than usual, as if he never bothered fixing it after the urgency passed. "You should have rested," I say quietly. "So should you," he replies. "Neither of us is very good at that." I huff a soft breath. I hate being treated like an asset. His gaze sharpens, not in anger but recognition. "I know." "I hate that every decision I make gets weighed for usefulness," I continue, the words slipping out now that they've found the opening. "To the coven, to the council, to Netheria itself. I'm always something to be positioned, something to be leveraged." He listens without interrupting, without correcting, without trying to reframe it into something more palatable. "And with you," I add, hesitating only a moment. I was terrified it would become the same thing. Just bigger, louder, more dangerous. His jaw tightens slightly. "I never wanted to be another cage," he says. "I know that now." I shift again, pushing myself upright with slow care. He moves instinctively, one hand hovering near my back without touching, ready to support but not assuming. The restraint in that nearly undoes me. "I'm tired, Zaydan," I admit. Tired of being strong all the time. Tired of proving I deserve to stand where I stand. Something in his expression fractures, just a little. "I am afraid of repeating the past," he says after a moment. "Of waking up one day and realising I trusted the wrong thing again. The wrong person." His eyes meet mine, unflinching. "And I am afraid that if I lose you, it won't be because of betrayal," he continues. "It will be because I taught myself to step back instead of stay." The bond responds by deepening, like a breath taken in unison. I reach out before I can overthink it, my fingers brushing his wrist. He stills immediately, every bit of his attention snapping to the point of contact, but he doesn't pull away. "I don't want to be saved," I tell him softly. "I want to be chosen." His breath catches, subtle but unmistakable. "I am choosing you," he says. "Not as a duty, not as a strategy. Just me?" "Yes." The simplicity of it is overwhelming. I lean forward, closing the small space between us. There is no rush, no pressure from the bond urging us faster or harder. Just intention, just trust. Our lips meet in a slow, tentative kiss. It is nothing like before. No heat spiralling out of control. No magic crackling at the edges of my vision. Just warmth, familiarity, a quiet affirmation that settles rather than burns. His hand lifts, hesitates, then cups my cheek with reverent care. The kiss deepens slightly, unhurried, exploratory, as if we are learning each other without the need to consume. I sigh into him, my forehead resting briefly against his as we part, our breaths mingling. "This feels different," I whisper. "Yes," he agrees. "It feels like consent." A faint smile curves my mouth. My thumb traces the inside of his wrist where his pulse beats steady and strong, grounding. He closes his eyes for just a second at the touch, as if allowing himself to feel without guarding it. Good, I murmur, warmth blooming low in my chest. Because last time you promised me wings and fangs, and I was starting to think that was just political exaggeration. His eyes open, surprise flashing before amusement takes over. One corner of his mouth lifts. Oh, he says quietly. So this is a reminder. More like a fantasy request, I reply, brushing closer, my voice light but honest. A low, restrained laugh escapes him, warm against my skin. When he leans in again, it is with the same careful certainty, his presence anchoring rather than overwhelming. We move together slowly, guided by comfort instead of urgency, connection instead of power. The bond hums softly in the background, content to witness rather than command. Show me. My whisper hangs in the quiet room, raw with a need that has nothing to do with magic or duty. Zaidan goes utterly still beside me, his thumb pausing its gentle stroke along my jawline. His dark eyes search mine, the usual guarded restraint melting into something hotter, more primal. Since you ask so nicely, who am I to deny you? That's a first. He laughs at that but nods. I promise you, he says, his voice dropping to a velvet rasp. And I keep my promises. He closes his eyes, a visible shudder running through his powerful frame. The change isn't violent, it is an unfolding, a release. First, I feel it in the bond, a profound shift, like a deep lock turning over. Then I see it. From the shadows of his shoulders, they emerge, not with a snap or a tear, but like ink bleeding into water. Immense arching spans of pure darkness. They aren't feathered, but sleek and leathern, like a bat's, yet imbued with a silken sheen that drinks the pale morning light. They stretch out, rustling softly, filling the space behind him with a breathtaking, terrifying majesty. My breath catches. Zaidan. I never get tired of seeing them. They are so beautiful. He opens his eyes. The warm onyx is gone, replaced by a luminous, predatory black. His canines lengthen, sharp and elegant against his lower lip. He is a vision of ancient power, yet his expression is one of vulnerable offering. This is his truth, laid bare. Touch them, he murmurs, the words shaped around his fangs. I reach out, my hand trembling only slightly. My fingertips brush the leading edge of one vast wing. He gasps, a sharp, involuntary intake of breath, his whole body jolting as if I send a current through him. The wing quivers under my touch. The membrane is warm, stretched taut over a framework of delicate, powerful bones. I trace a vein, feeling the pulse of his life thrum beneath the surface. They're so sensitive, I breathe, exploring further, smoothing my palm along the silken texture. A vulnerability, he manages, his voice strained. Only for you. I don't pull away when his breath ghosts over my skin. Instead, I stay exactly where I am, my hand still resting against the silken span of his wing, feeling the tremor that runs through it at my touch. Zaidan, I say quietly, you told me how Vrakan bonds work, what fully mated means. He stills instantly. His wings settle, folding slightly, not retreating, but containing themselves. His gaze lifts to mine, dark and searching, every trace of humour gone. This isn't just curiosity, he says, low and careful. If you ask for more, you need to understand what it means. I do, I reply, surprised by how steady my voice is. His jaw tightens. It is permanent. So is the Wildspont, I say softly. So is the crown you carry. So is everything they keep telling us we can't undo. He studies me like he is looking for hesitation. He doesn't find it. A full mating is not about possession, he says. It's recognition. It binds instinct to intention, power to choice. If I mark you that way, I do not get to walk away from you. Ever. I know, I say. You could change your mind, he continues. Tomorrow. Or when the councils turn colder. Or when the cost becomes clearer. I already know the cost, I answer. I'm paying it whether we name this or not. This isn't how your matriarchs would do it, I whisper. No, he says. This is older, primal. This is the easiest, purest form. Calming bite. Before the rituals, this is how this was done. And has nothing to do with what the bond wants. It's about us deciding, choosing each other. This isn't about what the bond wants, I add. This is about what I want. His eyes flick to my throat, then back to my face. Say it. I want to be chosen, I say. Not because we're bound. Not because it stabilizes magic or frightens councils. I want you to choose me knowing exactly what it means. Silence stretches, heavy and reverent. And if I do, he asks quietly, you won't regret it. I won't, I promise. Not now, not ever. Something shifts in him then, control giving way not to hunger, but to trust. He steps closer, resting his forehead against mine. If I accept this, he murmurs, it is not because you offered. It is because I want you, fully, without retreat. I close the last inch between us, my voice a whisper against his mouth. Then accept it. For a long moment, he doesn't move. Then he nods. His golden eyes flare. Is this your choice? Yes. The word is a sigh. Make me yours.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 25. Zydan. Morning in Etheria never arrives cleanly. It seeps in through stone and root, filtered by canopy and ward light, turning the room a soft green gold that makes everything feel older than it is. The hearth has burned down to a bed of coals. The air still smells faintly of smoke and rain-wet leaves, and somewhere beyond the walls, the Wildspont keeps breathing, uneven, stubborn, alive. Amelia is warm against me. That fact lands in my awareness with a kind of stunned simplicity that I don't know what to do with. She is curled into my side, as though the shape of her belongs there, her cheek pressed to my chest, her arm thrown over my ribs in careless possession. Her hair spills across my skin in loose copper waves, and when she exhales, it brushes the sensitive place just below my collarbone, making my body react as if I am still half in the heat of last night. I do not move for a long time. I have lived most of my life trained to wake alert, armored from the first breath, to inventory threats and exits and intentions. This morning I wake up, held. The difference is disorienting. It makes me feel young in the worst possible way, like my body has forgotten the rules and is choosing comfort anyway. Amelia stirs, a small shift of her hip, a soft sound in her throat that is not quite a word. Her fingers flex once against my side, as if checking that I remain real, then settle again. Her lashes flutter, but she doesn't wake yet, drifting deeper into sleep with the trust of someone who believes the room will still be safe when she opens her eyes. I should be proud that she trusts me. Instead, it terrifies me. Because beneath the quiet, beneath the fragile peace we have bought for ourselves with choice instead of desperation, something else sits in my chest, clear and unmistakable. bright as a blade held to sunlight. I am in love with her. The realization arrives without fanfare, without argument, without the usual internal debate that accompanies any shifting priority in my life. It simply is. Like waking to find the sky has changed color, and knowing it had always been possible but never permitted. I turn my head slightly, just enough to look at her face. In sleep, her features soften, the constant defensive tension eased from her brow, her mouth parted just a fraction. The mark at her throat is visible where the sheet has slipped, faintly flushed, proof of what we chose together. My instinct responds with fierce satisfaction, and something dangerously close to reverence. Love is not efficient. Love is not safe. Love is an exposed artery. I feel myself flush with the ridiculousness of it anyway, heat rising up my neck like some embarrassed boy who has been caught staring. It is absurd. I have led armies. I have stood in front of councils and matrons and gods. I have killed without shaking. And here I am, unable to decide what to do with my own hands because she is sleeping against me. Amelia shifts again, more awake this time, her face tilting upward. Her eyes open slowly, unfocused at first, then finding mine. For a heartbeat, we only look at each other. She blinks once, then her mouth curves faintly. You're watching me. I'm awake, I answer, and the excuse sounds weak even to my own ears. She hums softly and drags her fingertips up my chest, lazily tracing over scar tissue, as if mapping old stories. You look like you're thinking too hard. I always think, I reply. Yes, she says, and there is mild triumph in her tone, as if she has proven a private theory. But this is the kind of thinking that makes your jaw tighten. Her observation should irritate me. Instead, it makes something inside me loosen, the way it does when she notices what everyone else misses. She knows me in small ways now, tiny tells and habits and silences, and that knowledge feels both intimate and inevitable. I'm fine, I say. Amelia's brow lifts. That sounded convincing. I exhale, then let my hand settle at her waist, fingers curving around her as if I have always done this. She relaxes immediately, tucking closer, and the contentment on her face is so open it is almost painful to witness. You're safe? I ask quietly. She studies me as if she hears the other meaning underneath it, and chooses not to mock it. I'm here. It is not an answer. It is something better. We stay like that for a while, the world outside our room continuing without us, the weight of councils and rot and betrayal held at the edge of awareness, like a storm on the horizon. Amelia's hand drifts over my wrist, then down to my fingers, interlacing them with hers. The gesture is unconscious, thoughtless, and it lands in me with the certainty of a vow. She lets out a long breath and shifts onto her back, squinting at the morning light. We can't stay in bed forever. We could, I say. She turns her head, surprised. Was that a suggestion? It is the closest I will come this morning to admitting anything out loud. I give her a look that is meant to be dry and controlled. It fails. Something about her face softens, and she smiles as if she understands what I am not saying. Tempting, she murmurs, but Netheria is still trying to die. My hand tightens briefly at her waist, and Vera is still trying to help it. The name shifts the air in the room. Amelia's expression sharpens, the air returning behind her eyes. She props herself up on her elbows, hair falling around her shoulders in loose disarray that would scandalize half the coven if they saw it. We need proof, she says. Not suspicion, not half-heard conversations, not your instincts, even if they're inconveniently accurate. My instincts keep you alive, I say. So do mine, she counters. And there it is, her stubborn pride, the part of her I both admire and want to shake. I shift closer, forearm braced on the mattress, our faces only a handspan apart. Then we use both. She watches me for a moment longer than necessary. The intimacy of last night has not vanished with morning. It lingers in the way her gaze drops to my mouth briefly before she forces it back to my eyes. I pretend not to notice. Fine, she says, voice deliberately brisk. We use both. We talk quietly, plans shaped in the soft hour where no one is listening. Amelia's mind runs fast when she is focused, leaping from threat to solution with the precision of someone who has been trained for leadership since childhood. She outlines the coven's hierarchy, the access points, the way Vera moves through the compound with legitimate authority. She tells me which junior Pernas worship her, which elders are swayed by tradition, which guards are likely compromised or simply afraid. And I will get into her quarters, Amelia says, as if discussing a minor inconvenience rather than breaking into an elder's private chambers. There will be ledgers, correspondence, a ritual journal, something. I narrow my eyes. You are not going in alone. She gives me a look that I recognize as warning. Don't start. I'm not starting, I say calmly. I'm finishing. If Vera is meeting someone, if she has wards or traps, then I'm careful, she interrupts, and I don't trigger them. Amelia. She sighs, exasperated. Zidane. You can't shadow me every time I move. The instinctive response is immediate. I want to. The thought is as possessive as it is honest, and I hate that my first impulse is still containment. I force myself to breathe and choose the method that has served me better than force ever has. Negotiation. Then we divide the work, I say. You take her quarters and the council chambers. I take the tunnels. Amelia's gaze sharpens with interest. The root tunnels? Not the ones under the grove, I say. The older network. The caverns that predate the current coven grounds. If she is moving poison into the ley lines, she needs access and a supply route. Supply routes leave residue. She bites her lower lip as she considers it, and I have to look away because my mind insists on remembering what her mouth felt like last night. You're thinking about tunnels, Amelia says, amused. I meet her gaze, expression blank. I am thinking about evidence. Her smile deepens, clearly not fooled. Sure. I clear my throat, ignoring the warmth in my cheeks that is infuriatingly human. I will go after you eat. She lifts a brow. After I eat? Yes. I can already hear Ron's voice from yesterday. Stop martyring yourself. Stop trying to win wars alone. And I have no intention of giving Amelia another reason to accuse me of making decisions without her. She nods slowly. Fine. After I eat. After you eat too. I should argue. I do not. Because she says it like a command and a care all at once, and the sensation that gives me is dangerously close to happiness. The tunnels under Netheria do not feel like the rest of Netheria. Above ground, the land breathes through leaves and moss and soft earth, its magic threaded through living roots. Below, everything changes. Stone replaces soil. Moisture clings to the air. The magic is older, less wild, more stubborn, like a sealed archive that resents being opened. I move alone because despite Amelia's insistence, this is a place where one mistake can become burial. I do not bring a lantern. I do not need one. Shadow is native to me, and in these narrow corridors it curls around my senses like an old language. My shoulder still bears the faint ache of old wounds, but my body feels different today. Stronger in places I cannot name. The bond has altered the way power rests in me, deepening the reservoir, tightening the control. I am aware of it in the way I place my feet and listen to the air and taste the magic along the tunnel walls. This is not just Netheria's stone. It is Netheria's history. If Vera is poisoning the ley network, she has to come here or send someone who can. that someone will leave a trail. I follow the faintest thread of disturbance, an unnatural slickness along one seam of rock, a residue that doesn't belong to rootstone. It smells faintly of resin and metal, familiar now from Amelia's analysis of the first poison. Dusk bloom, carried into the land like a secret. The trail is thin, but it is real. It draws me toward an exit vent that opens near the outer perimeter, beyond the main coven grounds, where wards thin and guards become routine instead of sacred. It is the kind of place a traitor uses because no one expects treason to walk through the mundane. I emerge under a stand of twisted yew trees, the air cooler, the forest quieter. The sky above is a pale afternoon, and for a moment I breathe in the clean scent of bark and damp earth and allow myself to think of Amelia again, of her in bed, hair loose, eyes bright with plans and defiance. I am halfway through turning back toward the main path when the world changes. There is a sound, small, sharp, almost lost in the wind, and then impact slams into my shoulder with enough force to drive me a step sideways. Pain blooms instantly, hot and deep. The shaft vibrates where it has struck, embedded near my collarbone. An arrow. Not an Etherean craftsmanship. The fletching is too tight, the shaft too clean, the enchantment too deliberate. I reach for it instinctively, and my fingers brush the wood. The magic on it bites back, a thin, cruel ward designed to punish tampering. Poison already spreads from the wound, racing along my veins like cold fire. My vision sharpens, then swims, the edges of the world flickering. Professional. A hit meant to cripple fast, bind channels, not kill. I twist toward the tree line, senses flaring, scanning for the shooter. The forest gives me nothing but shadows and birdsong. Then my shoulder burns harder, and I feel the poison turn inward, aiming for conduits rather than flesh. I take a step, and my knee tries to fold. I catch myself against the trunk of a yew, breathing through my teeth, forcing my magic to clamp down on the spread. My control holds for a moment, but the toxin is designed for my kind. It recognizes Fracken channels and moves through them with intimate efficiency. I hate the respect I feel for whoever made it. My hand tightens around the arrow shaft. I should break it and pull it free, but the warding will detonate deeper if I do it wrong, and I have no healer here. Then the bond shifts. A surge of awareness snaps through it, and with it comes Amelia, her alarm like a blade drawn, her presence rushing toward me even before I send a thought. Zidon! The word hits my mind with raw force, not spoken aloud, but threaded through panic and certainty. I brace, breath coming shorter. I do not answer, because if I answer, she will know how close this is to ending badly, and I refuse to feed her fear. She finds me anyway. Amelia crashes through the undergrowth with her cloak half-fastened, hair loose, eyes bright with terror she is trying to disguise as rage. The moment she sees the arrow, her face goes white. Gods, she breathes, and then her jaw sets so hard I hear her teeth click. Who did this? I push upright, forcing my posture into something steadier than I feel. Stay calm. Her gaze snaps to mine, furious. You don't get to tell me to stay calm when you're bleeding into the forest. It is not fatal, I lie. Her eyes narrow as if she can taste the lie in the air. Not yet. Amelia's hands move to my shoulder before I can stop her, careful but fast, fingers bracketing the shaft, her magic already reaching into the wound. The poison reacts to her touch, spiking pain through me, making my breath punch out. She doesn't flinch. Hold still, she orders. I am holding still. You are vibrating with stubbornness, she snaps, and then her focus locks in, brutal and absolute. Amelia draws her magic inward, not outward, threading it into the wound with a precision that makes my skin prickle. She isn't trying to burn the poison away. She is listening to it, isolating it, tracing its path through tissue and conduit as if tracking a predator through brush. Her power shifts, darkening slightly at the edges. Blood magic, controlled and deliberate. I feel the sharp point of it like a needle sliding under skin, and I force myself not to recoil. This is not my realm of magic, and I have learned that Perna work demands trust. Amelia's voice is low now, almost to herself. It's laced. It's designed to bind to your channels. My jaw tightens. Can you remove it? Yes, she says, and the word is so steady it almost breaks me. But you will hate it. I can endure it, I tell her. She gives me a look that says she doubts that. Then she braces one hand on my chest, steadying me, and brings the other to her own palm. With a small, efficient motion, she slices the skin, just enough for blood to bead bright and red. I start to protest, and she cuts me off. Don't! Her blood touches my wound. The effect is immediate. The poison reacts violently, drawn toward the new source like it recognizes something older than itself. Amelia's magic becomes a funnel, coaxing the toxin out of my veins and into her blood, where she can trap it. The sensation is brutal, cold dragging through my shoulder, then heat, then a deep ache as the poison is ripped from places it has already begun to invade. My vision blurs. I grit my teeth and force air into my lungs. Amelia's face is set in concentration, sweat beading at her hairline, lips parted with controlled breaths. Her eyes flick to mine once, and the fear there is real, naked for a heartbeat before she buries it under discipline. Stay with me, she says quietly. The command lands differently than any order I've ever taken. I nod once because it is all I can manage. She draws again, deeper this time, siphoning the last threads of toxin until the burning fades into a dull throb. When she finally pulls her hand away, the blood in her palm has darkened, almost black at the edges, poison contained within a web of magic. She exhales hard and closes her fist around it, sealing it away. For a moment we simply stand there in the quiet forest, her hand still braced on my chest, my heartbeat hammering under her palm. The urge to pull her against me is immediate and fierce. I do not, because she is still shaking, subtly, but unmistakably. Amelia swallows and lifts her gaze to the arrow shaft. Don't touch it, she says, voice tight. The warding is complicated. I noticed, I mutter. She huffs a breath that might have been a laugh in any other context. Then her attention shifts to the fletching, the markings burned into the wood near the base, thin symbols arranged in a pattern that is meant to be hidden unless you know what to look for. Amelia's eyes narrow. I follow her gaze and feel my stomach go cold. It is the same mark. Not identical artistry, but the same core insignia, the same signature line work that we found on the first assassin's gear, the hired hand, the silent compulsion, the poison designed to destabilize magic, a group, a network, not one traitor acting alone. Amelia's voice is barely above a whisper. This is connected. Yes, I say, and I feel the truth of it settle into my bones. This is the same hand. Her fingers tighten against my chest, and when she looks up at me, her expression has changed. The fear is still there, but it has sharpened into something more dangerous. Resolve. Then we stop reacting, she says. We hunt. I look at her, this furious, brilliant, exhausted air with blood on her hands and defiance in her eyes, and the love in my chest turns into something even steadier. Yes, I answer quietly. We do. Amelia reaches up, careful now, and cups my jaw as if checking that I am truly still here. Her thumb brushes the corner of my mouth, almost absent-minded, and my breath catches. You're going to tell me next time you decide to patrol alone, she says. I wasn't alone, I reply, and when she frowns, I add, I had the forest. Her glare is immediate. I try for something like a smile. It is not my best work. Amelia's eyes soften anyway, just slightly, because she knows what I am doing, trying to steady her with anything I can offer. "We go back," she says, already shifting into motion. "We show this to no one, except those we trust. We don't give Vera time to rewrite the narrative." I nod, then hiss as the movement pulls at my shoulder. Her hand immediately returns to my arm, supportive but firm. "Lean on me." I hesitate. Amelia's gaze dares me to argue. I do not. I shift my weight slightly into her, and she adjusts without complaint, bracing us both as we start back toward the coven grounds with the arrow in my shoulder and a conspiracy in our hands. Behind us, the yew trees whisper in the wind like they are carrying news through root and shadow.
Chapter 26. Amelia. The archives of Nytheria do not forgive impatience. Dust gathers in deliberate layers across carved stone shelves, and the air smells of dried vellum, old ink, and the faint metallic trace of warded preservation spells. Light filters down through high, narrow windows, catching motes that drift like suspended time. Most perners avoid this level unless required. History is heavy. It demands attention. Today, I welcome the wait. Zaidan stands near the entrance, arms crossed, watchful without intruding. He insisted on coming. I insisted he not hover. We compromised. He guards the perimeter while I dismantle the past. The arrow rests on the central table, wrapped carefully in neutral cloth. We removed it without triggering the secondary ward, though it took both of us and more restraint than either of us enjoyed. The sigil near its base is faint, nearly decorative if you don't know what to look for. But I do. I pull 3 separate codices toward me, one detailing pre-unification assassin guilds, one cataloguing forbidden sigil work from the border wars, and one older still, its spine cracked with age, chronicling ritual curses tied to land corruption. The symbol on the arrow is not a house crest. It is not Velcrin. It is not a coven mark. It is a contraction glyph. Someone who wanted plausible deniability, I murmur. Zaidan's voice drifts from the doorway. Meaning. It collapses layered enchantments into a single signature. You see one mark. Underneath there are 3. He shifts slightly closer. Can you separate them? Yes, I say, though I am not entirely certain. I press my fingers lightly against the cloth-wrapped shaft and draw a thread of magic into the glyph. The archive wards stir in mild disapproval, but do not interfere. I breathe slowly and peel back the outer linework, revealing the faintest echo beneath it. There, 3 overlapping roots. Not decorative, intentional. I turn to the oldest codex and flip through brittle pages until I find what my instinct is already whispering. Wildspont corruption rites. The ink is faded, but the illustration is unmistakable. 3 rooted sigils used in ancient attempts to redirect ley energy when a Wildspont became unstable. Most of the rites were abandoned after catastrophic failure. Because they do not heal blight, they feed it. My stomach tightens. Zaidan, I say quietly. This isn't just assassination work. He moves to my side immediately. I turn the book so he can see the illustration. His gaze sharpens. It's a feeding structure, he says after a moment. Yes. The arrow is not simply poisoned. It is keyed, designed to destabilize ley-aligned beings, Fraken, Pernus, anyone deeply attuned, and channel the magical discharge into something else. Something below. The blight, I whisper. Not natural, sustained. Zaidan's jaw sets. You're certain? I'm certain this symbol appears in rites designed to siphon Wildspont energy through sacrifice or trauma. I meet his eyes. And you were shot on the outer perimeter directly above one of the older root tunnels. Silence stretches between us. If someone is feeding the blight, he says slowly, they need a conduit. and proximity to sacred ground. We both think of the ruined temple, abandoned generations ago after the ley lines shifted, declared unstable, avoided by most of the coven except historians and the foolish. Of course it's the temple, Zaidan mutters. I close the codex gently instead of snapping it shut. We should move before someone else does, I say. Zaidan nods, but he doesn't step away from the table. His eyes remain on the arrow, on the exposed glyphs, calculating. There's something else, I add. That gets his attention. His gaze lifts, sharpening instantly. What? I hesitate. This shouldn't feel difficult. It isn't a confession. It isn't an accusation. And yet, I spoke to Ron. There is the faintest shift in his posture. When? He asks. After you were shot? A pause. Without my knowledge. Yes. His jaw tightens, but not in anger, in consideration. And what did my little brother decide to tell you? I lean back against the edge of the table, folding my arms loosely. That you're insufferable when you're trying to protect someone. That almost earns a reaction. Almost. He said, I continue more quietly, that you've never let anyone close enough to matter since... before. Sabrina goes unspoken, but it settles between us anyway. Zaidan looks away first. He had no right. He had every right, I interrupt gently. He was worried about you. Silence fills the archives, thick but not hostile. The dust in the air drifts lazily through a shaft of light between us. He said something else, I add. Zaidan's eyes return to mine, wary now. He said you're different with me. A faint crease appears between his brows. Different how? Alive, I say simply. That lands harder than anything else. He exhales through his nose, almost a quiet scoff. Ron romanticizes things he does not understand. No, I say softly. He understands you better than anyone. That makes him go still. He trusts me, I continue. He told me that outright. Said if I ever hurt you, he'd have words. But he trusts me. There's something almost boyish in the way Zaidan absorbs that. A flicker of surprise, of uncertainty. I swear I didn't fight him with pillows enough when we were younger, Zaidan mutters. I burst out laughing. The sound echoes faintly off the stone shelves, scandalously bright for a room that has likely not heard laughter in decades. I cannot, I say between breaths, imagine you in a pillow fight. Zaidan arches a brow. I was a child once. I don't believe that. I assure you I was inconveniently small. That's worse, I tell him. Small and brooding? I did not brood. You absolutely brooded. A reluctant smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Ron cheated. In a pillow fight? He filled his with sand once. I stare at him. You're lying. I am not. I press a hand over my mouth, laughing again. You were assaulted by decorative bedding. He declared it a strategic adjustment. That explains so much about him. And me, Zaidan adds dryly. I shake my head, still smiling. No, you would have insisted on rules, formal combat, approved pillow density. That is absurd. It is painfully accurate. For a moment he just looks at me, really looks, and the teasing expression softens into something warmer. You laugh differently now, he says quietly. The words catch me off guard. What? It's lighter, he says, less guarded. My chest tightens, not painfully, just aware. Maybe I'm less alone, I reply. Something in his expression shifts again. He steps closer. The space between us disappears without urgency. His hand slides around my waist, warm and steady, drawing me gently against him, I let myself lean into him. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The archives remain silent witnesses, dust turning lazily through a beam of light that spills across his shoulder and into his hair. He lowers his head slightly, and I feel his breath brush my temple before his lips press softly into my hair. It isn't heated, it isn't hungry, it's tender. A quiet claim that feels earned. I close my eyes. If Ron ever learns you're capable of this, I murmur against his chest, your reputation will be ruined. He already suspects, Zaidan replies. Oh. He told me I look insufferably pleased when you enter a room. I tilt my head back to look at him. Do you? A faint, almost embarrassed flicker crosses his face. I do not monitor my expressions. I hum. That sounds like a yes. His thumb traces once along the small of my back, absent-minded, grounding. For the record, he says quietly, I do not regret being different. I press my forehead lightly to his chest, just for a heartbeat longer. Good, I whisper. Then I step back, because if we linger much longer, we may never make it to the temple at all. Come on, I say, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. Let's go uncover treason before your brother decides to stage an intervention. Zaidan huffs softly, but his hand finds mine as we turn toward the exit. He doesn't let go, and neither do I. The Eastern Temple is less ruin and more wound. Stone columns lean at tired angles, half swallowed by creeping vines. The roof collapsed long ago, leaving the central altar exposed to sky and rain. Moss blankets cracked tiles, and the air carries a faint, sour undertone beneath the scent of earth. Blight, subtle, breathing. The moment we step past the threshold, the bond shifts. Like stepping into a chamber where sound has always existed, but was previously muted. Zaidan's fingers brush mine, not by accident. His wings remain hidden, but I feel the restrained edge of his power as keenly as my own. The sacred ground recognizes us, not as invaders, but as something aligned and altered. The altar at the centre is carved with older sigils than the current coven uses. Rootwork spirals outward in concentric circles, but along the outermost ring, something darker stains the stone. I kneel. The blight here is thin but deliberate. It threads into cracks like ink spilled with purpose. Do you feel that? I whisper. Yes, Zaidan answers. It's not spreading randomly. It's being directed. The air shifts. A wind that does not belong to the weather curls through the broken columns, stirring leaves without touching branches. The temperature drops slightly, enough to raise gooseflesh along my arms. Zaidan steps closer. The altar pulses once beneath my palm. Then again. A figure forms, translucent, woven from light and root shadow. Not a ghost, not entirely a spirit. A guardian remnant. Its voice is not sound, it is pressure against thought. Federal. The word presses into me like a bruise. I swallow. The blight. Federal, not wound of nature. Given. Zaidan stiffens beside me. By whom? The spirit's shape flickers. One tendril lifts, pointing, not outward, but downward. Below, the roots beneath the temple shudder faintly, given willingly. The implication is colder than the air. The spirit's light dims slightly, strain evident in the way its form wavers. You are bound. The words settle differently this time, acknowledging the bond between us. Balance disrupted. Restore. Then it fractures into motes of pale green light and dissolves back into the stone. Silence rushes in. Zaidan exhales slowly. Willingly. Not accidental, I say. We circle the altar carefully now, scanning every groove and crack. Near the base, half hidden beneath collapsed debris, something metallic catches the light. I brush moss aside. An artifact, small, circular, no larger than my palm. It is not ancient. The metal is too refined, the sigil work too modern. 3-rooted contraction glyph at its centre, and around the edge, woven so subtly most would miss it, a signature thread I recognise instantly. My blood goes cold. Vera, not a housemark, not an official crest, her personal weave, the same pattern she uses in her council rings. I lift the artifact carefully, my hand steady despite the tremor running through me. Zaydan sees my expression before he sees the object. "What is it?" he asks. I turn it so he can see the etched signature. His face goes very still. "It's hers," I say quietly. The wind stirs again through the ruined temple, carrying the faint scent of rot from somewhere deep beneath the roots. Now, we are not chasing suspicion, we are holding proof.
Chapter 27. Zeden. The black market beneath Netheria does not advertise itself. It breathes. Beneath the polished streets and ceremonial gardens, below the glow of sanctioned lanterns and lawful trade, there is another network of corridors carved through old root systems and abandoned ley channels. The air down here smells of oil, damp stone, and desperation disguised as enterprise. I walk alone. Not because Amelia insisted, because I did. If this thread leads where I suspect, I do not want her anywhere near the first unraveling. The bond hums faintly as I descend, aware but restrained. She knows I am in the lower districts. She does not press. I appreciate that more than she understands. The informant waits in a shuttered apothecary that officially burned down 3 years ago. The sign above the door still hangs crooked. The windows are boarded from the outside. Inside, lantern light flickers against rows of empty shelves. He flinches when I close the door behind me. He is not Perna, not Vraken. Human-blooded, thin, with ink-stained fingers, and the permanent twitch of someone who has sold too much and trusted too little. "You said it was urgent," he mutters. "It is," I reply. He studies me, recognition dawning slowly. Fear follows immediately. "You're... yes." His swallow is audible. "I don't deal in politics," he says quickly. "I am not here for politics." I step closer. The temperature shifts without visible cause. "I am here about procurement routes operating along the eastern route tunnels." He stiffens. "I don't know what..." "You do," I say quietly. "And you will decide very quickly whether this conversation ends with coin or consequence." He exhales shakily. "It's not assassination," he blurts. "Not primarily." That word lands carefully. "Primarily," I repeat. "There's a ring," he says. "Selective acquisition. Magical assets. Define assets." His gaze flicks toward the door, then back to me. Perna magic wielders. Lower circle. Isolated ones. Healers. Root callers. Anyone with deep ley attunement. My jaw tightens. "For what purpose?" "Extraction," he whispers. The word curdles in the air. Extraction. Not kidnapping. Harvesting. The bond flickers sharply. Amelia feels the spike of my anger. I force it down. "Who is buying?" I ask. He hesitates. I let my power bleed into the room, just enough for him to feel the weight of it. Shadows stretch unnaturally along the walls. "A sorcerer," he gasps. "Dark elf. Operates through intermediaries. Pays in voidstone and blood contracts." My pulse slows. "What is his name?" The informant closes his eyes like a man stepping off a ledge. "Malrend." The room goes very still. Not because of magic, because I know that name. I have heard it spoken in war councils, in hushed intelligence briefings, in the aftermath of border massacres where bodies were left intact but magic stripped clean from bone. Malrend is not a scavenger. He is a scholar of corruption. What does he want with Perna magic? I ask, though I already understand. He's been purchasing artifacts tied to root systems for years, the informant says. Old temple fragments, blight-adjacent relics. This is escalation. He needs living conduits now. Living conduits. The ruined temple flashes through my mind, the artifact in Amelia's hand, Vera's signature etched into metal. Who brokers for him here? I demand. I don't know the name, the informant says quickly. But the contracts route through someone inside Netheria's inner circle. Access codes are clean. Council level clean. My vision sharpens. Are you certain? Yes. The bond shifts again, Amelia's attention sharpening, distant but present. Payment records? I ask. There's a drop tonight, he whispers. Third-tier vault under the old spice exchange. Coded ledger. I can get you the access sigil. He reaches slowly into his coat and produces a thin strip of etched metal. I take it. If you have lied, I say calmly, there will be nowhere in this realm you can hide. I haven't, he breathes. I swear it. I believe him, because fear that deep does not counterfeit easily. When I return above ground, dusk has already begun its descent. The city looks unchanged. It isn't. The bond tightens the moment Amelia feels my proximity. I do not soften the truth before I speak it. There is a trafficking ring, I say the moment I step into her chambers, targeting Perna magic wielders. Her face drains of color, but she does not falter. For what? She asks. Extraction. Lay. Siphoning. Her hands curl into fists. Who? A buyer named Malrend. Silence. The name lands like a fracture. You know him, she says quietly. Yes. How bad? Strategic, patient, ruthless. I meet her eyes. If he is involved in the blight, this is not sabotage. It is cultivation. Her jaw sets. And Vera, an inner circle broker, is facilitating access. Understanding dawns. She's feeding him, Amelia whispers. Possibly. Before I can say more, she crosses to her desk and pulls open a drawer. I found something else while you were gone, she says. She lays a folded parchment on the table between us. The seal is subtle, council wax, nothing overt. But the cipher woven into the margin is not official. It is Vera's hand. I break it open. Inside is a coded message, elegant, careful. Shipment confirmed. Root integrity stable. External partner satisfied. Continue phased destabilization. The heir remains unaware. My chest goes cold. Heir remains unaware. Amelia stands very still beside me. She's been coordinating with him, she says. Yes. And she thinks I don't see it. I look at her. She thinks you are the conduit. The bond tightens, not in fear, in resolve. We move tonight, Amelia says. I nod once. Because Malrend does not purchase living conduits unless the final ritual is near. And if the blight is being fed, then the Wildspont is on a clock. And so are we. Just as I finished making plans with Amelia, I felt that another problem was approaching. Velcrin magic coils along the skyline like distant lightning, restrained but unmistakable. The matrons have extended their presence beyond diplomacy now. Their wards overlap the city's outer perimeter in thin, invisible lattices. Surveillance disguised as protection. They are watching. Ron waits at the end of the courtyard when I reach the palace entrance. He is not armored for war, but he might as well be. His stance is relaxed only to someone who does not know him. I do. You met him, he says without preamble. Yes. And, worse than expected. His jaw tightens, but he does not ask further. He reads enough in my face. Behind him, 2 Velcrin sentinels stand at discreet distance. Not palace guard, not Netherian, matron's observers. They requested audience again, Ron says quietly. With you. On what grounds? He gives me a flat look. On the grounds that you are behaving unpredictably. Of course. They are concerned, he continues, voice lowering, that your attachment is influencing military judgment. The word attachment is deliberate. They believe Netheria's instability is compromising Velcrin succession. They believe many things, I reply evenly. Ron steps closer. They're discussing contingency, he says. Temporary transfer of command authority. There it is. They will not strip you openly, he adds. Not yet, but they are positioning. I feel the bond stir faintly, Amelia sensing the ripple of threat without knowing its shape. I don't care about the title, I say. I know, Ron answers immediately. That's the problem. His amber eyes lock onto mine. You stop caring about the throne, they'll decide you've already abandoned it. I consider that. They think she's destabilizing you, he says more quietly. No, I correct. They think she is dividing me. Ron's mouth tightens. And are you? The question hangs between us. No, I answer, because this is not division. It is alignment. Ron nods once, sharp and decisive. Good. Then we handle both fronts. Both. Malrend, he says. And the matrons. His tone shifts subtly. They will not move against you openly while I command the guard. That is not bravado. That is promise. You are choosing a side, I observe. Ron almost smiles. I chose it the day you stopped pretending you didn't want her. The corner of my mouth threatens to respond despite everything. Behind us, Velcrin ward light flickers faintly. They are waiting, Ron says. They want you to report. They will wait. He studies me carefully. You're not going to placate them. No, you're going to war. Yes. Not with armies. With corruption. Ron exhales once through his nose. Then I stand beside you, he says simply. Not as commander, as brother. Since I heard Malren's name leave the informant's mouth, finally something in my chest steadies. The matrons may be watching. Let them. If they move against Amelia, they will move through me first. The summons comes before nightfall, not through messenger, through blood. The sigil on my forearm ignites without warning, matron script carving itself in silver light across my skin. Command appearance. Immediate. Ron sees it flare. They're not waiting, he says. No, I reply. They aren't. The chamber they choose is not Netherian. It is Velcrin made. They overlay their own ward structure inside one of the high towers, a circular room now lined with pale stone that does not belong to this realm. 6 thrones form a crescent. The matrons sit as if carved there. I remain standing. Ron does not enter the circle, but he does not leave the doorway either. His presence is deliberate. Witness. Guard. Warning. Sarita speaks first. Prince Zaidan, she begins. The title lands heavily. You have been observed operating beyond sanctioned authority, aligning military judgment with external political influence. Define influence, I say evenly. Netheria's heir. They do not say Amelia's name. They reduce her to position. You have allowed a foreign bond to alter succession trajectory. Incorrect, I reply. I have chosen alignment. A ripple of irritation passes between them. Irelda's voice cuts in. You were warned about divided loyalty. My loyalty is not divided. Your power signature has changed, Sarita says. You no longer anchor solely to Velkrin's line. I do not deny it. Velkrin does not survive rulers who fracture allegiance, another matron states. No, I answer. It survives rulers who adapt. Silence. Then the blade. Effective immediately, Sarita says, voice smooth as polished stone. You are relieved of primary succession authority. Ron stiffens in the doorway. You will retain blood status, she continues, but command jurisdiction transfers to interim regency until stability is reassessed. There it is, stripped, cleanly, politely, as if they are adjusting a ledger. The chamber waits for reaction, for outrage, for plea, for negotiation. I give them none. Instead, I step forward. You believe removing a title removes my influence? I ask quietly. Sarita holds my gaze. We believe removing a title preserves Velkrin. And if Velkrin requires blindness to survive? I ask. You are overstepping. No, I correct. You are. My power does not lash outward. It condenses. The shadows beneath the matron's thrones deepen, not as threat, but as reminder. The air grows heavier, not chaotic, controlled. They feel it. All of it. Not divided. Not unstable. Integrated. Stronger. Ron straightens slightly, not in alarm, in recognition. This bond, I say evenly, has not weakened me. It has refined me. The Velkrin wards tremble. You mistake evolution for corruption, I continue, and you mistake control for stability. Sarita's composure tightens a fraction. You stand here without title, she says. You stand diminished. I hold her gaze. I stand unburdened. That lands, because they understand what that means. No title, no leash, no procedural restraint, just blood, power, and choice. The shadows pulse once more. The matrons do not flinch, but they do not breathe easily either. You have made your ruling, I say calmly. You will find I remain difficult to relocate. You will comply, Irelda states. I will act, I reply. There is a difference. I turn before they dismiss me. That is the part that unsettles them. I do not ask permission to leave. The Velkrin wards hesitate as I cross their threshold. Hesitate, then part. Behind me I hear nothing. No command to detain, no order to restrain. Because they understand something now they did not fully calculate. Removing the crown did not make me smaller. It removed what they believed constrained me. When the tower doors close behind us, Ron exhales slowly. Well, he mutters, that went poorly. I almost smile. They are afraid, he says quietly. Yes. Of her? I glance toward Nytheria's inner gardens, where I can feel Amelia's presence like a steady flame. No, I answer, of what happens when you choose without them. Above us, Velkrin skywards flicker. Watching. Let them. Because they have just made one catastrophic misjudgment. They think stripping my title removes my authority. They forget authority was never granted. It was inherited. And power, real power, does not require a throne. Now we move.
Chapter 28. Amelia. The council chamber has always felt like a sanctuary. Today it feels like a courtroom. Light filters down through the canopy vents in fractured beams, catching in the suspended dust of old incense and root pollen. The Wildspont hums beneath the stone floor in low, irregular pulses. The air is heavy with old wood, ceremonial oil, and expectation. Every elder is present. Vera stands near the centre. She does not look concerned. She looks prepared. Zaydan is not here. I asked him not to be. This must begin as Netheria's reckoning, not Velcrin interference. But the bond sits alert beneath my ribs, steady and watchful, a silent reassurance that I am not alone even when I stand by myself. I step forward into the circle. I invoke Root Statute 7, I say. The chamber stills. Emergency authority is not used lightly. Elder Crow, my mother, folds her hands into her sleeves. State your claim, Heir. I do not look at Vera yet. Corruption of sacred ground. Unauthorized alliance with hostile external magic. Endangerment of Netherian citizens. I accuse Vera of all that. Now I look at her. Her smile is faint, almost indulgent. Strong accusations, she says gently, from someone recently recovering from magical instability. There it is subtle, and public humiliation. The elders shift uncomfortably. I brought evidence, I reply. That earns a flicker in her eyes. I place the artifact on the central stone table. Its metal catches the filtered light, the three-rooted contraction glyph visible now that I've removed the masking weave. Murmurs begin. Vira does not move. Artifacts circulate, she says calmly. My weave has been studied for centuries. You cannot possibly think. I unfold the coded parchment beside it. Shipment confirmed. Root integrity stable. External partner satisfied. The air changes. You signed this, I say. Now she goes still, not shocked, calculating. You misunderstand what you're reading, she says softly. Then clarify it. Silence presses in. The Wildspont pulses harder beneath us. You want clarity? Vera asks, and something sharper enters her tone. Netheria is rotting. The Wildspont has been destabilizing for decades. You inherited decay. That does not justify trafficking Perna magic wielders, I say. Several elders inhale sharply. She does not deny it. Sacrifice has always been part of landbinding, she snaps. No, I say quietly. Consent has. That is when she drops the mask. You think your bond to Velcrin did not fracture the ley lines? She demands. You think you are not the destabilizing force? The chamber ripples with unease. The doors behind me open. I do not turn. I feel him. Zaydan's presence slides into the room like shadow crossing water, controlled, quiet, and lethal. Vera sees him. Her lips curve faintly. Ah, she says, the dethroned prince. The insult is bait. He does not respond. Neither do I. You fed the blight, I say steadily. You supplied Malrend. That name does it. The elders react, and Vera's composure fractures. You are children, she says. Both of you, playing at governance while the roots decay. Her magic ignites first, not as reckless explosion, but as a precise strike. Green-black energy lashes toward the artifact on the table. I move before I think. Root magic surges through me, intercepting her strike mid-air. The collision cracks the stone beneath us, power splintering outward in sharp arcs. The chamber erupts. Vines tear through the marble floor, spiralling upward in violent coils. Vera's counterstrike shreds two instantly, blight slicing through living root with surgical precision. Then Zaydan steps forward. For a heartbeat he hesitates. Not from fear, from decision. And then I realize what he is about to do. Netherian law is clear about foreign displays of dominant magic within sacred chambers. Velcrin warforms are considered provocation. Threat posture. Declaration. He knows that. I feel him weigh it through the bond. Then he chooses. Shadow unfurls behind him in a violent rush of displaced air. Gasps ripple through the chamber as his wings snap into existence, vast and obsidian, stretching nearly wall to wall. They do not emerge gently. They claim space. Light fractures against their silken span, drinking in the green-gold glow of the Wildspont until the entire council floor is divided between root and darkness. Several elders stumble backward. One drops to a knee. No Vraken has ever displayed full war form inside the Netherian council chamber. Not in alliance, not in peace, not ever. The temperature shifts. The sacred wards flare in startled recognition, uncertain whether to defend or yield. The Wildspont pulses harder beneath us, reacting not in rejection, but in awareness. When Vera launches her second blast, it never reaches the elders. His wing cuts through it mid-air, shadows swallowing Blight in a violent hiss of evaporating magic. The impact shudders through the stone, but he does not move. He stands between the coven and destruction, not as prince, not as emissary, but as my chosen. Murmurs spread like wildfire. He was stripped. Velkryn has no authority here. This is a threat. It is protection, my mother breathes, staring, because they see it now. He is not attacking. He is shielding. His wings arch forward, not to dominate the chamber, but to form a barrier around the elders as Vira's blight lashes outward in widening arcs. Every strike she throws meets shadow and dies. And the coven understands something terrifying in that moment. Velkryn's dethroned heir just defied his own matrons. To defend Netheria, publicly and without hesitation. Vera's eyes flash to his wings, calculation sharpening. You expose yourself, she sneers, in foreign sacred ground. Yes, he says. The single word lands like iron. He does not elaborate. He simply stands there, wings extended, shadow anchored, unflinching. The symbolism is unmistakable. He was stripped of title, but no one stripped him of power, and no one stripped him of choice. The bond hums fiercely between us. He did not reveal himself to intimidate. He revealed himself because I was in danger, and now the entire coven has witnessed it. The balance of political narrative shifts in real time. He is no longer a foreign liability. He is a shield. And Vera knows she has lost control of the room. The Wildspont roars beneath the chamber. Vera pivots toward the northern archway, trying to escape. Zaidan moves faster. He intercepts her mid-stride, shadow colliding with Blight in a violent concussion of force that throws heat across my skin. I drive binding magic into the stone beneath her feet, calling roots upward through ancient channels. She fights like someone who has rehearsed betrayal. Blight energy wraps around her arms, slicing through the first bindings. I push harder. Pain slices through my ribs, but I do not stop. Zaidan's hand closes around her wrist. Shadow seals her magic channels while my roots constrict, winding up her torso, around her throat, anchoring her to the floor. She screams in fury. You would have ruled nothing, she spits at me. And you would have sold everything, I answer. The chamber trembles, but then stills. She hangs suspended in root and shadow, breathing hard, eyes bright with hatred. Elder Crow, my mother, rises slowly. Vira of the inner circle, she says, voice unsteady but resolute. You are stripped of rank pending tribunal. The words echo. Vera laughs softly. You think this ends with me? She whispers. And then the adrenaline leaves me all at once. The roots slacken slightly as my magic falters. The chamber tilts sideways, light splintering into fragments. I hear Zaidan say my name. Then nothing. When awareness returns, I am moving, strong arms, steady heartbeat. Zaidan. He does not ask permission. He does not wait for formal dismissal. He carries me through the chamber like something precious and breakable. The elders part without protest. His jaw is set. The shadow around him remains sharp enough to warn anyone who might try to interfere. I'm fine, I murmur weakly. You are not, he replies. There is no anger in his voice, only refusal. He adjusts his hold on me slightly, one hand firm at my back, the other beneath my knees, as if I weigh nothing at all. As if carrying me is not a burden but a right. The bond is steady. He will not leave my side, not while I breathe. I feel it then, not through magic, not through the echo of power or the fading tremor of battle. Through him, through the way his jaw remains tight long after the danger has passed, through the way his wings refuse to fully retract, shadows still curved subtly around us, as if the world must ask permission to approach. Through the way his thumb moves once, almost absently against my side, checking that I am real, checking that I am here. Something inside me softens in a place I didn't know was still guarded. This is not strategy, nor alliance. This is love. The realization doesn't strike like lightning. It settles like roots finding water. I love him. Not because he shields me, not because he fights beside me, not because the bond hums warm and constant between us. I love him because he chooses me in the moments when no one is watching. Because he stays. My fingers curl weakly into the front of his tunic. He glances down instantly, alert, but I only shift closer, pressing my face into the space beneath his collarbone where his heartbeat is strong and steady. He goes very still. Then his chin lowers gently to rest against my hair. I close my eyes. I don't say the words. Not yet. They feel too sacred to spend in a hallway thick with smoke and fractured marble. But I let myself lean into him fully, let myself be held. His arms tighten just slightly, instinctive, protective. The bond answers with a quiet, contented warmth. Somewhere deep beneath the coven grounds, the Wildspont pulses again unstable and waiting. But I am not afraid. And in his arms, eyes closed, heart steady against his, I let myself rest.
Chapter 29. Zaidan. Silence settles slowly after violence. Not the hollow kind that follows fear, but something heavier, earned. The coven grounds are still scarred, cracked marble, blackened sigils, the faint metallic tang of spent magic hanging in the air. But for a while, nothing is actively breaking. Amelia sleeps. She lies on the narrow couch in my chambers, wrapped in linen and ward warmth, her breathing slow and even. Color has returned to her cheeks, though exhaustion still clings to her like a second skin. I sit beside her with a basin of clean water and a folded cloth, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest, as if that motion alone keeps the world intact. I have not let go of her since I carried her from the council hall. I do not intend to start now. When she stirs, it is subtle, her brow creasing, her fingers curling faintly as if searching for something. I move before she wakes fully, setting the basin aside and resting my hand over hers. "I'm here," I say quietly. Her eyes open. For a moment, confusion flickers. Then recognition settles in, followed by something softer that loosens my chest in a way I am unprepared for. "You stayed," she murmurs. "Yes. It is not a promise. It is a fact." She shifts, wincing slightly, and I brace her automatically. The injuries are not severe. Burns, strain, the backlash of channeling too much power too fast. But they matter. She matters. I wet the cloth and begin cleaning the faint blood and ash from her forearm, slow and careful, my touch deliberately gentle. "You don't have to do that," she says. I know. I continue anyway. She watches me from beneath half-lowered lashes, quiet now, the sharp edge of command absent. The air rests. The woman remains. "I thought you'd be furious," she says after a moment. I pause, cloth stilling against her skin. "I was." Her gaze sharpens slightly. "I am not anymore." That earns me a small, surprised breath of laughter. "That's new. Don't become accustomed to it." She smiles, and the sound of it does something dangerous to my composure. When I finish tending the last mark, I set the cloth aside and lean back, exhaling slowly. My shoulder aches where the earlier wound still mends, but the pain is distant, manageable. The bond hums between us, steady and low, like a hearth fire banked for the night. "We need to talk about what comes next," Amelia says. I nod. "We do." She pushes herself upright with a determined little grunt, and I immediately reach to steady her. She allows it this time, leaning briefly into my support before straightening. "Vera is contained," she says, "but Malrend isn't." "No," I agree, "and he will not stop simply because one ally has fallen." Her jaw tightens. "You faced him before." "Not directly," I say, "and not at full strength." She studies me carefully. "How dangerous is he?" I do not soften the truth. He is one of the strongest dark elf sorcerers of his era. Ancient, methodical. He does not waste power or time. If he is cultivating blight, then he is preparing something large enough to justify the cost. Silence stretches. "Can we stop him?" she asks. The honest answer is, I do not know. What I say instead is, we try. She nods once, resolute. "Then we rebuild. You'll need your title back." A faint, humorless smile touches my mouth. They stripped it publicly. Fear makes councils bold. "And fear makes them reversible," she counters. "We'll force transparency, evidence, allies. You already have a plan." She shrugs slightly. "I always do." I look at her, tired, brilliant, stubborn, and something inside me settles with quiet certainty. Later, when the room grows darker and the urgency recedes, Amelia shifts closer, drawn by instinct rather than need. She leans against me, her head resting beneath my jaw, her breath warm against my throat. I stiffen instinctively, then force myself to relax. She tilts her face upward. "Is this okay?" "Yes," I say immediately. Too quickly. Her mouth curves faintly. She presses a slow kiss to my collarbone instead, unhurried, unclaimed. It is not hunger that drives it. It is trust. I cup the back of her head, resting my cheek against her hair, breathing her in. The moment stretches. Soft, fragile, real. The bond deepens, not flaring, not demanding, simply opening. We do not rush. We let ourselves exist in the quiet aftermath, in the knowledge that we chose each other again. Not because we were bound, but because we want to remain. Her fingers lace through mine. "I'm scared," she admits quietly. "So am I." She exhales, then snuggles closer, her body fitting against mine with unconscious certainty. Her eyes flutter closed. And in that moment, watching her drift towards sleep with her trust wrapped around me like a vow, I know. I am already lost. The realization does not frighten me. It steadies me, because losing myself to her feels less like falling and more like choosing ground. Her breathing evens. Her fingers relax where they clutch my shirt. I brush my lips through her hair, inhaling the faint scent of smoke and crushed leaves that clings to her skin. The world narrows to warmth and heartbeat and the quiet hum of a bond finally at peace. Then the bond snaps tight. Not a flare. Not a warning. A violent constriction. It is as if an invisible hand closes around the thread between us and pulls. Hard. Amelia gasps, her body arching against mine, eyes flying open in shock. The air in the chamber turns glacial in a single breath. The hearthlight gutters, flames bending sideways as if caught in a wind that does not exist. Power surges through the bond like a blade dragged across bone. I feel it slice. "Zaidan!" She starts, but her voice fractures as darkness blooms beneath her skin. It begins at the mark on her throat, the place I claimed. The skin there blackens, not burned, not bruised, but veined with something deeper, ink spreading beneath glass. Sigils ignite along the air around her body, not Netherian, not Vraken, older, angular, starved. The shadows in the room do not lengthen. They crawl. They peel themselves off the walls and coil toward her, not obeying me, not answering my call. Wrong. This is wrong. I move instantly, shadow exploding outward from my spine, wings tearing into existence with a violent crack of displaced air. The chamber shudders under the force of it. I wrap both arms around her, pulling her tight against my chest, as if I can anchor her by sheer will. The floor beneath us fractures with a sound like splitting ice. A circle of dark light erupts under the bed. No fire, no flame, just absence. A wound in space itself. The air smells of iron and rot and distant stone. Teleportation. No. Extraction. Someone has keyed into the bond. Amelia screams, and it is not pain, it is separation. The bond stretches. Stretches. I feel it thinning, drawn through something cold and intelligent and patient. "Not her," I snarl, power detonating outward. Shadow slams against the dark circle, colliding with it in a shower of black sparks. The wards of the chamber ignite in response, runes blazing gold along the walls. The intruding magic does not retreat. It tightens. Amelia's fingers claw into my shoulders, her nails biting through fabric into skin. Her eyes lock on mine. "Don't let..." The words are ripped away as her body lifts. Not upward. Inward. As if the darkness beneath us has teeth. I lunge, wings snapping forward, claws slashing into the void. I feel resistance, something solid and vast on the other side of that tear. A presence that is watching and calculating. Malrend. Rage erupts through me so violently the chamber windows shatter outward. My power floods the room in a tidal wave, crushing furniture, cracking stone, turning the air thick with shadow. I grab her wrist. For one heartbeat, I have her. The bond blazes white-hot between us, brighter than I have ever felt it, a desperate bridge of light cutting through the dark. Her fingers tighten around mine. Then the void pulls again, stronger, and my grip slips. Her body dissolves into shards of dark light, scattering like broken glass into the wound in the floor. The circle implodes. The chamber goes silent. My hands close on empty air. The bond does not break, but it thins, drawn far away, alive but distant. I remain kneeling in the wreckage, wings fully unfurled, shadow raging around me with nowhere to strike. I sit still for a second trying to process what happened. My hands curl into fists as fury locks into something lethal and clear. They have taken her. He kidnapped her right from under me, and I will burn the world down to get her back.
Chapter 30. Amelia. I wake slowly, but not gently. Consciousness returns to me in measured layers, each one colder than the last. The air is unnaturally still, stripped of the subtle living currents that usually hum beneath Netheria's breath. There is no rustle of leaves, no distant murmur of roots shifting beneath soil. Instead, the silence is deliberate, engineered, pressed into place by layered wards that dampen resonance and swallow stray magic before it can bloom. The chamber is circular and constructed from black stone, polished to a faint, unnatural sheen. Sigils are carved into the walls at measured intervals, not chaotic or decorative, but mathematical in their precision. The floor beneath me is etched with spiralling glyphwork that glows faintly beneath my palms where I sit. They are not draining me. I recognize the difference immediately. These sigils are regulators, containment without depletion, control without visible violence. Whoever designed this prison understands magic intimately. I lift my head. Malrend does not hide in shadow. He stands in the chamber as though he is hosting a discussion rather than overseeing captivity. His pale hair falls over one shoulder in deliberate arrangement, silver white against dark elven skin that seems almost luminous in the torchlight. His features are refined, strikingly symmetrical, his posture relaxed in a way that speaks not of arrogance, but of certainty. "You wake without panic," he observes, his voice smooth and unhurried. "That is encouraging." I reach for the bond before I respond. It answers me at once. It is distant, strained by interference, but intact. I feel Zaidan like a steady pulse beyond interference, muted but real. "You will not undo it," I say quietly. Malren's expression curves into something that might almost pass for amusement. Undo it? No, I have no desire to dismantle such a fascinating construct. Your bond with the Fang Prince is what I need. He begins to circle slowly, measured steps tracing the outer ring of the containment sigils. Each time he nears, the glyphs beneath me flare in subtle response, not in fear, but in calibration. "You mistake your importance, Amelia of Netheria," he continues. "The Wildspont does not concern me because it weakens. It concerns me because it can be directed." "You poisoned it," I say. "Yes," he replies without hesitation, without apology. There is no pleasure in the admission, only clarity. I required instability. Instability breeds uncertainty. Uncertainty fractures councils. Fractured councils create desperation, and desperation produces supply. The word lands heavily. "You orchestrated the unrest," I say slowly. "The assassinations, the blight, the council divisions." "They were necessary accelerants," he answers. "Your coven has grown complacent beneath the illusion of sacred permanence. Sacred systems are inefficient. They resist restructuring." "You call trafficking restructuring?" He studies me carefully, as though evaluating whether I deserve honesty. "I call it redistribution," he replies. "Magical assets are most profitable when removed from inefficient custodianship." "You mean Perna?" "I mean resources." Rage presses against my ribs, but I refuse to let it disrupt my breathing. If he expects hysteria, he will not receive it. "The Wildspont," I say, holding his gaze. "You do not need me to fix it." He inclines his head slightly. "No," he agrees. "I do not." A faint, cold understanding begins to form. "I need you to end it," he continues. The sigils beneath me brighten almost imperceptibly, responding to the shift in his intent. "With the bond," he explains, "your magic is no longer limited to Netherian channels. You are harmonized with Vrakan power, amplified, stabilized. If you direct that fusion into the root system and collapse it completely, the Wildspont will not decay. It will rupture." The implications settle slowly and precisely. "You want the coven erased," I say. "I want leverage removed," he corrects. "Without the Wildspont, Netheria loses strategic value. The remaining Perna become displaced. Displaced mages are unprotected mages. Unprotected mages are negotiable. For you to sell. For me to control." His gaze sharpens slightly. "Ancient bond magic such as yours destabilizes my network. Loyalty without contract. Power without transaction. It introduces unpredictability into markets that function best under fear." The bond hums quietly beneath my skin. "You miscalculated," I say. He pauses, mildly intrigued. "You assumed the bond weakens me." "No," he replies evenly. "I assumed it makes you persuadable." He steps closer, and the sigils flare brighter, tightening around my magic like a firm hand around a pulse. I wish you to renounce it, he continues, willingly. A bond freely given can also be freely surrendered. Aid me in stabilizing the collapse of the Wildspont. Publicly sever your allegiance to the Vrakan Prince, but only after you use his power to destroy the Wildspont. Help me ascend beyond the petty limitations of regional control, and I will preserve a fraction of your people. My stomach turns cold. And the rest? I ask. He does not answer. The silence speaks clearly enough. Grief rises like a tide, but beneath it something steadier answers. The bond responds, not violently, not in panic, but in presence. It anchors me to something uncorrupted by calculation. You believe you understand power? I say quietly. But you only understand acquisition. The faintest shift touches his expression, and then the chamber trembles. It is subtle at first, a low vibration beneath stone. Malren's head tilts slightly. That, he murmurs, is unexpected. The outer wall fractures not with an explosion but with displacement. Stone peels back as though reality itself has been unstitched. Darkness spills through the opening, not absence, but force. Zaidan steps through the torn barrier with wings unfurled in full, unrestrained expanse. Shadow coils around him, cutting through warding structures like a blade through silk. His presence does not merely fill the chamber, it alters it. Behind him, Perna magic surges into the corridor beyond, root callers and warriors forcing their way through collapsing wards. I hear Ron's voice somewhere in the distance, fierce and unyielding, and the distant flare of Vrakan's sigils striking against Malren's outer defences. Malren exhales slowly, as though observing an impressive manoeuvre in a game he had not expected to escalate so quickly. So, he says quietly, the mate arrives. Zaidan's eyes find mine instantly. The bond surges, no longer muted, no longer strained. It locks into place with ferocious clarity. You will step away from her, Zaidan says, his voice controlled but edged with something ancient and lethal. Malren's smile returns, faint and cold. You misunderstand, he replies. She was never yours alone. The sigils beneath me ignite fully, and the chamber erupts into war. The floor detonates in light. The containment glyphs snap inward, trying to collapse me into their centre like a dying star imploding. I feel the pressure spike against my bones, crushing, compressing, attempting to force my magic to fold in on itself. But the bond answers first. Zaidan moves. He does not leap or shout. He simply vanishes from where he stands and reappears between me and the sigil array in a ripple of shadow so dense it fractures the air. His wings flare outward, massive and lethal, and the darkness pouring from them slices through the nearest containment lines. The runes splinter under the impact, screaming in metallic resonance. Malrend lifts a hand. The chamber responds to him. Black fire erupts from the outer ring, not hot but devouring, void flame that eats magic before it touches flesh. It collides with Zaidan's shadow mid-air, the two forces grinding together like tectonic plates. Behind him, Ron crashes through the opening fully transformed, Vrakan sigils blazing across his arms. He doesn't hesitate. He drives straight toward Malrend, with a blade formed from condensed dusk steel, roaring something wordless and furious. The Perna forces surge in after him, root callers slamming palms to stone, forcing living tendrils up through cracks in the chamber floor. Vines explode outward, coiling around Malren's defensive pillars. Malren does not retreat. He extends both hands. The sigils along the walls flare white-hot, and suddenly the chamber tilts sideways as gravity shifts under his command. Perna warriors slam into stone as orientation fractures. One of the younger healers cries out as she's hurled against a pillar, bones snapping audibly. "Hold the perimeter!" Ron shouts, catching himself mid-fall and driving his blade into the floor to anchor. I push against the collapsing sigil ring, forcing breath into my lungs despite the pressure trying to compress my ribs. "Zaidan!" I call through the bond. He hears me. He turns. And in that single heartbeat of distraction, Malren strikes. A spear of condensed void forms in his palm and launches, not at Zaidan. At me. Zaidan sees it too late. What happens next is not controlled. It is not strategic. It is feral. He roars. The sound is not entirely human. It shakes the chamber like something ancient has just woken beneath it. His wings snap forward in a violent arc, shadow condensing so thick it becomes almost physical matter. The void spear hits him instead of me. It punches through his left wing. The impact blasts him backward into the broken stone wall with enough force to crater it. The bond goes white-hot with pain. My heart stops. No! The word tears out of me raw and unrestrained. Everything inside me fractures open. The sigil ring, still trying to contain me, shatters outward under the surge of my power. The roots beneath the chamber respond instantly, recognizing air blood and bond magic fused together. Stone splits. The entire structure groans as living Wildspont veins answer my call. Malren's eyes sharpen, not surprised but pleased. "Yes," he murmurs. "There it is." The Wildspont energy floods through me, amplified by the Vraken bond. It is too much. It is beautiful and catastrophic and unfiltered. I feel every root beneath Netheria, every wounded ley line, every broken pulse of the dying coven. And I understand exactly what I could do. If I let it collapse, if I direct it downward instead of outward, if I end it now, the chamber would fall, the blight would burn, Malrend would lose his leverage, and I would not survive the release. The realization is calm, terrifyingly calm. Zaidan struggles to his feet across the chamber, blood dark against the stone where his wing hangs torn and smoking from void corruption. Through the bond I feel his fear, not for himself, for me. "Amelia," he says, and his voice is rough, breaking at the edges. "Do not." Malren senses the shift in my magic and spreads his hands wider, feeding the instability. "Yes," he says softly. "Do it. End the Wildspont. Save yourself." The Wildspont surges higher inside me. I can see it, how to thread the collapse, how to take the entire corrupted network and detonate it into cleansing rupture. It would destroy his trafficking lines, his root siphons, his market leverage. It would destroy me. Zaidan's terror slams through the bond so violently it nearly knocks me sideways. He is moving before I finish forming the intention. He crosses the chamber in a blur of shadow and blood, ignoring the void fire still burning through his wing. Malrend attempts to intercept, but Ron slams into him from the side, tackling the dark elf hard enough to fracture the stone dais. "Now!" Ron roars. Zaidan reaches me just as I begin to release. He grabs me, not gently. He seizes my face in both hands, forcing me to look at him while the Wildspont roars through my veins. "You do not get to leave me," he says, voice breaking with fury and something deeper. "You do not get to decide that your life is expendable." The power howls, begging for direction. "I can end it," I whisper, tears burning my vision. "And end yourself with it," he snaps. Behind him, the chamber collapses further. Perna mages hold crumbling wards. Vraken warriors clash with summoned void constructs tearing through the walls. Malrend rises again, blood at the corner of his mouth but smiling. "Love," he says almost mockingly. "How inefficient." Zaidan turns his head slightly, and something changes in him. Not rage, something colder, ancient. "You wanted bond magic dismantled," he says quietly. His shadow expands, not outward, but downward, into the stone itself. The Vrakan lineage sigils along his arms ignite fully, answering not just him, but the bond. You miscalculated, he continues. Then he drives his hand into the fractured floor. Shadow and root collide. Instead of collapsing the Wildspont, we redirect it. Together, I understand instantly. He is not stopping me from releasing the power. He is anchoring it, like he always did with my magic. The bond becomes conduit instead of fuse. Wildspont energy surges through us both, but instead of imploding, it lashes outward into Malren's siphon lines. The artifact channels beneath the chamber ignite in reverse polarity. The trafficking conduits, the blight feeders, they burn. Malren's expression shifts for the first time. His composure cracks. The siphon network destabilizes violently. Void fire flickers erratically as the root system rejects foreign control. The chamber ceiling splits open, daylight spearing down through ruptured stone. You will regret this, Malren snarls as the floor gives way beneath him. Zidane does not hesitate. He lunges. They collide mid-fall as the central dais collapses into the burning root chasm below. The impact disappears into dust and shadow. For a heartbeat, I cannot feel him. The bond goes quiet. Then, it flares back to life, violent and alive. Zidane erupts upward from the collapsing pit, wings shredded but functional, dragging Malrend by the throat. He slams the dark elf into a collapsing pillar and drives shadow through the sigils carved into his armour. Malrend screams in fury. The siphon conduits detonate. The entire understructure caves. Ron grabs me just as the outer walls give way, hauling me toward the breach. We have to go, he shouts. I twist back in time to see Zidane tear the final sigil free from Malren's chest. The dark elf falls into the collapsing root fire below. Whether he dies or vanishes, I cannot tell. Then the chamber implodes. We barely make it out before the temple collapses into itself in a roar of stone and screaming roots. When the dust clears, Netheria is burning. Not just the temple, the coven grounds. The blight backlash tears through weakened wards. Buildings collapse. Sacred groves fracture. The Wildspont pulses violently, unstable but no longer siphoned. We stopped Malren's network, but we did not save the coven. I drop to my knees in the ash and stare at the ruins of everything I was born to protect. Zidane lands beside me, bleeding, shaking, wings half shredded, but still standing. I failed, I whisper. He kneels in front of me, gripping my shoulders. You are alive, he says. The words are not comfort. They are relief. I let myself break because I can't take it anymore. The silence after the battle is the worst part. It presses in where noise and chaos used to be, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the crackle of dying fires and the distant collapse of stone. The coven grounds lie in ruin behind us, pillars shattered, sacred trees scorched down to blackened stumps, wards torn apart so completely I can still feel their absence like missing teeth in my skull. I am alive. The realization comes slowly, in pieces. My hands shake where they clutch the front of Zidane's armour. My lungs burn each time I breathe. My magic feels scraped raw, as if I've bled it down to the marrow. But my heart is still beating. His is too. I can feel it through the bond, steady and fierce, anchored to mine like a promise that refused to break. Then the grief hits. It is not a single blow, it is a collapse. I turn my face into his chest, and the sound that leaves me is not dignified, it is not controlled. It is the sound of a woman who has just watched her world burn and lived when others did not. I sob for the elders who stood their ground, for the Perners who were taken before we could reach them, for the Wildspont, still wounded and trembling beneath the land, for the coven that raised me, fractured beyond recognition. Zidane does not tell me to be strong. He simply holds me. His arms come around me fully now, shielding, solid. his chin resting against the crown of my head, as if anchoring me to something real, while everything else falls away. I feel his breath hitch once, just once, and I know he is carrying his own losses too, his warriors, his people, the title torn from him like a limb and thrown aside by those who feared what he represented. "We can't stay," he says quietly, not to rush me, but because he knows I need truth more than comfort. Not here. I lift my head enough to look at him. There is blood dried along his jaw, shadow still clinging to him like a second skin, wings half manifested as if his power hasn't decided whether it is safe to rest yet. His eyes search mine, fierce and worried and achingly human. "Is Malrend—" My voice breaks. "I don't know," he admits. I felt him retreat, not fall. If he's alive, he'll disappear into the underworld until the ground cools. We won't find him now. The words should terrify me more than they do. Instead, I feel a strange, hollow clarity settle in. "Then we survive," I say. "For now." Something shifts in his expression. Not relief exactly, but respect. Acceptance. He nods once. "There is a place," he says, "hidden, old, beyond Velcrin influence and beyond the coven's broken reach, a sanctuary guarded by those who stepped away from power when it became poison. Arvin and Avali lead it now. The names stir something faintly hopeful in me, a reformed coven, not untouched by loss, but not ruled by it either. "Will they take us?" I ask. "They already have," he replies softly. "I sent word the moment you disappeared." "Let's go," I say. Zayden doesn't need to be told twice. We pass through narrow passes and folded wards that feel less like barriers and more like gentle refusals, magic that asks intention rather than demanding proof. The land here feels quieter, not deadened, but resting. When we finally arrive, the buildings are small, stone and wood entwined, lantern light warm against the encroaching dusk. They give us a room without ceremony. It is simple, clean, a bed large enough for two, a basin of water already warming by the hearth. No questions, no demands. The door closes behind us, and I feel my knees give. Zaydan catches me instantly, easing me down onto the bed as if he has rehearsed this moment 1,000 times in his head. He kneels in front of me, hands gentle as he cleans the blood from my arms, my shoulders, my throat. The touch is reverent, not because I am fragile, but because he knows exactly how close I came to breaking. "I thought I lost you," he says quietly, not looking up. "I'm here," I answer. "So are you." That seems to undo something in him. His hands still. He presses his forehead briefly against my knee, breathing as if grounding himself in the fact of me. The tears come again, quieter this time. I let them. He does not stop me. "I couldn't save them all," I whisper. "No." He agrees, voice rough. "But you saved who you could. And you didn't lose yourself to do it." I reach for him then, fingers threading into his hair, pulling him up until our foreheads touch. The bond hums softly between us, not demanding, not burning, simply present. "I love you," I say, because there is no point surviving if I keep lying to myself. His breath leaves him in a slow, stunned exhale. For a heartbeat, he looks almost overwhelmed, like a man handed something precious without knowing where to put it. Then he cups my face with both hands. "I have loved you longer than I understood what it was," he admits, "and I will not pretend otherwise again." We rest our brows together, breathing the same air, the world narrowed down to this room, this moment, this choice. There is urgency when we come together after that. No magic surging, no power asserting itself. Just hands finding familiar places, lips moving.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, Their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.